And we're back. Hey everybody, I have to echo my seat. Uh, how y'all doing?
Pretty good. And how about you?
I'm still working on my book.
As you see, I got my caffeine
How's
here.
Cool, cool.
nice.
More
So
caffeine.
sweet. It's a lot of caffeine.
Added it.
So Eric, have you figured out your college thing for the winter semester?
My what? Sorry.
You had to drop out of college for this fall semester.
Yeah. So the fall semester goes all the way until the winter. It's not going to start again until the spring.
Ah,
So yeah. And then scholarships open up on November 1st. So right after Halloween, that's the first thing that I'm gonna do is apply.
you think you'll get another flat earther in your class again?
I sure hope not. I sure hope not.
So, being at this season we're going to talk about the movies of Halloween and the multiverse of them.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of people have commented how saying that they're really confused about about the timeline. So hopefully we will clear that up here.
But when we started at the beginning, the movie that started it all.
Yeah, the one, the only, the classic, Halloween. But yeah, how about you two go first?
I haven't seen any of the movies, so this is all you two.
Oh, you know what? Let me show you something real quick.
But was this movie?
Right here.
Can't remember her name now. Was this her first acting gig?
I believe it was her first movie.
Oh, Jamie Lee
Or
Curtis.
one of her first. One of her first.
But yeah, back then Jamie Lee Curtis was not the big name that she is now.
I mean, she was the daughter of someone who was famous, Janet Leigh.
Yes.
Janet Leigh. In fact, Janet Leigh wasn't she the one who got stabbed in the shower in Psycho?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So
this is my Blu-ray set. It has the first 10 movies from the original movie from 78 all the way to the second Rob Zombie remake. So the only ones it doesn't have are the new ones.
Which makes sense, is because of that box set came out before those new movies came out. So yeah.
Yeah. So you could say that being in a murder movie is in their blood.
Hello, Tony and Dylan.
Hello.
So yeah, I won't be surprised if that's one of the reasons why Jamie Lee Curtis got cast. It's because of who her mother is. But yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis originally was not the first choice.
Who was?
I forget who. I forget what their name was. But yeah, perhaps somebody in the comments could clarify. But yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis was not the first choice, and also Donald Pleasance was not the first choice to play Dr. Loomis either. Originally, it was Peter Cushing.
Peter Cushing, and he said no. And I think I wonder if they were doubting if they could get Donald Pleasance as well, because he was a name actor back then.
Yeah, and Peter Cushing said no. It was because that the year before he did Star Wars, so therefore because of that he felt like that he was above doing low budget movies.
Oh, he was the general, the governor.
Yeah, Grand
guy,
Moff
General.
Tarkin.
That's the thing.
Yeah, and then they brought his character back in CGI in Rogue One.
Yeah, where he looked like a character from Star Wars Battlefront, the new ones.
Yep. No, I mentioned this before, but but off topic to Star Wars, I cannot tell that one was CGI. I thought it was different. I thought it was a really good actor that looked like him.
You know,
Princess
it's
Leia
funny.
one.
It's funny how he mentioned the CG thing. We're jumping way ahead. Halloween actually had something like that in one of the later movies, but we'll get to that much later.
Yeah. One thing at a time. And also from my research, Christopher Lee also even was approached. And then afterwards, Christopher Lee said that he regretted turning it down. So, and then I thought, hey, when they announced the remake, I thought that they would cast him for that, but they didn't. So it sucks that Christopher Lee never got to have a second chance.
Oh, the guy that played Dracula a lot.
He played Dracula in the Hammer Dracula movies, and he also played Count Dooku.
He was also Saruman in Lord of the Rings, and Vandalia. I'm a little bit surprised. I would have thought you would have known him as Ansem the Wise from
I did know him that. That was, obviously I knew who he is, but that's. But you don't say. Oh, Leonard Nimoy was Xehanort from Kingdom Hearts. You say, oh, he was Spock. You don't.
But it's something he played, even if it was for like one game. Well,
so
two, but then they overdubbed him in the HD version.
The question for you two, getting back on topic, can you two see Peter Cushing or Christopher Lee as Dr. Loomis?
Honestly, no. Like, Donald Pleasance just owned it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
No.
Okay, and Dylan says Anne Lockhart almost played Laurie. Okay, so that's who it was.
But actually, that is a good thing, because isn't the rumor, the Star thing, isn't the rumor that the mask was from William Shatner or something?
Yeah, it was. They literally just bought a Captain Kirk mask. They painted it white. They messed up the hair. That's all they could afford.
So about that, I wonder how William Shatner feels about that. Like,
He actually did. He found out at one point, and he actually approved.
Did he ever ask for money afterwards?
I don't think so.
But yeah, I mean, how would you feel knowing that one of the most horrifying faces in movie history is your face? But yeah,
I'm surprised no one did ever done a parody about that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did that on like Mad TV. But yeah, from my research, it was either the William Shatner mask or they're going to use like an Emmett Kelly mask. It was like a clown mask. It was creepy, but not as good as the Michael Myers mask. So yeah, I definitely think that they made the right choice by going with the William Shatner mask.
So what's the plot of the first movie? Walk us through it.
So it's a very simplistic plot. Michael Myers is a 6-year-old boy, kills his daughter. No, wait, kills his sister. Sorry.
Yeah, that would have been a 6-year-old with his.
Sorry. He killed his sister. And he gets sent to a mental institution. 15 years later, he escapes. And then and then he targets Laurie Strode, played by Jamie Lee Curtis, and her friends. Dr. Loomis, his psychiatrist, tries to stop him. And yeah, that's a pretty simplistic plot synopsis.
And I believe that's the reason the 78 movie is considered the best one, because it keeps it that simple.
Yeah, and that was a problem with the sequels. The sequels got overly complicated with all this Thorn crap, but we'll get that later. We'll get to that later. But
not just the Thorn crap, but like the other stuff the other continuations did, timelines.
Yeah, but we will get there eventually. But yeah. Okay, yeah, here's the timeline thing. We definitely will need this. But yeah, so what did you think was the scariest scene in the original?
That is very tough to say. I mean, probably the most tense scene is the part where she's outside the house and like she's trying to get Tommy to open the door for her, and then very slowly Michael's coming at her, and like he keeps cutting to her banging on the door, cutting to him walking across the street. Like, I think that was probably the most tense of the scenes.
Oh, definitely. I also like that scene where Michael Myers grabs that kid, but you don't see his head. And I thought that because you don't see his head, it made that scene that much more effective. You know what scene I'm talking about, right? Is that scene where after Tommy,
Yeah, I know. It's the one where during the daytime. Yeah.
yeah,
Now,
yeah, yeah. So that was one of the most effective scenes. And I also like how the opening scene they they make it seem like it was all done in one take.
now, in the first movie, is there ever a reason given why he's targeting her specifically, or just pick the random
No,
girl?
there
And
isn't. No.
that's why the original movie is so effective, while all the sequels failed. Because giving Michael Myers a backstory makes him less scary. Because all you need to know about Michael Myers is that he has the blackest eyes, the devil's eyes. And that is one of the creepiest lines in movie history. And Donald Pleasance just owned that scene. That's all you need to know about Michael Myers. Yeah, it's kind of like with the Joker in The Dark Knight. It made it more effective that you truly don't know how he got those scars.
Because you don't know his backstory. Like in the original '80s movie, it was the same guy that killed his parents. But that was a totally
Yep.
different character.
Yep. Pretty much, yeah. So yeah, and we absolutely cannot. We can't just not mention the music. The music, in my opinion, is one of the most effective scores in horror movie history.
Done by
Now,
John Carpenter himself, I believe.
Yep, and the reason why it was done by John Carpenter is because it would have been cheaper that way, and it really paid off because I just can't imagine Halloween without the da 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 da.
now, did Halloween come out before Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm
Yes.
Street?
Yes. Halloween was 78, Friday the 13th was 1980, and Nightmare on Elm Street, I think, was 84.
Yes, it was 84. Yes.
So this is like the original killer from the
Kind of. I think Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out like a year or two before Halloween did.
Chainsaw Massacre came out either 73 or 74, somewhere.
Oh, even older. Ooh.
Yeah, and you also technically can count Psycho, which was 1960.
Yeah, Psycho is another one.
But there is an even older slasher movie called Peeping Tom, I believe. So yeah, Peeping
But-
I
Tom.
really want to go back.
But this is really almost of the more of the modern beginning of the modern age of horror movies almost.
Yep, pretty much, yeah. I mean, Halloween pretty much was the one like that set the, which like set a lot of rules for slasher movies.
So do you want to do this in order of a release date or order of the timeline
How
itself?
order of release date? Because I think that would make it easier.
Yeah, release date's much easier.
All right, so was Halloween 2 next then?
I guess so. One more thing. That end scene in the original Halloween is one of the most effective end scenes in a horror movie ever. Like where Jamie Lee Curtis says, "Was that the boogeyman?" And then Dr. Loomis says, "Matter of fact, it was." And then he looks out the window. Michael Myers isn't there, and then the Halloween theme is playing. That gives me chills every time. So if you don't have anything else to say about the original, let's move on to Halloween 2.
You good, Snick?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. The first Halloween 2, the first of the Judith Myers timeline, apparently.
Yeah.
Halloween 2 is an Judith Myers timeline, huh? Well, it really splits off into two, but yeah, go on.
Well, people called it, the H2O.
Well, there's the Thorn timeline and the H2O timeline. That's what, it composes of two of them. Because both of them consider Halloween 2 canon.
Yeah, so out of all the sequels, that is the one that feels the most John Carpenter-esque. Probably because John Carpenter was forced onto the movie. He was forced on as a writer. And John Carpenter admitted that he was running low on ideas. So that's why he got intoxicated. And so that's pretty much the only reason why Michael Myers and Laurie Strode end up becoming related, because John Carpenter was having trouble trying to come up with a plot. So he got drunk and then he came up with that. And then John Carpenter later on said that he regretted doing it. And I agree. Making Michael Myers and Laurie Strode siblings made it less scary, in my own opinion.
Not to
So
mention a little too complicated because they keep coming up with a million reasons why he wants to finish her off.
so exactly what was I about the sister thing? So was she either another sister that from the one that he killed, or was he supposed to be the one that he killed that survived?
No, in this original timeline, so his older sister that he killed was, how does her name slip my mind right now?
Judith Myers?
Judith Myers?
Yep.
Was that Laurie's name? Was Judith Myers the older sister?
Judith Myers was the sister that Michael murdered in the original movie.
Okay, and then what was Laurie's birth name when she...
Well, it gets complicated through the timelines, but yeah, I'm guessing her name in the Judith Myers timeline was Laurie Myers.
And then in the Rob Zombie timeline, it was different.
Yeah, it was like Angel Myers.
Okay. But yeah, so the whole point is, in this original timeline, Laurie was only a baby, I believe, at the time, and like she was just simply taken out of the house and put into foster care.
Yeah, I believe so. That sounds about right.
Yeah, like so basically Michael didn't even do anything to her in this timeline, at least not when the Judith Myers murder happened.
Yeah,
I mean, it's different in the Rob Zombie timeline. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, one thing at a time. But yeah, I definitely do like the new music in the movie. They kept all the old themes, but they gave it more of like a gothic feel. But yeah, and the kills definitely are more Friday the 13th like. From my understanding, it was because that the filmmakers wanted to compete. Yeah.
Yeah, that was something to mention with the original movie. Despite the dark subject matter, it was relatively free of blood and gore.
Yeah, which made it a very effective movie because it relied more on the suspense, while the sequels got more gory. And it's funny because they're trying to be more like Friday the 13th, while Friday the 13th ripped off Halloween. So it's funny how that works, right?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, the kills are a lot more brutal. Like there's that scene where Michael Myers grabs that girl and then forces her head into that boiling hot water. And then,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I saw like a whole kill compilation from like all the movies. I remember that one.
Yeah, and also there was that kill where Michael Myers forced that needle into like that one person's eye.
Oh yeah, I don't think it was their eye. I think it was like just their head.
Yeah, I think that you're right. But I mean, regardless though, that kill was brutal.
Mm-hmm.
So, how did he pick his? Who were his victims?
He was coming after Laurie in the hospital, which it makes sense that Laurie would be there after the events of the first movie.
Okay. Because I don't watch it much of it because I know in Friday the 13th he was after people that had sex a lot. I think.
Yeah, Friday the 13th is compared to Halloween, I think Friday the 13th is a lot more intentionally dumb.
Yeah, Friday the 13th is intended to be more gory, while Halloween is intended to be more suspenseful. And yeah, there are still some very suspenseful scenes. Like there's that scene where where the camera pans down and they see Michael Myers' reflection on like that rear view window. That I will admit was a very effective scene. I also like that scene where Michael Myers is chasing Laurie and then Michael Myers just shows up. But with the lighting though, there was a bunch of red lighting. I thought that red lighting on Michael Myers' mask was horrifying. Hello, Eddie. But yeah, out of all the sequels, I will say that it is one of the better sequels.
It is.
But is it as good as the original? No. But compared to some of the crap we got afterwards, it is better.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the ending, somewhat leading into Halloween 3, this was supposed to be the last Michael Myers movie. And then, then that's why Michael Myers blew up along with Dr. Loomis.
Yeah, like the AVGN put it in his Monster Madness videos, it's like in this movie he's deader than he had ever been up to that point, and like most of the other movies. Like,
yeah.
Dr. Loomis sets off a big explosion, and last we see of Michael, he's still walking towards Laurie, but he's like burning all. His entire body is like burning, and it just slowly collapses.
So
yeah,
do they
that's a pretty definitive end.
So do they give him a reason why he keeps returning? That's not, or is it like a mythical, magical reason? Like,
it's more of a supernatural reason. It's just Michael Myers is evil in the shape of a human being, which is why at the end of the first movie and in the second movie and in a lot of the other movies, why he's credited as the Shape.
Well, the thing with Michael is that, like, say, unlike Jason and Freddy from, like, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, for the most part, they don't really fully explain why Michael is so resilient to damage, why he keeps surviving things that a normal person couldn't. I think the Thorn timeline's the only one that tried to give it a truly supernatural reason, but yeah.
We'll get to that one later, but yeah. Because of how big of a hit the original Halloween was, this one had a much bigger budget, and it shows it's because there's that scene like where Ben Tramer, Laurie's crush in the first movie, there was that scene of like the car crash, something that they never could afford it in the first movie, but now they can afford it in the second movie, because the second movie had a much bigger budget.
all right, so is Halloween 3 next?
Yep, Halloween 3. So
apparently it's non-canon now.
Yeah. So
it never was canon.
Never was.
It never was.
Okay, so how about I give some trivia? So going back to what I said, Halloween 2 was intended to be the final Michael Myers movie. So I believe John Carpenter came up with the idea of making the rest of the series of an anthology series, kind of sort of like the Twilight Zone, kind of, but have it all be Halloween themed. That ended up being a big mistake because we had Halloween 2 with Michael Myers. If they would have went the anthology route with Halloween 2, people could have been more accepting of it. Well, the problem was the general public was not accepting of it. The general public wanted Michael Myers. And that was why the movie was hated for so long. And I remember when I first became a fan of horror movies, especially the Halloween series, I remember at that time I was a part of a lot of horror movie forums at that time. One of them was the Movie Zone. The other one was the HalloweenMovies.com and the Bloody Disgusting forum. But yeah, ultimately a lot of forums I was involved with. At that time, I purposely jumped on the bandwagon and hate on the movie simply because that there's no Michael Myers in it. And Halloween 3 had that stigma for the longest time that it's a Halloween movie without Michael Myers. Well, technically Michael Myers is on the TV in the background, but him as a main character in the movie, no. The movie has nothing to do with Michael Myers or the previous movies other than it being set on Halloween.
Technically there is a trailer for the original movie in Halloween 3 on the TV.
Yeah. Yeah, which, going back to what I said, I mean, that's the closest that you see to Michael Myers in Halloween 3. But then over time, though, Halloween 3 started to gain a cult following. A lot more people started to appreciate the movie now. Back then, I remember like 20 years ago, this was always was regarded as the worst Halloween movie. But then over time, you know, over time though, it started to gain more of a cult following, more of an appreciation. The movie actually didn't do that very well at the box office, and I will admit I've only seen the movie once. I saw it when I was in 8th grade or a freshman in high school. I haven't seen it ever since then. I've been meaning to rewatch it, you know, just so in that way I can give it another chance, you know, look at it with a more open mindset. But yeah, what did you think of Halloween 3?
Well, I thought, because I saw it pretty recently, because I showed you the Blu-ray set earlier. There's a copy of it in there. I thought it was fine. Like, definitely would have went, because it's its own thing. Like, you can't connect it with like the rest of the series. But like, had they continued the anthology route, maybe that would have been interesting. But yeah.
It would have been like, originally the idea for Halloween 4 was to have it be like a ghost story, but then when Halloween 3 underperformed, they immediately scrapped that. But now we're jumping ahead. I will admit though, the ending to Halloween 3, it is one of the best endings to a horror movie.
Yeah, where they leave it completely ambiguous.
Yeah, the ending was great, and I also will admit, I even thought that the music was fantastic too.
Yeah,
And
I think John Carpenter still did the music.
Yep. John Carpenter and Alan Howarth both did the music, and it would be the last time John Carpenter would do the music for a long time. But let's not jump too ahead.
Yeah.
It also would be the last Halloween movie done by Universal up until 2018.
Well, keep in mind the first movie was not done by Universal. Only 2 and 3 were.
Yeah, 2, 3, and 2, 3, and now the new movies.
Yeah, the new trilogy. Because, I mean, jumping ahead a little bit, I have no idea who distributed 4 and 5, but like 6 to the Rob Zombie remakes were done by like Miramax.
Halloween 1, 4, and 5 were all done by Trancas International Movies.
Okay.
So what was next for the Rob Zombie thing?
Halloween 4.
Oh, we have a lot before the Rob Zombie remakes.
Oh yeah, we have a lot more until then. But yeah, Halloween 4. So originally John Carpenter was supposed to be a part of Halloween 4. Like, there was an idea of bringing Michael Myers back as a ghost, which kind of would intertwine, the original idea, but having Michael Myers there. But then after that, John Carpenter then sold the rights to Mustafa Akkad, and so the reason why Michael Myers' face is on it, and the reason why it says the return of Michael Myers, was to pretty much tell the audiences, hey, we know that we screwed up with Halloween 3 by not having it about Michael Myers or having Michael Myers. So, you want Michael Myers? This is it.
So Halloween 4 is the sequel to Halloween 2.
Yeah.
Yes, in this timeline.
And yeah, one thing I don't like about the movie is that, it has the original mask, right on the front cover. But the mask in the movie, it's, at least they have the mask, but it's not as scary as the mask from the first film.
And you have it, and you have it.
Yep. This was the mask that I wore last night at the Haunted Maze as Michael Myers. The mask is starting to get kind of old because, it is starting to rot at a few places. But
so you're one of the scarers there that scared people?
Yes, I was. I was dressed up as Michael Myers because out of all the costumes I've worn, this is the one that has gotten the strongest reaction out of people. But yeah, so
Uh, by the way, true story. When I was in 6th grade, I was Donatello the turtle, and I went to one of those little haunted woods at my school near my school. Something came up, and I whacked the guy with my staff, but out of instinct, like because he scared me. Even though
so yeah, would you agree with me that the mask in part 4 doesn't look as good as the mask from part 1?
It doesn't.
Yeah, it looks like something off of like Party America, one of those like discount Michael Myers masks. And
Yeah, it does.
and the one thing I didn't understand, so when Michael Myers exploded in Halloween 2, clearly he died, but I mean, they wanted Michael Myers back and they wanted to follow up on Halloween 2. So why in the hell are they keeping Michael Myers alive? That was something even what James Rolfe mentioned in his review of it during Monster Madness.
Yeah.
He makes a good point. Why in the hell are they keeping him alive? Wouldn't they want him dead after everything that he did?
Yeah.
But yeah, and I will admit, I thought that the music was great. John Carpenter didn't come back. Instead, who did the music was Alan Howarth. And I thought that Alan Howarth, did a pretty good job with the Thorn timeline music. But yeah, and Jamie Lee Curtis did not come back.
Jamie Lee Curtis didn't want to come back.
So speaking of the mask, we know how it got in real life, but do you know how it got the mask in the movies?
He just found it when he started his rampage in the first movie. Like he stole his boiler uniform, from some random employee who was wearing it. After he escaped from the mental hospital, and then he found the mask, I think in a store or somewhere.
Yeah.
And he finds a new mask in Halloween 4. In fact, I think they shove in a scene of him grabbing it.
Yeah, he pretty much steals it at a store. But yeah, Tina, to answer your question, Michael Myers is at a hospital or something like that during the beginning of Halloween 4, and they're keeping him alive. Maybe to study him, but if he's truly that dangerous, kill him. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. But yeah, so Jamie Lee Curtis, her career was starting to take off at that time, and Jamie Lee Curtis didn't want to be typecast with doing horror films because we have to understand, Jamie Lee Curtis is not a fan of horror films. Jamie Lee Curtis has said that in a bunch of interviews. Now, Jamie Lee Curtis certainly does appreciate all of the fans.
Okay, so in this timeline, she was killed off. She was killed off in the past.
Yeah, it said she died of a car crash.
Yeah, and so instead, the main victim was her sister or daughter. It was her daughter, Jamie Lloyd, and then and of course they named the main character after Jamie Lee, which I have to admit, the thought of Michael Myers going after a young kid is a horrifying thought.
Yeah. Because here's the thing with Halloween 4. Even though it has glaring problems, like how are Michael and Loomis still alive, stuff like that, Halloween 4 is generally seen as decent by a lot of fans.
Oh, it is.
And jumping ahead a little bit, it does have a good ending setup.
Oh, yeah.
That Halloween 5 chose to blatantly ignore.
Yeah, and a lot of the early Halloween films, they have some of the best endings ever. Like Halloween 4, during that end scene, where the evil was passed on to Jamie.
Yeah, where she basically mirrors exactly how Michael was when he was a kid. Halloween 4 ends with her presumably stabbing her mom to death. Loomis comes in and sees it. He's like, no, and then he wants to shoot Jamie right there because he knows she's just gonna end up like Michael. But then they all stop him, and like he's just left to just lament and sorrow that Michael's evil lives on.
Yeah, and that was done a lot more effective than Halloween Ends, but one thing at a time. But yeah, I really liked the kills in this movie. I liked how there was that mirror of that kill from the first movie where Michael Myers stabs that guy with the knife and then he's just hanging there. But this time, instead, he is pretending to be some guy. He's like pretending to be one of their characters' dads holding that gun. But then Michael Myers tricks them, and then he stabs them with a shotgun, through the wall.
Where he get the scene where he gets the shotgun.
I will admit, that kill was badass. But I will admit, Michael Myers did look a little bit too beefed up in this movie. I thought he was a little bit scarier when he looked more normal-like in the first two movies. But they definitely way beefed him up in Halloween 5, but one thing at a time.
No, it's funny because I don't think we mentioned like the actors who played Michael Myers himself yet, because truth is, so many people have played Michael throughout the movies. Like, probably from the first movie, I think there was like 4 or 5 people alone who played him, but probably the one who's best known is Nick Castle, who I think played him for most of the movie, like when he had the outfit on.
Yeah, and then during the end scene of the original movie, he was played by Tony Moran. And
yeah, specifically during the scene where Laurie gets the mask off of him, which is coincidentally the only time we ever see his face fully exposed. Well, in the original timelines, anyway.
Yeah, and Tony Moran has gone on record saying that originally he thought that the first Halloween was not going to be a big hit. He thought that nobody would ever see it, but he was definitely proven wrong. Now, it's funny to think that that's what he's most well known for.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because when I was a kid, there was this movie I saw called Major Pain. In fact, I remember Van Delia remembers me referencing it a couple of times. Mm-hmm. It's a really dumb movie, but it wouldn't be so much fun to watch if it wasn't. I ended up looking up who the director was. Nick Castle.
Yep.
That Nick Castle. Michael Myers.
Yeah, isn't that a weird thought that Michael Myers directed that movie?
Yeah.
So what's this Ian talking about?
I wish they explored more. Yeah, so basically Halloween 3 we mentioned was the anthology movie. Silver Shamrock, pretty much was the main plot of Halloween 3. So yeah, so people have tried to connect Halloween 3 with the rest of the movies, but that's really hard to do because there's that scene in the third movie where they're watching the original Halloween.
Yeah.
So good luck with that. And there's that scene in Halloween 4 where briefly Michael Myers has blonde hair. Oh gosh, that.
Or when the mask has blonde hair, because I think, or no, there was also a scene in Halloween 4 where they hadn't painted the mask and it was like a flesh pink.
Yeah.
But yeah, I brought up the actors because I do not remember who played him in Halloween 2 or like most of the movies, but 4, he was played by one of the other actors who was a bit more known for playing Michael, a guy called George Wilbur.
Yes, and then in Halloween 2, he was played by Dick Warlock, and Dick Warlock also was the stunt double for Richard Dreyfuss in the first Jaws.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, Halloween 4 he was played by George Wilbur. Halloween 5 he was played by Don Shanks, and then George Wilbur came back to play Michael Myers in Halloween 6.
Yeah, at least the producer's cut. I think they may have gotten a different guy for the theatrical cut, but that's jumping ahead. Why don't we talk about 5?
George Wilbur primarily played Michael Myers throughout the entire movie, but there was only one brief moment where he's played by someone else. I don't know
Yeah.
who the person who played him briefly, but primarily he was played by George Wilbur.
Okay, yeah.
So I guess we don't have anything else to say about Halloween 4. Move on to Halloween 5. All this.
Yeah, just getting it out there, 5 is a contender for worst movie in the series, largely because, unlike some of the other contenders for worst movie in the series, 5 is largely devoid of redeeming qualities.
Yeah, like the cringiest part is like those goofy ass clowns with that clown music. That is cringe beyond belief.
Clowns.
Yeah, like...
Was this take the clowns? Was this around the same time that the original It came along?
It came out 1 year before It, the miniseries.
Okay.
And yeah, oh man, that clown music is so cringe. I actually did a rant of Halloween 5 on my channel years ago, but I will admit a lot of the music done by Alan Howarth was fantastic. A lot of it's very atmospheric. But that's one of the only redeeming qualities about the movie. The new character, Tina, is annoying as hell. And, you know, and they killed off Rachel way too soon. So
yeah.
Michael Myers can't even catch up to Jamie Lloyd in a freaking vehicle. Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then...
there was the Man in Black, which even the filmmakers didn't even know what to do with the Man in Black. So
yeah.
The point.
Then of course I was actually watching a review of like the entire series from this one YouTube channel. There's the one scene like in the Myers house at the end, which looks nothing like how it did in the original movie. There's specifically a scene where Michael has Jamie cornered. Jamie calls out to him, calling him uncle. And he actually takes off his mask and has like a bit of an emotional moment where he sheds a tear. And then when she tries to get emotional with him too, he suddenly goes back into murder mode, puts the mask back on. And he actually argued that's probably one of the worst Michael Myers moments ever, specifically because he's not supposed to show that kind of emotion. Yeah, especially since it comes right the hell out of nowhere.
Yeah, and Michael Myers is pure evil, and that made him look like a pussy when he's supposed to be pure evil. There were some pretty cringy moments in Halloween Ends, but that definitely is up there with one of the worst moments in the entire series. I definitely do agree. But yeah, not a whole lot of good things to say about Halloween 5, but there's not a whole lot of good things to say about Halloween 6 either.
Well, the thing with Halloween 6 is that, well, 6 is an interesting case. So, a promoted fanboy of the movies was actually hired to screenwrite, and long story short, they filmed the movie, they did everything, then they apparently screen tested the movie. Well, the whole thing is they went with like the whole Cult of Thorn thing, and like it's called the Thorn timeline for a reason, but really the Thorn thing doesn't really come in until Halloween 6.
So,
and
pretty much,
Halloween 6 isn't on this thing. We're in this list.
Curse of Michael Myers. People just call it Halloween 6 because that's what it was supposed to be called, and that's where they stopped numbering.
It also was supposed to be called Halloween 666, the origin of Michael Myers. And something that James Rolfe pointed out, it's a huge coincidence that the Thorn timeline has pretty much the same subtitles that a lot of the Pink Panther.
Yeah. Like, I think he even jokingly called it like the Pink Panther timeline.
Yeah. And that was something that I noticed too, and I was waiting until somebody was going to point that out and, you know, somebody else to notice. But yeah, I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, well, anyways, getting back to the production. So they created the movie, all seemed, well, it was a production nightmare, supposedly.
What?
And what happened?
Oh, it was, yeah. Like,
yeah, it was a production nightmare. they apparently test screened it for what one of the actors described as a theater filled with 14-year-old boys, and they didn't like any of the Thorne stuff. And so they ended up reshooting a good chunk of the movie. And here's the thing. It was a little bit complicated because Donald Pleasance had passed away at that point.
Yeah, and originally Donald Pleasance's character was supposed to die in Halloween 5, but then he liked the script so much for Halloween 6 that he came back. But the original script that they were going to use for Halloween 6 wasn't used, and the script that they ended up using was utter garbage. And then the director that they hired didn't give a crap about the franchise. He pretty much only did the movie pretty much as like a multi motion.
Yeah, basically it was for so that he could get like a multi-picture deal with Miramax.
Yep, if he were to direct that and one of the Hellraiser movies at that time.
Yeah, and the thing is, so for the reshoots, they couldn't get Donald Pleasance, obviously. And the thing is, apparently the director, his name is Joe Chappelle, I believe,
Yep.
He did not like the Dr. Loomis character, so he cut even more of his scenes out.
So it just blows my mind like that he even directed Halloween 6, because I don't even think he even really was a fan of the first movie.
Yeah, I believe he was not a fan of the movies.
So yeah,
what resulted was a theatrical cut that was critically panned for being completely nonsensical. But then there was the original cut of the movie, which was, it's often named the producer's cut. A bootleg of it was floating around for many years, and like 2 decades later, they finally gave it an official release. And for a couple of years, lots of people were praising the producer's cut as being the better cut of the movie, because it's largely a lot more coherent, because it goes full into the Thorne stuff, whereas the theatrical cut kind of had it, but quickly dropped it.
It is a better movie, but not by much. It's still a bad movie, in my opinion.
Yeah, James Rolfe put it like this, or no, I'll put it like the way I haven't seen the producer's cut in its entirety because, well, I don't own it. I only know like some of the differences with it. The thing with the producer's cut is it's a lot more dull. I believe there's a lot less Michael Myers kills. There's a bit more intrigue since a lot of Dr. Loomis's stuff is in, but still, it's the Thorne stuff is just not that interesting. And then there's one of the more infamous moments where, so one of the big things with Halloween 6 is that Jamie is like now a teenager. And by the way, there was another messed up story regarding Jamie's original actor, Danielle Harris, where she got herself legally emancipated just so she could appear in the movie because they were going to pay her like crap. No, she got herself legally emancipated so that she could appear in the movie because they wanted someone who was a bit older than her. And what happened was they decided they were going to pay her like crap, so she decided to walk away, and they hired somebody else anyway.
Yeah, the one who they hired instead was J.C. Brandy. J.C. Brandy got a lot of crap for so many years for replacing Danielle Harris, but it wasn't J.C. Brandy's fault. J.C. Brandy was just doing her job.
That's how it is. People do jobs in entertainment, and if it's not exactly how people want it, they get harassed.
Pretty much. And yeah,
So is this Black Christmas thing a connection?
No, it's just another slasher movie that's being referenced.
It came out before Halloween. But anyway, so there's an infamous moment in the producer's cut.
Yeah.
Where Jamie Lloyd is the father of Michael Myers' kid. Okay, Michael Myers, he's not really much for sex. He's more of like a killer. So that seems out of character. And 2, that's disgusting. And why would Michael Myers have sex with his own niece?
With his own niece.
So is this basically? I was gonna say, is this basically what they tried to do in Star Wars 9?
What do you mean?
Where all of a sudden they has a granddaughter now for no reason?
Well, in the theatrical cut, it's for no reason because they don't say who the father is.
Yeah, they don't say which is an improvement in the theatrical cut.
Yeah, and so yeah, and it makes no sense for the plot because it creates a huge plot hole. Why? Okay, if Michael Myers' motive is to kill his entire family, why would he have sex with his own niece just to create another family member for him to kill? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, there's not a lot.
Yeah, and that's on top of the fact that now the theatrical cut. In fact, what's funny is that James Rolfe said he actually preferred the theatrical cut in a way, only because it does give a lot more brutal Michael Myers kills.
Right.
And not to mention, it is so incomprehensible that it actually can be enjoyed in some way. Like, there's this weird music video style editing where it's like seizure-inducing flashing and like other parts.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the editing for Halloween.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think this might be the only Halloween movie that uses a big rock track. Like, a lot of the soundtrack is like electric guitars, weirdly.
That's something that should only exist as like fan covers on YouTube. But to actually use it in a Halloween movie, it makes it less scary.
So what made this the end of this particular timeline?
The ending made no sense.
In both cuts.
And so Halloween 6 underperformed at the box office. So then afterwards, the filmmakers then decided, okay, we need to rethink what we're going to do. So I guess might as well jump into Halloween H2O. Halloween H2O originally was supposed to be a direct-to-video movie, and even before Jamie Lee Curtis came on, they had a plan that they were going to ignore 4, 5, and 6.
It's funny because I actually believe that at least at one point, there actually were plans to acknowledge 4, 5, and 6 because there apparently would have been a single scene where Laurie overhears a student talking about like the murders that occurred in 4, 5, and 6, and then Laurie deduces that Jamie was killed, and she goes into the bathroom to vomit.
Yeah.
I believe there was also a comic that tried to tie 6 with H2O, but it's just a comic, so yeah.
So is this the one? I think this is the one that came out when I was around my high school graduation time.
Yeah, sure. It came out in '98, and the thing with H2O is that but in this timeline, only the first 2 movies happened. 4 through 6 did not happen, and that's explicitly mentioned in the movie because it said that Michael had not been seen since the events of 2.
And yeah.
No, they also mentioned Dr. Loomis not dying in Halloween 2. Like, they kind of mentioned that he was around for a while, but then he had passed away, like, at some point between the movies. And because, I mean, Donald Pleasance was already dead at that point, so they couldn't have brought him back.
There was a creation of his lines during the opening scene.
I believe, I think they had a voice actor, like, doing, like, a impersonation of Pleasance.
Yeah, I believe it was Tom Kane.
Yeah, Tom Kane.
And yeah, so, but yeah, it pretty much was the first Michael Myers Halloween movie to not have Dr. Loomis as one of the main characters. It was because they didn't have a choice because Donald Pleasance passed away.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, one movie that H2O took a lot of inspiration was actually Scream.
Yes, it did. And the reason for that was Scream was a huge hit. Scream pretty much resurrected the horror genre.
Well, the slasher genre anyway, and maybe horror in general.
But so it probably was the only way how H2O could have gotten funded as if it had the Scream feel to it.
And what's funny is that I believe Kevin Williamson, who was the screenwriter of like the first two Scream movies, he was on board. I think he was the screenwriter of H2O, or he was like involved somehow. And they have the same. I believe Miramax did them all.
Now, question: this is time period that I first saw this thing was it H2O or Next One Resurrection that played the whole they made like a game show.
That was Resurrection.
That's Resurrection.
Okay,
but we'll get there eventually. So I really liked what they did with Laurie's character in the movie. You know, having her be the victim, but then afterwards she is fighting back. I absolutely loved that character arc, and H2O should have been the ending to the entire series.
That's what a lot of fans feel still to this day. They felt like the perfect trilogy of the movies was 1, 2, and H2O.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And I mean,
with H2O though,
I will say a little trivia fact about H2O. I believe it has, for all the movies in the series, I think H2O has the lowest body count, or at least the lowest amount of on-screen kills from Michael. Like, there's only 3 in the movie.
Yeah, and I will admit, the music feels kind of off to me. You know, it feels like something off of a Tim Burton movie. And
to me, it sounded like it belonged to a Scream movie.
Which actually some of the musical scores from Scream actually was reused in H2O.
Like even
so
we get the Halloween music, like the classic Halloween stuff, like it's like orchestrated in a way that the Scream soundtrack would be.
Like so in this one, Laurie's alive again, and they're still siblings.
Yeah.
Yes. Like so basically they kept in the car crash thing from the Thorn timeline, except they made it to where they changed it around to where she faked her death so she could hide from Michael.
So yeah, and then Jamie Lee Curtis decided to come back because it was the 20-year anniversary, and pretty much she was doing it as like a tip of the hat, to all the fans, as a thank you. Jamie Lee Curtis wanted John Carpenter to come back to direct it. John Carpenter almost directed it, but there was like a pay dispute, which it would have been great to have John Carpenter back, as the director. So instead, they got Steve Miner, who did Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3.
Yeah. It's funny because I saw Friday the 13th Part 2 and 3 recently.
And what's funny, there is that brief moment where Joseph Gordon-Levitt is wearing a hockey mask, and I believe this is Joseph Gordon-Levitt's either his first movie or one of his first movies.
Yeah, I believe it was one of his earliest movies.
And there's also that scene where they briefly play Plan 9 from outer space, which is regarded as one of the worst movies ever made. But yeah.
I mean, there's also a part of the movie where they have Scream 2 on the TV.
Makes no sense.
I mean, I think it was meant to be a shout-out because the original Scream has a scene where Randy's watching Halloween 1.
Which makes no sense. But yeah, so one of the most infamous things about this movie is that the mask does change throughout the entire movie. There is a brief moment where the mask is CGI and it looks like garbage.
And then, of course, we have the ending where...
Yes.
So it ends with Laurie decapitating Michael. And the thing is, they wanted this to be the finale. It's like Jamie Lee Curtis was doing the tip of the hat, like you said, but it's over now. But the series producer, Mustafa Akkad, he was not going to let it go.
Because
he did not want Michael to die at the end of the movie. He wanted to keep making movies.
Then Halloween
So, like, at the last minute, I think they convinced him to let them film the scene as it was. But as soon as they filmed that scene, they were already thinking of a way to get around it.
And then that's where we get to Halloween Resurrection. In my opinion, one of the all-time worst Halloween movies in the entire series. Oh, man.
Yeah. Resurrection is a contender for one of the worst movie in the series. But the thing is, lots of people do prefer it to Halloween 5. Only because it's the funny kind of bad.
Like, with Busta Rhymes karate chopping Michael Myers going trick or treat, motherfucker. But then
No, you got to get it right. It's trick or treat, motherfucker.
So what was with the let's do a game show in the killer's house thing?
that was
Well, jumping ahead. Well, that's jumping a little bit ahead. First, we got to deal with Jamie Lee Curtis coming back just for the opening. Because the thing is, I think they contracted her to appear in the movie after H2O.
Yep.
She agreed to it on the condition they kill her off in the opening so she wouldn't have to make any more.
How little she knew.
with that made it feel like two different movies. What they should have done is, how about instead of Busta Rhymes coming in at the end to save the day, how about instead it's Laurie Strode, and then how about instead Laurie dies as a hero trying to save them from Michael Myers? Because
I mean, after all, the poster is false advertising. She's on the knife with the cast, and she never actually meets them in the movie.
yeah, exactly. And there's also false advertisement in Halloween Ends, but we'll get there. But
yeah, Halloween Ends is an interesting case.
But yeah, I will admit I thought that the music was better in Halloween Resurrection than in H2O. But, oh man, there's so many bad moments in Resurrection. Like, Michael Myers getting electrocuted in his nuts. Like, what were they thinking? And there's also that moment where Busta Rhymes wearing a Michael Myers mask, yelling at Michael Myers. Just that sight alone was hilarious.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those movies where it's so bad it's funny. They make a complete mockery out of Michael Myers.
Definitely one of those so bad it's good things. Why some people, like I said, prefer it to 5, because 5 had like no redeeming qualities to it. I mean, 6 didn't have much redeeming qualities either, except for maybe the theatrical cuts, like batshit insanity.
I will admit, I do prefer.
And I guess the producer's cut being different.
I do prefer Halloween Resurrection over Halloween 6. Still not.
Yeah.
Still not saying.
Yeah.
Much. And I did like the set they used for the Myers house, but all the characters, I didn't give two craps about them. I didn't care if they lived or died, and the ending was so predictable. And and there were talks of doing a Halloween 9, but then all that got canceled because of how at that time horror remakes were extremely popular at that time. And
yeah, I think one of the plans for a sequel, because in H2O they had Laurie had a son who was played by Josh Hartnett. I think one of the sequel ideas was having him come back. At least, or so I heard, but they didn't go through with it.
I think that would have been a great idea, for a sequel. And
there was also plans for a movie called Halloween, which would have been a crossover with the Hellraiser series.
Yeah, and for that, they actually would have gone John Carpenter back.
Wow.
Interesting train of thought. But yeah, so one other idea that I heard for Halloween 9 was that they were going to have the son or the daughter of Dr. Sam Loomis taking over for his dad, and then pretty much continuing on his legacy. I heard that idea, but I remember at that time when I was a part of all these horror movie forums, I remember I would talk to a lot of people saying, hey, do you think we ever will see a Halloween remake? Everybody would reply saying, no, don't remake Halloween. But then we got that. 2006, it was announced Rob Zombie was going to direct it. People were shocked about that because before, Rob Zombie said that he thought remakes were stupid, and Rob Zombie actually was approached to direct the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake, but he said no. So instead, he remade Halloween, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So what
basically the thing with the Rob Zombie remake is that it's part remake and part prequel
Pretty
because in the original movie, the scene of like Michael stabbing Judith to death, that was just it. It was like a couple of minutes long and that was it. And then you fast forward to like the present day. That part of the movie is a lot longer in the remake.
Oh, definitely, big time, man. I really liked the remake when I first saw it back when I was in middle school. As time goes on, I noticed more of its problems. Like some of the editing is kind of off, and I don't like the idea of giving Michael Myers yet another backstory. You know, saying that Michael Myers was a bullied kid at school.
Oh yeah, he had a trashy family life
Yeah.
where
Bullies-
literally the only family member he cared about was his baby sister.
But how's what from kindergartner bullying or first grade bullying? That's when you got.
I don't know what age he is in the remake in these flashbacks.
I'm gonna say,
Well, they're not flashbacks. It's just the opening of the movie. I don't know what age he is, but he's not that young.
I'm gonna say 5th or 6th grade. Michael Myers, at a younger age, he is older than the original Michael Myers. But
Because the original Michael Myers was only 6.
Yeah, in the remake, I'm gonna say he's 12 or 11. Not
Yeah,
exactly
so
there. And I also will admit, I didn't really like what they did with Laurie, but it was cool about how they brought back Daniel Harris.
yeah, Daniel Harris plays Laurie's friend in this.
Yeah, so it was cool to finally get her back, you know, for the remakes.
And then you have Malcolm McDowell playing Loomis, and then you have Brad Dourif playing the sheriff.
What I will admit, what I thought was a missed opportunity was getting Ben Kingsley to play Dr. Sam Loomis.
Oh, Ben Kingsley.
He would have been spot on perfect because I think that Ben Kingsley looks exactly like Donald.
Oh, yeah?
So I think that was a missed opportunity. I mean, Malcolm McDowell, I thought that he did a fine job, but man, Ben Kingsley though, he would have been spot on perfect.
I mean, it's funny because the remake version of Loomis is not a very popular character.
Especially in the sequel. Oh man.
Yeah.
The sequel was the very first Halloween movie I saw at the movie theater, and I remember that I actually snuck in to watch the movie, even though that yes, I remember that my parents allowed me to watch it, but I had to have a legal guardian to watch it. So I went with 2 friends. They wouldn't let us in, so my friends went to go see G.I. Joe while when I snuck into Halloween 2. And oh boy, if you thought the first Rob Zombie Halloween was bad, the first one makes the sequel look like Citizen Kane.
Yeah, Halloween 2 Rob Zombie is another contender for the worst movie in the series. And the funny thing is, it wasn't even supposed to happen. Like, what happened was Rob Zombie did not want to make it, but what happened was the producers were like, well, we're making this whether you're on board or not. And Rob Zombie only came on because he didn't want them to tarnish what he did with the first movie.
And it shows. It shows that he didn't want to do it. And the whole thing of forcing Sherry Moon Zombie, you know, into the movie felt shoehorned in. The whole thing about the white horse was shoehorned in. And
So
there's that moment during the end. I forget what version. Michael Myers speaks.
It's in the director's cut because it's funny with the Rob Zombie remakes, there's theatrical cuts and director's cuts. The director's cuts are the only ones that are easily accessible. Oddly enough, the theatrical cuts don't have a whole lot of releases out there.
Which is odd.
And but then again, the director's cuts are the better versions anyway, most people would say. But yeah.
So if he didn't participate, would his the second movie, would his name still be on it or not? Would they still have to use his name as the
No,
Rob
they would
Zombie?
have still made it just without him.
Yeah,
But yeah, you were saying how Michael actually talks in the director's cut, and what's his one line of dialogue?
he says die, and oh man, it's
to
so
Loomis.
bad. It's right up there with Michael Myers crying in Halloween 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's funny because when we get to Halloween Kills, there was another curious moment that I kind of discovered online, but we'll get to that later.
but yeah, and so I hated what they did to Dr. Loomis. They made him into a total asshole, and it's funny. Rob Zombie has said he's not a fan of cameos, but there's a cameo in this from Weird Al. Who could take that seriously?
Like,
and of course, there's what goes on with Laurie during the movie. Like, she's like in a big funk throughout most of it. And then
now I got to ask now: is there a Weird Al polka Halloween song now because of this movie?
No, when Weird Al's in the movie, he's just making a bunch of jokes. You know, he's making the comparison joke. To Mike Myers.
Oh, wasn't there a moment in H2O where they wanted like like a scene involving Mike Myers somehow, but he refused to do it?
I have no idea, but
like I think around that point, like they wanted to do like a Mike Myers scene or something, or like a reference.
But yeah, I wonder how Mike Myers feels about that, knowing that he has pretty much the exact same name as one of the most famous horror movie villains of all time. I wonder how he feels about that.
I haven't found too much of what he feels about it.
Like, actually, that'd be a pretty parody. Michael Myers is Michael Myers.
Yeah, and I didn't like what they did with the look of Michael Myers. Making out to be a hobo and whatnot.
Yeah, his mask is like partially like it ripped.
Yeah. Oh man, it was. And some of the kills are laughably bad. Michael Myers is continuously stabbing somebody when they're clearly dead.
And it's funny because he's like this, and then he's like this.
Right. It's so unintentionally funny.
Yeah.
And the whole opening scene was just a dream, which is lame.
Yeah.
The first half of the movie, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty decent. And then it was revealed to be just a dream. And what also pissed me off, we don't hear the Halloween theme song until the end credits.
Yeah, and then but then, like James Rolfe said, in the first remake, you're hearing it a lot. It's like they're compensating.
Yeah, but to be honest, I kind of disagree with James Rolfe about that.
Oh yeah.
To me, it's just not a Halloween theme. It's just not a Halloween movie if you don't have the Halloween theme song. The fact that they didn't have it till the end credits pissed me off. And, Laurie felt kind of annoying to me in this movie. But, I thought it was cool, like how they killed off Daniel Harris. Because
and then when you see the sheriff's reaction, many people did point out that Brad Dourif's acting during that is actually pretty spot on.
Oh, it is. I will
Not to mention, they actually use like real childhood photos of Daniel Harris for like the montage of that.
Right, which I thought was great. And it's great because Daniel Harris has been running away from Michael Myers since part 4, and then he finally got her.
Yeah, because he technically didn't get her in part 6.
Yep. He got her character, but not her herself.
Yeah.
And then this would be the last movie of the franchise for the longest time. I remember there was supposed to be a Halloween 3D back when the 3D craze was really popular. And then there was supposed to be Halloween Returns. by the guys who did Saw 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah. And then basically they took too long to make it, and then the Weinstein Company, who I think made the Rob Zombie remakes, they lost the rights, and I think they went back to Miramax.
Yep.
And what happened eventually was that Blumhouse Pictures got the rights, and then David Gordon Green and what was the? I know his first name's Danny. What was his last name? I think it was Danny McBride.
Yeah. Danny McBride, who was
yeah, they ended up getting the rights to make another Halloween movie, so they began production on what eventually became the 2018 movie, which some people were codenaming Halloween H40. 40 years later, they got Jamie Lee Curtis back, and that led to the 2018 movie.
The one thing I hate about the 2018 movie is the title. The title is so lazy. It's just called Halloween. Like, at least give it a subtitle. That's so lazy, and it's confusing.
They could have called it Halloween Returns or something like that.
Yeah, they should have kept that title.
And it's funny because Scream 5 earlier this year did that exact same thing.
Yeah, and
so many people just call it Scream 5.
Yeah, and I hate how all these new horror movies are doing that trend of having it be a sequel to the original, but calling it the exact same thing as the original. I hate that, at least give it a number or a subtitle. But other than that, I honestly genuinely did enjoy the movie. It was
Yeah, the 2018 movie is, from a professional critic standpoint, is the second best movie in the series after the original.
All right, so in this, okay, so if I remember in the trailers of this movie that they're like saying everything that happened before is just like a book or something, or
yeah.
movie
So basically, I forgot to mention that John Carpenter is actually involved with this new reboot timeline.
Yep.
I'm not sure what people are calling. Like, some people are calling this the Blumhouse timeline because of the production company. Some were calling it the final timeline, even though it's clear to a lot of people that they're probably going to make more, just in a different timeline. So yeah, they had Jamie Lee Curtis back, and the curious thing is, they even got Nick Castle, the original Michael Myers actor for most of the original movie. Except he doesn't play Michael for most of the movies. He just takes on he just has like a brief cameo in each of the movies. In the 2018 movie, specifically, he steps into the Michael Myers outfit for the scene where Laurie and Michael see each other for the first time in 40 years. Like, that scene where like Laurie shoots at him and it turns out it was just his reflection in the mirror.
Yep.
But for the rest of the movie, he's played by a new actor called James Jude Courtney.
Yep.
So, and he's the one that we see unmasked and everything, even though we never see his face fully. It's always like partially obscured.
Yep, and I loved the music because John Carpenter came back. I loved how it had that actual John Carpenter feel to it.
Yeah, and now getting to the timeline, in this timeline, only the original movie happened. They got rid of the second movie specifically so that Laurie was no longer related to Michael. And like you said, there's that one scene where it's like, oh, wasn't it her brother that did all those killings? And then her granddaughter's like, no, that wasn't her brother. She wasn't her brother. No, she wasn't his brother. That's just a story people made up.
Which makes me wonder, why would people make that up about those?
I'm thinking the reason why is because out of everybody who died like the night that he attacked, he's the only one. Well, I keep getting mixed up. She is the only one that got attacked by him that lived. Or one of the only ones that lived.
So then it probably led to people speculating as to why Michael Myers went after her.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was a controversial move by the movie.
So in this movie, he's been locked up 40 years then, pretty much.
Yeah, he's been in the mental hospital for 40 years. Dr. Loomis died at one point, and now there's like a new doctor named Dr. Sartain, I think, who's been Michael's caretaker. So the way, and it's funny, a couple of years ago, I actually did an episode of the podcast where I talked about the movie like when it came out. But anyways, so these two people who run a podcast, or like, I think it's a podcast, they are like investigating like the story of Michael. So they come to the mental hospital and they talk to Dr. Sartain. They present, somehow they got a hold of Michael's mask. So they go to see him and they present it to him to get a reaction, to see if he'll say something. Like, they're obsessed with him talking, like saying why he like did the murders he did, and well, he doesn't. He's capable of talking, but he doesn't want to.
Yeah, and a lot of people didn't like, that plot twist, with Dr. Sartain.
Oh yeah, that part where he stabs Officer Hawkins. Lots of people were upset. I mean, thankfully Halloween Kills revealed that Hawkins was alive, and then there's the stupid moment where Sartain takes off Michael's mask and he puts it on.
Yeah, I will admit that was questionable. Like, why would he put it on?
Yeah, I remember when I saw that in the theater, because this was the first movie in the series I saw in theaters. I was like, oh no, is he going to take over as the killer? But then, so Michael's passed out, because Michael got hit by a car and he's passed out. Sartain puts him in the back of the police car with Laurie's granddaughter, Allison. And basically, Sartain's waiting for Michael to wake up. Michael wakes up, and it's like I'm thinking at this point, oh, is Michael not going to wake up? Is Sartain going to be the villain for the rest of the movie? Nope. Michael wakes up, he grabs the doctor, throws him out of the car. Sartain's just like, no, say something, Michael, say something. Michael just lifts his boot up, caves his freaking head in, and Michael in that moment just goes, no, this is my movie, bitch.
Yeah, and I thought that end showdown between Laurie Strode and Michael Myers I thought it was really intense.
Yeah.
I love that conflict between Judy Greer and Jamie Lee Curtis throughout the entire movie. I loved that. I also loved the new character, Allison, played by Allison.
Andi Matichak, I think is her name.
Yeah, Andi Matichak. But yeah, and it was a return to form. It felt more John Carpenter-like than a lot of the previous movies did. And, I think that this should have been the final movie.
I thought so too. And truth of the matter is, I think the producers of the movie were like, they wanted to be the end too. But if it was successful, they did have ideas of how to continue it. But luckily, the 2018 movie does end in such a way, just like H2O. If you want to pretend kills and ends didn't happen, you can.
Where the fire, he was in a fire or something?
Where you can just assume that the fire killed him, and that's it.
Yeah, I did like that. And, but yeah, shoot, there was something I was going to say about Halloween 2018 I totally forgot about. I totally forgot oh, yeah, I like that one kill where the lights are turning on and off, on and off.
Yeah, that one. Yes.
I thought that worked great for Michael Myers. And, then Halloween Kills.
Okay, I got a question about that one. Was this, since this happened during the height of the lockdown pandemic, was this even in the theaters? Or did it get released straight to?
So what happened it was always when Kills and Ends went into production, it was always the plan to make them back to back. But COVID delayed both their releases by a year.
Yep.
So, Kills was supposed to come out in 2020 and Ends in 2021. They were postponed to 2021 and 22.
Yep.
And the thing is, I think the original plan was for Ends to be a direct sequel to Kills, but then they had to readjust because of the COVID delays.
And oh boy, we'll get to
But talk about Kills first.
I do prefer Halloween Kills over Halloween Ends.
I think lots of people do, but yeah.
Kills is a lot more brutal. I mean, hence its title. What my favorite part of Halloween Kills is the flashback scenes to.
Yeah, they flash back to the first movie, and here's the most interesting part. They bring in Dr. Loomis, and when I saw that in the theater, I was like, how did they do it? How did they do it?
So, from my research,
and
they found a guy who looked exactly like Donald Pleasance.
Exactly, they did, and they found a guy who looked like him, and they applied a little bit of makeup so that he would look exactly like him, and they got the voice actor who voiced Loomis, like, briefly, like, in an audio recording or something in 2018, and they got him to dub over, like, this double actor.
So, okay, so now I just remember what I was going to say about the 2018 movie, and it does apply to all of these movies. A lot of people were really upset by the fact that Laurie and Michael Myers are no longer siblings, but I actually loved they did that though, because Michael Myers and Laurie were supposed to be siblings in the first movie, and then I loved how they had Michael Myers go back to what he was in the original movie. Now, yes, Kills and Ends aren't as good as the original, but at least they have Michael Myers back to what he was in the original movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that flashback scene is by far the best part of the entire movie. I actually kind of wish that we would have had that as the entire movie.
Oh yeah.
Because and yeah, I loved even the feel of it. Even the feel of it felt like something right out of the 1978 film. Yeah,
Yeah, like they even recreated, like if I remember, it had like a film grain kind of thing. Like they tried to make it look exactly like the 70s.
Yep. And but the rest of the movie does have its problems. Like there is that unintentionally funny moment where Michael Myers kills that girl in the nurse costume.
Yeah, and he like kicks the door into her when she's trying to aim a gun at him, and the door hits the gun. It goes back, and she shoots herself by accident.
When I saw that at the theater, everybody was roaring in laughter, and that's not a good sign. And I did like the whole mob part of it because
that was like the whole thing. Like that was the purpose of the movie, to show how like mob mentality just has more downs than ups.
And I heard something about the leader of the mob was something about the babysitting. He was babysitting.
He is Tommy Doyle, who was one of the kids that Laurie was babysitting in the first movie. Also, Lindsay was the other one, right? Lindsay Wallace.
Yeah.
Right?
So
the curious thing here is that Lindsay is played by the original actor, like the kid from the 78 movie. Like she came back 40 years later to play the part again. With Tommy Doyle, they were actually going to approach Paul Rudd, who played him in Halloween 6, to reprise the role, and apparently he wanted to, but couldn't because of scheduling conflicts. So they got Anthony Michael Hall instead.
Yeah, and Paul Rudd said that he couldn't do it because he was doing Ghostbusters Afterlife. And the original actor was Brian Andrews. They never even approached him because apparently he's been having some mental health problems. And he also hasn't done a movie in a long time. And Brian Andrews made it clear on Facebook that he was very upset by the fact that they didn't bring him back.
Especially when they brought back the original actor for Lindsay.
Yeah, and I will admit, it was really cool to see a lot of the old characters back, like Sheriff Brackett. Fans have been wanting to see him back for the longest time, but I felt like his character was kind of wasted in Halloween Kills. I wish that they gave him a. I wish that they gave him a little bit more to do.
Yeah, they also brought back the nurse who was helping Dr. Loomis, like in the original 2 movies in H2O, and then she dies again, like how she dies in H2O.
Yep. And yeah, and there were some pretty intense moments, like during that scene where Lindsay's hiding from Michael Myers. I also liked that scene where Michael Myers goes into his childhood home, which is now taken over by this gay couple.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
so in the beginning, the beginning of this movie, Michael is saved by the firemen.
Yeah, he's saved by the firemen, and it's... Oh, this was another kind of dumb moment. So what happens is the fire... Well, it is realistic that the fire department would respond like a big fire like that. So one of the firemen goes in. I think the floor caves. One of them falls down, and Michael kills them right there. And then another fireman's like reaching out a hand for the one that fell, and then Michael grabs it instead. Michael comes out, I think, wielding like one of the firemen's tools, and then all the other firemen are there. The first thing they do is they grab one of the firemen has a hose. He sprays Michael with it. It's like at that point what you think was going to happen, because obviously Michael goes in and curb stomps all of them.
Yeah, and I was surprised by the fact that they brought back the sheriff, because I thought it was clear that he died.
You mean Hawkins?
Yeah.
I mean, lots of people were happy that he came back because he was, especially since he was killed off by one of the more controversial characters of the 2018 movie.
And I also liked how they brought back the asshole boyfriend, but yet,
And they kind of redeemed him, too.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
That was something that I actually made, like, I made that as, like, a pre-prediction video before it was announced that what the movie was going to be called. At that time, I said, please, for the love of God, don't call it Halloween 2, because that's not going to make any sense to call Halloween Kills Halloween 2.
Since it's technically the 3rd movie in this timeline.
Yeah, so I will admit that I am glad they got more creative with the title. But yeah, I did like how they did that to the boyfriend character. I will admit, I was shocked at the ending when it was revealed that Judy Greer's character died by Michael Myers.
Yeah, I mean, so it ends with the mob led by Tommy Doyle, like, just giving Michael the unholy mother of all beatdowns. And then Judy Greer, like, deals, like, the final blow by stabbing him in the back. And then lots of people were making, like, a Thanos joke where they're like, Michael stands up and, like, in his mind is like, you should have gone for the head. And then he slaughters the whole mob, and he slaughters Judy Greer last.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing. Like, it's funny because I saw a YouTube video about this recently. I don't think it's true because James Jude Courtney was apparently asked about it and he denied it. There's one YouTube clip of the scene where Michael's attacking Allison, and then Allison's like screaming, "Do it!" and then Judy Greer comes in and like stabs Michael in the back and like takes his mask off. And she uses the mask to like lure him to like the mob, or like the mob beats him down. When he gets up, you hear him doing like his trademark breathing. There's some people who swear that Michael has a line of dialogue here.
I never heard any lines of dialogue. I just heard
like basically, if you like, people have said if you watch this clip of Michael getting up and like staring down Judy Greer, in his breathing, you can very vaguely hear like what sounds like a whisper. Like basically, what they say the line is "give it back."
Huh.
And the way it's but it doesn't sound clear. It kind of goes like. Did you hear that?
A little bit, but yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's kind of a stretch.
Yeah, like James Jude Courtney himself denied it, but it is interesting because I would argue if Michael were to talk, it would be like in that vague kind of like breathing, like whisper. Like, I mean, that's my opinion at least. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, then Halloween ends. Oh man, all that build up from the previous two movies is all thrown away in the garbage.
Yep. I mean, it's funny because the thing with Kills is that it had an original ending that was included on the Blu-ray release. Specifically, it's the scene where Laurie tries calling. I think her name's Karen. That's Judy Greer's character. She calls Karen, only hears Michael's breathing, and then she deduces that Michael killed Karen. Then she's like, "I'm coming for you, Michael." And then it ends with her exiting the hospital with the knife.
Which
That's not how the theatrical cut ended.
Which is cool because that actually is a callback to the scene in the original movie. After when Michael Myers killed Linda.
Yeah.
But yeah, Halloween ends. It's primarily focused on a brand new character named Corey, which there was no build up to him in any of the other two movies. So
Now-
it felt shoehorned in.
So was this supposed to be like the birth of the new series of starting the Corey as a killer?
No. Here's the thing. Halloween Ends is probably the most divisive movie in the series. Like, most people online are shitting on it big time. But the thing is, a friend of mine and, well, a couple of friends of mine actually, they actually told me they really liked it.
To each their own, but I just
like, and I can kind of see where they're coming from, because really the point of the movie is that Michael might, like, basically, like, jumping ahead a little bit, the ending of the movies, like, the point it's trying to get across is that Michael might be gone, but his evil lives on. Like, that's kind of the thing it was trying to, like, push. And the thing with the marketing, like, the marketing made it seem like it was going to be a big showdown between Laurie and Michael. And yes, there is a showdown between them, but it's
the last few minutes.
Only in the last few minutes, and it's literally right after the stuff with Corey ends. And the whole thing is, from what I understand, it was not the fault of the people who made the movie. It was all the marketing team. Because because David Gordon Green, the director, he said the movie was not in its current state. We don't know what it would have been if the COVID delays didn't happen, but in its current state, it was not meant to be like a big Michael and Laurie showdown. And and I remember, like, for like the year, like, between Kills coming out and Ends coming out, like, Jamie Lee Curtis, David Gordon Green, they were all saying that the movie was basically not going to be what fans were expecting.
Yeah, and they even were saying that they already knew fans were not going to agree with the direction that they're going to go with the movie. But at that time, we had no idea what exactly they meant. Now we know what they meant. And, I do like the idea of, evil taking on a new shape. I do like that. It's just, I just didn't like the way how they executed it.
Yes, like, many people like it. The thing is, like, even though I said a couple of friends like it, like, one of them specifically mentioned, yeah, it would have been nice if the Corey character was introduced in one of the earlier movies. Like, that way there would have at least been set up to it.
Yeah, but it just sticks out like a sore thumb in Halloween Ends when there's no introduction to him. And Corey was more of the sympathetic type, while Michael Myers wasn't. And I find that kind of hurt the intimidation factor. And then there was this love relationship going on with Corey and Allison. Corey straight up tells them, I killed a guy. But yet she is still dating him.
Yeah. I remember this same friend that was saying people were criticizing Allison for doing the so-called out-of-character moment, but at least this one claim I heard, Allison wasn't made questionable choices in 2018 in Kills as well.
And
But
yeah,
at the same time, this is years after 2018 and Kills, after she's matured a lot more. So I guess you could still make an argument for it being kind of stupid.
yeah, and what also was dumb, Michael Myers was able to stop an entire mob in Halloween Kills, but yet Corey was able to knock him out in Halloween Ends. And still,
Yeah, like in this movie, when you see Michael, like he is the weakest, like most frail we have ever seen him across all the movies. And it's funny because like when Corey like lures that police officer into the sewer where Michael is, um, Michael needs Corey's help to kill him. But it's fun when you see Michael doing the kill. It's like he's kind of. It's like it's giving him like a surge of energy, like it's rejuvenating, like giving him like his formidable strength back.
and there's that cheesy moment, like when Corey says, "Oh, teach me your ways, Michael Myers." That was cheesy.
Huh.
All right, so I've been holding on to this question for a while since we got to the movie. What's this about? Social commentary thing about? Do you know anything?
Oh, real quick. When Kills came out, I remember there was one interview that claimed that Ends was going to be social commentary about COVID. And I was like, oh, hell fucking no. And thank God that turned out not to be true because they don't even mention COVID in the movie.
Nope. Never did.
And, that just would have been so stupid. Like, what would COVID have had to do with friggin' Michael Myers?
He's spreading the disease with his knife.
No, leave that to Dirty Dog from Cool Cat Saves the Kids. That cringe.
Yeah, and Halloween Kills did have social commentary though with that mob. You know,
well, with the mob mentality, yeah.
With how they thought they found Michael Myers, but it actually wasn't.
It was just another patient that escaped from the mental hospital.
I actually can't see a mob doing that in real life.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, Halloween Ends. I guess the commentary, you know, don't bully people.
There's lots of like people make assumptions, I suppose. Like, I don't know. Like, I honestly paid more attention to just the Michael may be gone, but evil lives on message they were trying to get across.
And Halloween Ends just wasn't. It just wasn't as suspenseful, which really hurt it for me. And
yeah, like the thing is, most of the people who, well, for one thing, Michael only gets like a handful of kills in the movie, including Corey. But Corey gets like the bulk of the kills, and the thing is, with like one or two exceptions, everybody, like pretty much everybody, kind of deserved it because of like the asshole things they were doing.
Yeah, and you know, and that hurt the suspense for me because the characters were so unlikable when all of them got killed. And now, Ian, I get it that they wanted to do something different. I applaud them for doing something different, which is what I liked about Halloween Kills by having the mob. I thought that was different, but Halloween Ends, in my opinion, it was just done in such. It was just the execution that was the issue.
Yeah.
Now, I will admit, I did like the ending with the showdown.
Yeah.
Finally got her wish. Finally got to kill off Michael Myers. Granted,
yeah, like the way Michael is killed in this movie is one up to the original Halloween 2 with how definitive it was. Like, she slits his throat, slits his wrist, Allison breaks his arm, and after he's dead, just to be sure, they kind of like carry off his body like in a memorial like service. They take him to a trash compactor, they drop it in, and it's grinded into chunks.
Yeah, he is dead. Now, I will admit, I thought it was cooler in H2O when she cut his head off with the axe, but I do like that Jamie Lee Curtis finally got her wish to finally kill Michael Myers, because that was.
And she survives, because there was lots of concern that, especially from the trailers, that she was going to die with Michael.
So why do they hate her? Apparently,
it's because they has information about her. I did like that.
Let's see.
But if I'm being
So
honest, out of all the movies in the new trilogy, Halloween Ends is by far the worst one.
it is definitely the weakest of the three of them.
Michael Myers isn't scary in it. He's a pussy, and I just didn't feel the suspense. And
This is a small nitpick. I wish they gave us a full view of his face. Like,
So
because
is there
it's
any
like
way...
it's not like they hadn't done it before. In the original movie, they did it, and she takes the mask off, like when she's like dealing like the slitting throat, like final blow. But they never show a full view of his face. Like you can see his whole head, but like it's always like shown from like the side or like whatnot.
So was there any opening to have like another sequel or another timeline?
No.
Breaking out from this one?
No. Like this timeline is done. If they make another one, it's gonna have to be a different timeline.
Now you mentioned of each of these timelines, the worst of the movies of each timeline. So of those three that you picked or four that you picked, which one was the worst of the worst?
all right, my opinion for worst in the movies, worst in the entire series. Halloween Resurrection is up there. Halloween 5 is up there. 6 is up there, and Halloween Ends is up there, and Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is up there.
If I had to rank the movies from best to worst, it'd probably be the original 2018. I guess the original 2 and H2O would go in there. Then probably Kills. I would probably put Ends right after Kills, only because compared to the... or maybe I'd put 4, and then maybe Ends, like 4 and Ends would go then. Or no, 3 should probably go like above Kills. And then, let's see, of the worst ones, which would be 5, 6, Resurrection, and the Rob Zombie movies. Rob Zombie 1 would go on top. Then maybe... This is going to be tough to decide. Let's see. Maybe 5, I think I would want to put on the bottom, only because there's like... And then maybe 6 right after 5. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 would go, like, way beneath... It would be right after the first Rob Zombie remake, but, like, way below it. And then Resurrection would come after the Rob Zombie movies, only because of the so bad it's good factor.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. But yeah, so... It's just a shame that Halloween Ends has to be the last movie with Jamie Lee Curtis.
That's another criticism. If it wasn't the last movie, people would have liked it better.
And it's also a shame it's probably going to be the last movie with John Carpenter as well.
And Jamie Lee Curtis.
That's a shame, you know? For Halloween Ends to be their last movie? Like, really?
Lots of people were actually saying if Ends was Kills and Kills was Ends, it's already way better.
But really, at this point, if they would keep her in the thing, either get a new actress or do the CGI thing.
They
with her
probably
face.
would have to do a new timeline, or they would have to do another remake,
or maybe just have a new character,
or a new character.
So I said I can imagine them now CGIing Jamie Lee Curtis's face on the next actress.
That would be bad. I don't think they ever would do that though. But, you know, I mean, they did do that with Skeet Ulrich in the new Scream, so I guess I could...
Yeah, they did. They did. Oh, yeah. One more thing about the reboot trilogy, about, like, not the reboot, like, the Blumhouse movies. For 2018, Danielle Harris actually put in a call to see if she could cameo in the movie. They told her no.
Yeah, because...
And apparently they never invited her for the other movies either.
Yeah, like, from what I heard, Danielle Harris was trying to play Karen Strode, but they said they wanted to go into a different direction. They never called her for the other 2 movies, but then...
From my understanding, she wanted to have Jamie in the movie somehow.
Yeah, and so Daniel Harris did finally meet Jamie Lee Curtis at like the after party for Halloween Ends.
Oh, she
And
hadn't met her before?
nope.
Wow.
So yeah, so it pretty much went down like this. Daniel Harris approached Jamie Lee Curtis and told her who she was and who she played. Jamie Lee said, I haven't seen those movies. I don't know who you are.
Aw.
So,
But yeah, I do got to work tomorrow morning, so I kind of want to wrap this up.
Yeah.
So, anything coming up on your channel you want to advertise?
For me, on Eric the Tyrant Ceratops, I'm doing a debunk of vaccines cause autism. On Eric Gearthaler 92, I'm planning a short horror film, and I'm planning Things That Piss Me Off, the movie 3.
Oh.
So, but to tie in the fast, are you going to use the Michael Myers mask in the flat Earth, your flat Earth movie?
Probably not. Probably not.
Awesome. And I don't think Snick, you're not doing anything on your channel anymore. Pretty much,
not
right?
too much. Like, I don't do a whole lot of like live streaming, let's plays, or reviews anymore. I've actually been doing a lot of SFM, like pictures and animations, and very recently there's a YouTube channel called Dark Lord Jado, or he goes by DL Jado now. He did a review of the video game Saw 2. He actually got me to do an animated part for him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like it was like an honor because I've been watching for like almost 10 years. Like,
so did you ever finish your review that you did that you're co-oping with what's his name?
No.
Xbox Shrek thing.
No, I used the clips for an April Fool's joke like about a year ago, but yeah, I never made that. But no, I mainly just do. Maybe I'll use my YouTube channel. I mean, now that because I uploaded a lot of the SFM stuff to Twitter, but now that everybody's talking about abandoning Twitter, I might switch back to YouTube.
Oh, because of the
buyout
thing?
Yeah. I mean, and it kind of sucks because I've been talking a lot more on there, and some people have been talking to more people too.
Okay, before we go, you guys know anything about the multiverse timeline of the Terminator movies?
That is way too much to handle for this closing. That is way too much.
Well, I know, but I
am aware of it, but yeah, it is extremely confusing.
All right, well, we'll talk about that another time, I guess. In the meantime, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Hello, everybody.
All right. Yeah. Hopefully that audio glitch isn't a thing happening. But anyways, welcome back to our multiverse marathon, where I did not know that the Chainsaw Massacre movies was a multiverse.
Yeah, well, you know, it pretty much is because that they've rebooted it so many times. I mean, it's right up there with Halloween with how many times that it's been rebooted.
Is there any connections? Like, are there separate universes or any timeline connections at all to each other?
Do you mean if Chainsaw Massacre is like, say, connected to Friday the 13th or anything like that?
No, I meant are any of the movies connected to each other in the past? Like did this happen all of a sudden? Did the first movie happen, second movie happened, all of a sudden the first movie didn't happen, the first movie still did happen?
It gets pretty complicated, so yeah, it gets pretty complicated as far as I know. So
you got a chart to show or anything?
Say what? Sorry.
You got a chart?
A chart? There should be. Here. Texas Chainsaw Massacre timeline. Okay, so there is a timeline that we can use. So,
right. If you can screen share it, feel free to, or share it to me and I can screen share it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So many of these up. I have too many tabs up.
I
Trying
know
to
that
find.
feeling.
Okay, yeah, someone's. Is that you or me?
I don't think it's me.
All right, so I guess someone's trying to call me on Facebook. Okay. All right, no one's trying to call me, so. All right, screen share. I share screen. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen?
1 second.
Okay, so can you see my screen
I
at
see a
all?
screen.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the timeline. So, okay. So I guess we just started off with,
With the original?
yeah, with the original. Have you ever seen any of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies at all?
I have not, because bloody stuff has never been my forte.
Okay, I understand. So, but yeah, I've seen all of them except for this one. This one I heard was really bad. So, this one I heard was really bad. All right, I guess I thought this was streaming on my channel too, but
Well,
I
it
guess
is
not.
because the parent chat just came up.
Okay,
Screaming somewhere.
okay, okay. Schnick commented, "Sorry, I can't make it today. Feeling under the weather." Okay, I understand. And I hope you feel better. So, all right, the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre came out 1973, 74, somewhere around there. It's technically not the first slasher movie because there was Psycho before it, but Texas Chainsaw Massacre really did help set the tone for a lot of slasher movies afterwards. Like having a final girl and the killer wearing a mask. This was dated before Halloween. Halloween, definitely helped start the whole slasher craze. But if it wasn't for Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there definitely would be no Halloween or Friday the 13th or any of that. So yeah. As far as the horror genre goes, it definitely is a very important film. But yeah, it was low budget. It was an independent movie. The budget was around like $100,000. I mean, when you take into account that that a lot of movies are made for millions of dollars, that's insane. That Chainsaw Massacre, the original, was only made for like approximately around $100,000. And so, because of the low budget,
But what
so
would 100? What year was it made? 1975. You said for or
73, 74, somewhere around there.
so. So what? Even though it wasn't that long ago. But what would $100,000 then be today?
That's a good question. Okay, so I guess it was 1974. Because, when I type it in online. Okay, what's the word?
Inflation.
Yeah, inflation. Okay, so today, according to this, it would be 800,000.
Still not a lot. Still not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
I mean, it's a lot to people, not to us, but to movie making, it's not all that.
Oh, definitely.
Big.
Yeah, I mean, to us, if we had that much money, that would be awesome. But but for a movie, wow. And so, because of the movie's low budget, was why that they had to work extra hours. You know, just because of all the rental costs of like all the cameras and equipment. So because of that, all the filmmakers and all the actors had to work overtime. So we're talking like 12 to 14-hour days just to film that. And also, the actor who played Leatherface, Gunnar Hansen. So because of the film's low budget, I guess he never showered, and he never changed clothes. So because of that, he smelt really bad. And during lunchtime, none of the other actors, ever wanted to be around him, which I guess really added, to his character. Just the fact that he didn't even want to do any of that. So, yeah, what I love about the movie is that it has like a documentary feel, and and that just really adds, to like the grittiness and to its intensity. I There was a screening of this movie not too long ago in my area, and I got to watch it on the big screen. For a movie that's almost 50 years old, it is still pretty intense, and that says a lot for a movie that's almost 50 years old.
Yeah.
So Shaq asks, I might have missed it, but did you mention that Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I did not know that. I didn't know it was originally distributed by a crime family. That's
See,
crazy.
see, Snick, you know more than you thought you did.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You know more than you thought you did. Oh yeah, and the opening narration perfectly sets the tone and the mood for the entire movie, and so it's funny. It's funny how the way how they paid the opening narrator just to do his opening monologue. They paid him not with money, but with a joint of weed.
Wow.
So yeah, but yeah, and the same narrator like also would go on to narrate some of the future Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies, but just his voice, the way how he did it, just so perfectly, just sets the tone for the whole entire movie. I mean, there are a few unintentionally funny moments in the original movie when I saw it at the movie theater again, but yeah, but other than its few minor flaws, I you know I definitely say that I definitely will say that it's a very effective film.
So, what's the plot of this movie, if there is a plot, besides just killing people?
So the plot of the movie is like a group of young people. They are on a road trip in Texas, and they pick up a hitchhiker, and the hitchhiker, is an insane guy. He's cutting himself right in front of everybody inside of this van, and then this group of young people ends up going to a house where they should not go, and and yeah, and then Leatherface and his whole family shows up, and yeah, and it's pretty much them trying to survive against all that. So a pretty simple plot, but what I say is that a movie doesn't have to have a really complex plot in order for it to. I mean, it doesn't have to have a complex plot in order for it to be a good movie. So
True. Okay, so and in Friday the 13th, the bad guy came from killing somebody and invasion. And the Friday the 13th, kid was drowned in the lake. And Halloween, this kid was just crazy from a childhood. What about Leatherface, whatever his name is? I think it's
Leatherface, Leatherface is supposed to be like a mentally deficient type character, and so and Leatherface clearly comes from like a very dysfunctional family, so there's really not well. I guess it depends on what timeline you go by, because in like two of the prequels, they certainly do explain his backstory, but in the original movie, they don't really go much into his backstory at all. So yeah.
So basically, is it a family or college kids in this thing, or what?
The group of young people, I say that they're around college age.
All right. And what made them? They trigger anything, or they just like, I'm gonna kill these people over here?
Well, they don't really give a reason for why that they kill people, but I actually think that makes the movie much more effective.
Okay.
But again, if you want more of the backstory, uh, some of the prequels from later on explain that. So yeah.
All right. We'll get to those eventually.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, and the movie doesn't really have much of a soundtrack, which I think kind of adds, to like the eeriness of it. I mean, sometimes music definitely can make a movie, such as Jaws or Halloween. But Chainsaw Massacre, it doesn't really have that much of a score.
Was this in color, or was the movie still black and whitish back in here?
Color. As far as I know, color movies first showed up in like the 1930s, somewhere around there, and Chainsaw Massacre was 1974. So yeah.
Okay. So.
And the first sound movies came up in around like the early 1930s. So yeah.
Okay, I think I confused color movies and color TV, because black and white TV, black and white until like sometime in the 60s still, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Now, in this movie, did the killer die, or he had this escape, or what?
The killer did not die. So he's pretty much chasing the final girl, and the final girl just barely gets away, and during the final shot, Leatherface is just shown just throwing his chainsaw around like up in the air. So yeah, so he definitely lived at the very end.
All right.
So yeah, other than that, I guess there's not really much else to say about the original movie.
So who's the survivor now? Is this a series where the sole survivor of the movie continues out the whole series, or just for the one movie?
Barely. I mean, I guess she was mentioned in part 2 and part 4, but we never really see her. And then so there actually was a brand new Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie that came out this year. And her character does appear in that, but I feel like we're jumping a little bit too ahead. But other than that, she wasn't really in the rest of the movies all that.
So there's no like Sarah Connor from Terminator or Laurie Strode from Halloween going on here. Just all new
Well,
cast each time.
yeah, well, for the rest of the movies on, it pretty much was a new cast, but with the new one that came out this year, they pretty much tried to make her like Sarah Connor, and they pretty much tried to make her like Laurie Strode. But as far as I know, as far as what I can tell, it failed miserably.
Usually they do when they try to copy paste characters, not give them any originality at all.
Yeah, definitely. And to play devil's advocate, I totally get why that they did that. It's because Halloween 2018 was a big hit, and and Terminator 2 was a very well received movie, and so they want to capitalize on all that
Yeah,
success.
true,
Yeah.
true. But sometimes you got to adapt characters a bit like going back to our fail point here, Spider-Man. The MJ from the Sam Raimi movies is totally different from the MJ from the Tom Holland movies.
Yep.
They're the same character pretty much, but they're totally different too.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I guess there's not much else to say about the original. I mean, for it being a low budget independent movie, it definitely was a big hit. Which for independent movies,
And that big hit gave it a better budget for the next film?
Yep, exactly. And with the movie being that big of a hit is the reason why all the future movies afterwards ended up having a much bigger budget. But sadly, a lot of the movies afterwards were not hits. So I guess we're done talking about the original. Let's move on to Chainsaw Massacre 2. So the original director, Toby Hooper, came back, and from my understanding, one of the original plans for the movie was to have it be more dark and serious like the original. But then Toby Hooper realized that there's no way that he could top the original. So that's why he went in a completely different direction with Chainsaw Massacre 2. Chainsaw Massacre 2 is more of like a horror comedy. I mean, even just by looking at the poster. I mean, here. Just to show you what I mean. The poster of Chainsaw Massacre 2 pretty much is a parody of the Breakfast Club. So,
oh god, Breakfast Club. Oh god. Thinking of Breakfast Club, did you ever see the 1917 Power Ranger movie?
the what? Sorry.
No, the 2017 Power Ranger movie.
Yes, I did.
It's like in the it was that was totally a Breakfast Club thing too, because in the original series the five friends are like all nice and polite, and all we're the best students ever, but in the movie they're all detention bound Breakfast Club kids.
Yeah. And I actually saw that one at the movie theater, actually, and there were plans to do a sequel. There were plans to do a sequel.
Yeah, at the end credit or mid credit scene, they mentioned Tommy, who recently passed away. But yeah.
But yeah, here's the poster side by side comparison. I mean, just look at it. It's a clear parody of it. So yeah.
So Massacre 2 came out after Breakfast Club then.
Yep.
Around the same time period, though, or
I know Chainsaw Massacre 2 was like 86, I believe, and Breakfast. So yeah, so Chainsaw Massacre 2 came out like a full 10 years after the original.
Well, that's really jumping on the bandwagon of their popularity.
All right, so this came out in 1985. Chainsaw Massacre 2 was like the year after.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, this is a great movie. We're gonna take 10 years to make a second. We're gonna take 10 years to make the sequel.
Yeah, and I mean, there have been tons of other movies, that have taken that long to be made, but But yep, the year after, it had a budget of $4.5 million and it only made $8 million. Production. Originally, Tobe Hooper was going to Originally, he was just going to produce the film, but he could not find a director the film's budget would afford. According to a documentary, Electric Boogaloo, the production company Cannon Films were expecting a horror film while Tobe Hooper wanted to make a black comedy. When Cannon viewed the movie, they were unhappy with the final product. The movie Cinemax was filmed at the closed Matterhorn amusement park in Prairie Dale, Texas. They shot in caves for the scenes inside the Sawyer home. Yeah, Gunnar Hansen, who played Leatherface in the original, was supposed to reprise his role, but claimed he had been offered scale plus 10%, with the 10% going to his agent. When he replied that he had no agent, they offered scale without the additional 10%. Hansen found the offer too low. Unit publicist Scott Holton offered an alternate story, claiming Hansen vacillated about the part and the offer was rescinded. Holton didn't believe the average viewer was even aware of who the original actors were, claiming who are Neil, Hansen, and Burns. So only one actor from the original reprises his role. It's this guy here. And yeah, Bill Moseley, the guy in the middle, he's pretty much the guy who steals the whole entire show from everybody in the entire movie. But yeah, I can see why some people don't like the movie, because it's more of like a horror comedy, while the original is more of like a super serious horror film. But for viewing the movie for what it is, it's definitely a really entertaining movie. I can watch it, but I can see why some people don't like it. The thing that's confusing is that during the opening scene, Leatherface is shown holding a corpse while holding a chainsaw. I've always questioned, okay, why in the hell is he holding that corpse? Yeah, that part doesn't really make any sense. So but yeah, like I said, the movie is entertaining, but it's not as good as the original. But of course, I think that Tobe Hooper knew that, while he was making this movie. So yeah. There are a few references to the original movie, but yeah, it's kind of more of like a standalone movie.
So don't really no connection at all. Just the second appearance. Like, oh, he's back. So
Yeah.
does he literally chainsaws everyone to death?
I haven't seen this movie in well over 10 years, so I was going off of memory, but yeah.
Are these
this one was pretty gory. I mean,
so these are definitely on screen, not off screen things.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And that's what I forgot to mention. Tobe Hooper, the director of the original movie, despite the film's title, he actually was trying to get the movie to get a PG rating. But even then, he wasn't able to get a PG rating, and the film still got an R rating. Because you have to keep in mind,
that's just crazy. Not even a PG-13. I'm getting for a PG rating.
Well, you have to keep in mind. I mean, back when the original movie was released, there was only G, PG, and rated R.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So back then, there was no PG-13.
that's crazy. You know, it's like, come on, PG, come take your kids to this movie. Okay, kids, come on, let's go. Like,
Yeah, you know, it is a pretty crazy thought of Chainsaw Massacre, the original movie, being PG, when nowadays PG movies are like, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog or The Lion King. But
jeez. And I thought it was crazy for let's see, parents to take their 5-year-old kid to see that I can't remember his name now, but the Mel Gibson Christ movie.
oh yeah, yeah, you're talking about Passion of the
Passion of
Christ.
the Christ. Yeah, I was out there with my church way back in the day. I was like, I looked down there. It's like, is that a toddler watching this movie of someone getting beaten to death?
Yeah, I remember when that movie came out. There was, I remember hearing about all the controversy with how violent the movie was, and I even remember my fourth grade teacher at that time, who was a devout Catholic. I remember that he was reading to all of us a newspaper article about the controversy about that movie, and I remember he was wanting all of us fourth graders, you know, like to have like a healthy debate about Passion of the Christ. I'm like, okay, I think that's a little bit too young, you know, like for people to be debating about something as heavy as that.
Yeah, if fourth grade's too young, then preschool's definitely too young to watch that movie.
Yeah, definitely. I remember I wasn't allowed to watch that movie when it first came out. I wasn't allowed to watch it until I was in seventh grade.
teenage years.
Yep, teenage years. Yeah.
But yeah, like, so I can just see you can take your kid to this movie. But as that movie was, this movie I can just still I can still I can I can see people taking kids to this movie definitely.
But yeah, believe it or not, as insane as it sounds, Passion of the Christ actually is more gory than Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's insane. Wrap your head around that.
Plus with better graphics too with modern day.
Oh yeah, definitely. And so yeah. Anyways, we're getting off topic. So anyways,
That's what we do.
but yeah, Chainsaw Massacre 2. It did eventually gain a cult following over time. You know, despite its rather poor reception when the movie first came out. And so, because the movie didn't do that very well when it first came out, is why that for the next movie, I guess we can move on to the next movie.
All right.
Okay, so this movie came out right around the time when the Nightmare on Elm Street movies were starting to end, and New Line Cinema wanted to cash in on the success of Nightmare on Elm Street.
So how many years was this then?
1990s. So
but only about 4-year difference then. 4 years.
A 4-year difference. And so New Line Cinema, and then got the rights to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and so they pretty much were wanting like a new horror franchise after when Nightmare on Elm Street series wrapped up. And then that's why this movie got a big budget. Well, a bigger budget. This was $5.7 million, while the previous movie was only $4.5 million. So yeah, so just a little bit bigger of a budget, but not by much. And and this movie, it's pretty much just a remake of the original movie. There is barely any continuity with the other two movies. And Ken Faree from the original Dawn of the Dead is in this movie. And his character was supposed to be dead during around the third act of the movie. They make it pretty clear, the fact that his character died because he got a chainsaw in the head. But then his character tested so well with all these with all these test audiences that they brought him back. But all that they did was just say that he got like a little wound on his head, which I think that's absurd because he so clearly died, but
Well, they clearly died. What's this? Michael clearly died in the Halloween movies a few times, but he still came back somehow.
yeah, and so this movie also had to battle an X rating just like the other movie, but surprisingly, I've seen the unrated version. It's really not that much different. It's really not really that gory compared to the second movie. I mean, the second movie, you see a guy like chainsawed in half, while in this, a guy just shoots someone's ear off with a gun. But yeah, I mean, I don't even think that's even realistic. Just to shoot an ear, clean off, and then but yet you still have the ear intact. But yeah, so I believe this was the first Chainsaw Massacre movie to not be filmed in Texas, which is crazy, because it's in the title of the movie itself.
Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
So where was it at? Kansas Massacre?
I think it was California, but let me check. Yeah, where was this film? That's a good question. But oh yeah, before we get into that, the director Jeff Burr, he actually got fired from the movie, but since that they couldn't find anybody to replace him with, they just decided to rehire him. Why he got fired? I'm guessing. Okay, filming took place in Valencia. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. California. I'm guessing they did that for budgetary reasons or something. I'm not sure, but
No, I mean,
yeah.
where the movie take place then? Like, where was it?
Well, because of the title, the movie's supposed to take place in Texas, but
Okay.
it was California.
So this would be called the California Massacre.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But I mean, California Massacre just doesn't sound, it just doesn't sound as intimidating as Texas Chainsaw. So yeah, I can see why that they had that in the title. But yeah, so yeah, and one trap of horror movies, if it's released in January, usually that's a red flag that the movie's going to be bad, because January. Now, I will admit there have been a few exceptions, but for a lot of the time, horror movies released in January is like a dumping ground, for like really bad movies like Devil's Due and The Devil Inside. There also was that Grudge reboot that came out in January, like a year ago or so. And so, yeah, and so the fact that this is a horror movie released in January, ouch, and New Line Cinema was expecting this to be their next big hit, but the movie bombed horribly at the box office. I mean, it bombed so bad that the movie wasn't even in the top 5 when it first came out. Ouch.
So what was it? What was it? The top 100 or something, at least, or what?
That's a good question. I wasn't wanting to do that. I will admit that I think that the trailer for the movie is pretty cool, but I mean, the movie itself, I think it's just okay. I mean, it is the first Chainsaw Massacre movie to not be directed by Tobe Hooper, and I appreciate they're trying to make it more serious, but during one of the fight scenes, they're using like this really cheesy like rock '90s music, and yeah, it was cringy. Okay, hopefully this can give you some information about its opening weekend. Yeah, they mentioned that in like the making of documentary with the movie, but I haven't watched that in years. So.
All right.
Jeff Burr was fired at the beginning of production. When nobody else accepted the job, he was rehired because they needed somebody. He claims that he was probably the 50th director offered the job. Now, 50th, I'm pretty sure that that's just what's the word? It's one of like those metaphorical numbers. What's the term? There's a term that people use like whenever they allegorically use numbers. I forget the term, but screw
So
it.
do I.
Hyperbolic, yeah, that's the term. Hyperbolic. So yeah. So when he says 50th director, I really don't think that he literally meant he was a 50th director. I'm pretty sure that he meant that just like more hyperbolically. So yeah, and crazy enough, Peter Jackson actually was one of the directors considered for it. It's a weird thought to think about because he would go on to make Lord of the Rings, but yeah, Peter Jackson originally started off his career with doing horror films.
A lot of people have weird starts in their career.
New Line Cinema forbade him from talking to Toby Hooper, but never found out why. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why they would do that.
So,
Okay, film trailer was done even before they had a director and before the production even started. Wow. That's crazy.
so so far these have all been semi-connected, but not connected. They're all
They pretty much are
time.
just semi. Yeah, the connection's pretty semi. I mean, there are a few mentions, but that's really all that there is, in order for there, to be much.
But so far, it hasn't been rebooted at all yet. It's all continuing. It's all continuing down the river.
Okay, so it looks like we might have a reason for why it was filmed in California, not Texas. Director Jeff Burr wanted to shoot the film in Texas using a 16 millimeter film, just like the original. But New Line rejected the idea because they had already built the house in California. Okay, so I'm guessing that that's why, I'm guessing that because of the film studio already was in California. And so, because all of it was already built, they just wanted to use it there just to make it easier. Yep, right here. New Line Cinema picked up the rights to the series, hoping that if successful, Leatherface pretty much could be like their new horror mascot, such as like what Freddy Krueger was.
No.
But since the movie bombed horribly at the box office, they're like, screw this, and then that was why that they gave up the rights.
New Line. Well, they sound familiar. What stuff they made?
This was made it was filmed in 1989, but it came out in 1990.
And what else has New Line? New Line. What else have they made?
New Line did Nightmare on Elm Street. They did Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
They've done a few other movies, but according to IMDb, the house from the movie was also used in Alice Cooper's House of Fire music video. That's crazy. 3 chainsaws were used for the movie, each of which had a plastic dummy replica. The chainsaw weighed 80 pounds. Holy shit.
80 pounds? You need something strong to lift that thing up.
Yeah, definitely. Director Jeff Burr wanted to gun her hands into return, but neither
that's
party
more.
could come to an agreement on salary.
Yeah, so that's more like a logging chainsaw. They used to cut down those redwood trees.
This is hilarious. John Hess lobbied to direct the movie, but New Line felt his ideas were too dark and gruesome. The title is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And you think his ideas are too dark and gruesome. What were you thinking? Wow, that's ridiculous. Oh yeah, and this movie has Viggo Mortensen. Speaking of Lord of the Rings, Viggo Mortensen would go on to appear in Lord of the Rings. But yeah, this up until the movie after, this movie performed the absolute worst at the box office. So that shows how bad that the movie did at the box office. So I guess we can move on to the next movie, Chainsaw Massacre: The Next Generation, also called The Return of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So one of the original writers, Kim Hinkle, decided to come back, but Kim Hinkle has been promoted to both writer and also the director. This was more of an independent movie. It was independent because of how the other two movies bombed horribly at the box office. I mean, the other two movies had like more of an actual film studio involved.
Okay.
This one didn't because of how poorly.
Now, is this supposed to be Leatherface's kid or grandkid or something, or daughter or what?
Say what? Sorry.
Is this what Next Generation is supposed to be? Did he say he reproduced or something, had a kid or something, or
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think in any of the movies he ever reproduced. So
because that makes it sound like Next Generation. Something like, oh, this is the future. This like, oh, coming back, but now they're younger or something like that. Or
yeah, I'm guessing they titled it that because it was a new generation, and I'm guessing that they were hoping to. They probably were hoping to reboot the series yet again. I mean, this series has been rebooted so many times, where each and every time they say, "Oh, this is the real sequel to the original movie," but then each and every time it fails. So, and then next time they try to reboot it again, people will go, "Yeah, sure it is." Hi, Simba. Hi, Simba. So, anyways, this film is really prominent because this movie has early appearances from Renee Zellweger and Matthew McConaughey. This was before either of them got famous. So, so then after they got famous, I know that they re-released this movie multiple times. And when they did, they would put both of their faces on like the poster of the movie. It's because they're trying to take advantage, like of how big of stars that they were. And Matthew McConaughey actually plays more of like the bad guy in this. And Matthew McConaughey, he's just having a ball. Wow, when he was filming the movie. Renee Zellweger actually plays, like the final girl. It's so crazy, to see both of them in this movie, because nowadays we definitely know that neither of them ever would do a movie like this ever again. So yeah, watching them in this is really interesting. And Marilyn Burns, Paul A. Partain, and John Dugan from the original movie, all of them do all of them do come back for this movie, but they do not play their same characters. Instead they're just playing someone else. But yeah, this one's regarded as being pretty bad too. You know, it's often regarded as one of the worst horror movies ever made. And of course, just like with the previous two movies, this one this one was a failed financially. You know, it definitely was a big financial failure, which is why that there wasn't a new movie for like 10 whole years. And one complaint is that Leatherface in the movie, he's kind of annoying. It's because he yells a lot. So yeah, and it's also pretty much another remake of the original movie. So plot wise, I guess it's not very original, but yeah. So the previous two movies had budgets of like $4 to $5 million. This only had a budget of 600,000,
So,
and it's
so
box
I'm guessing
office.
the first two, the next two movies before this, their box office didn't overmatch like was under their budget then.
Yep, exactly. And then this movie at the box office, it only made 185, eight, only like around $185,000 when it had a budget of 600,000.
Well, I think at this
Ouch!
point, I think at this point, most movie theaters would be like, it's not worth it.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, because critics panned it, and
Yeah.
then yeah, and then after that, you know, studios were like, and then you know, theaters were like, screw this, we're not showing
I,
it.
I know. I think it was the same thing a while for the Star Trek films too. Like the first few movies didn't make that great. Then Star Trek 4 made so much money that they had enough to make the next few movies and plus a whole new next generation TV series because of that movie. So
Yep.
this movie was not that at all.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Definitely not that case whatsoever. I mean, you know, because of Chainsaw Massacre 2, 3, and this movie, you know, is why that we never got that. And this movie is the reason why there wasn't another movie until like 2003. So yeah, honestly, there's not really much to say about part 4. I guess let's move on to the remake of the original movie. The original. Okay, so this had the biggest budget so far
So
with
this
nine
so this so, so,
million.
sorry, Fast. So this is an official remake.
Yes, but yeah, the Leatherface stays the same, but except that they change his name. In the original movie, he was like Bud Sawyer or something like that. But in the remake, they changed his name to Thomas Hewitt, and on top of that, they also changed his family. What's the actor's name? Arlie Ermy. Yeah, Arlie.
The guy that the guy from that played always played the drill sergeant in movies and TV shows.
Yes, and yeah, and he's in this movie too. He plays a sheriff, but he's not really a sheriff. Uh, he's just a sheriff like in disguise. Uh, and yeah, and he's also actually a part of the family. And yeah, Arlie Ermy steals the whole entire show. I mean, his character wasn't even in the original movie. I mean, this movie is faithful to the original movie, but it's not beat for beat a copy of it, which is what I appreciate about the movie, because if it was just going to be beat for beat exactly the same, then watching the movie would be so pointless. I mean, if it's going to be so similar to the original movie, then why not just go watch the original movie? But yeah, this movie pretty much is responsible for why that the early 2000s and throughout the 2000s was why we had a craze of like doing horror remakes.
Okay. Now was this I was a bit. Now was this at least a better box office hit than the other ones, or was it still a
Oh
flop?
yes, it was. This had a budget of $9.5 million, and it made 107.4 million.
Yeah, I'd say that's a little bit of a profit.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And so, and and because of that, every other studio and then said, "Hey, this was a horror remake that made a lot of money." So, and so afterwards they were like, "Hey, what are some horror properties that we have?" And and they said, "Oh, if we have Halloween, let's remake that. Oh, if we have Hellraiser, let's remake that." And so on and so forth. But yeah, but yeah, even the original narrator uh, comes back, John Larroquette. Sorry if I mispronounced his name. I tried, but yeah, I'm actually surprised that I got negative reviews from critics. I actually don't agree with the bad reviews like from critics. I actually really honestly thoroughly enjoyed the remake. Laramie, yeah, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but crap, I just forgot what I was gonna say.
We're talking about the profits.
Yeah, and they, but yeah, and the movie mostly does stay true, to the plot and and to the grittiness of the original movie, but it's definitely a lot more mainstream, which makes sense. Is because it has a significantly bigger budget than the original movie. But I will admit that it's definitely one of the better horror remakes out there. And at the very end of the movie, this is why there wasn't a sequel to this, but instead there was a prequel made. At the very end, Jessica Biel cuts off Leatherface's arm. So I have to admit, for them to do that, that actually was a pretty ballsy thing for them to do that. And yeah, I think I reviewed this movie on my channel like well over 10 years ago.
So back to beginning of your channel then.
Yeah, around there, yeah. But yeah, I definitely will say that it's one of the best horror movie remakes out there. Now, there are some pretty bad remakes out there. Now, will I say it's better than the original? I don't know. That I don't know, but I definitely will say that it definitely was a pretty entertaining movie. They do have the hitchhiker in this, but the hitchhiker is scary, but not in the same way. Rather than the hitchhiker cutting themselves in front of him, the hitchhiker realizes like that they're going back to the house that she literally just escaped from. She grabs out a gun and then she shoots herself in the head. You know, I love they did that is because that's shocking and scary, but they did it in a different way. So yeah, and and just the thought that they're driving in a car, with like a dead person, like who just shot themselves. But yeah, just
So you said next was a prequel.
but yeah. The next one is a prequel. This actually was the first R-rated movie that I saw at the movie theater. This came out in 2006. But yeah, the original director did not come back. Instead, Jonathan Liebsman, who later on would go on to direct Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shells or something like that. And so this isn't a sequel simply because that Leatherface got his arm cut off at the very end. And then they decided to make this a prequel. Yeah, the famous dinner scene from the original movie wasn't in the remake. They got a lot of complaints about that, so that's why that they added in the famous dinner scene into this movie instead. Because this movie's a prequel, you already know that all the main characters are going to die, so it kind of takes away from the suspense. But yeah, the movie originally had the subtitle "The Origin," and New Line Cinema had to pay 3.1 million more than expected in order to keep the rights to the franchise after Dimension made a large offer to buy it. So Dimension Films used to have the rights to the Halloween franchise and they had the rights to the Hellraiser franchise. So if that would have paid off, you know, no pun intended, uh, there definitely would have been a possibility that we could have seen a crossover with Halloween, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and the Hellraiser movies. So
Well, Travis here did not like it at all. He said,
yeah, the prequel, I remember that I really liked the movie when it first came out, simply because I was like what 13 years old. It was my first R-rated movie at the movie theater, so I think those are the only reasons why that I liked it at that time. As I've gone older, yeah, I could definitely see more of the movie's flaws as I get older, especially with during the end, like when Jordana Brewster's character is just sitting in the car, and then Leatherface somehow is in the backseat of the car, hiding with a giant ass chainsaw, and then and then cuts right through the chair. Like, how in the hell did she not notice that?
or hear it.
So, Trav,
Like,
I'm just curious. What are your reasons for hating the Chainsaw Massacre remake? I mean, I totally get why hating the prequel. I mean, because it's a prequel, you already know all the characters are gonna die. But yeah, I'm just curious. What are your reasons for it? Mindless gore fest? Yeah, I could definitely understand that. But yeah, the original movie, yeah, it's definitely a masterpiece. Chainsaw Massacre 2, it's kind of a guilty pleasure for me. Chainsaw Massacre 3, not a great movie by any means. I can watch it as a time waster. But
hey,
yeah,
can you go? Sorry, can you go back to that timeline thing you had before?
yeah. Okay, here it is.
Now it says ignores these, or
Okay, so we talked about 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so part 4 actually ignores 3 and 2. Okay, so the fourth movie is trying to be the real Chainsaw Massacre 2, but then that failed. And so, okay, so yeah, these two have nothing to do with the original movie because this was a remake, and then we're just now right here talking about the prequel to
right?
this. But yeah, so crap. I haven't seen the prequel since I was a freshman in high school. That was 14 years ago. So I'm mostly going off of memory. But yeah, I didn't have enough time to rewatch the movies and prep for this. So
But unlike the Halloween timeline and the Terminator timeline, these are really disconnected a whole bunch.
I mean, their connection is very, very, very vague. Well, like I said, there's brief mentions in these two movies, and then a little bit of connections with the fourth movie to the first movie. But yeah, I mean, but yeah, I will admit when I saw Chainsaw Massacre the beginning, I wasn't really scared. So I guess that says a lot. 2003 had unlikable characters, boring plot, over the top gore. Its point of being hilarious, where the original had a less is more approach. Yeah, I definitely will admit that the original definitely is a lot better than the remake because I love its documentary feel. And despite its title, it's really not all that gory of a movie. But yeah, the less
Yeah,
is more approach, yeah, it
yeah.
definitely made for a much better movie.
I think I might be believing here. I think the only time the original movie was actually worse than the sequels was the Star Trek motion picture movie.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Travis. The Netflix movie, yeah. We'll get into that eventually. But yeah, the characters in the prequel, they're pretty forgettable. I mean, I don't even remember any of the characters' names. So that says a lot. And
So is
you know,
next the other prequel, second prequel they made?
so
That's
yeah.
totally different.
Then what came afterwards, quote unquote, they're trying to make it again the real Chainsaw Massacre 2. Because this is yet another reboot, ignoring all the other movies, but being a direct sequel to the very original movie. This movie came out almost 10 years ago now, which is insane. So this movie has Alexandra Daddario, who is supposed to play the granddaughter of Leatherface, but realistically, his daughter would have been in her 40s. But in this movie, she does not look 40 whatsoever. She looks like, she looks like she's in her 20s. And oh man, this movie was so bad. And again, it's a horror movie released in January. So that was a bad sign. Now, again, I want to make myself clear. Not every horror movie that's been released in January has been bad. I mean, even that Scream movie, that came out this year. Came out in January. I saw it at the theater, and I actually did enjoy it. I'm just saying that it seems to me, for the most part, a lot of horror films released in January are notorious for being absolutely terrible. So yeah, they decided to take out Massacre from the title because they thought that would have made it too controversial, because this came out just not long after the Sandy Hook shooting happened. So they took out Massacre from the title, and two of the original actors come back, again playing different characters.
That Texas Chainsaw love fest.
Oh, do your thing, cuz. Oh, that line was so cheesy in this movie, and oh man, it was bad. I mean, the characters suck, the plot is stupid, and oh my god, the plot is so nonsensical. It's bad, and the movie came out right when 3D was like a big craze at that time. Because of Avatar, and because Avatar 2 is coming out, we probably can safely infer that 3D is going to come back yet again. But yeah, oh man, this movie was bad. And oh man, I remember me and my older brother actually were going to go see it at the movie theater, but then we heard all the really bad reviews. We were like, oh okay, we don't want to waste our time and money, so yeah, him and I skipped it. So Lionsgate at this time, got the rights to Chainsaw Massacre. There was a whole bunch of plans to do a bunch of sequels. Does that sound familiar? Does that sound like what they're going to do here? Have it be a movie that starts off a whole new series. And they tried again here, and it failed. So what did they do? They made another prequel. Another prequel. But wait, but they already made a prequel here.
But Eric, that's a prequel to the remake, not the original movie now. The actual movie.
Right, but it was so tedious. They're like, we've already had a prequel. Like, you're gonna give us two explanations for how he got his chainsaw and all that crap. But yeah, I saw the second prequel on Redbox. Oh man, it was bad. It was really forgettable.
Is that why it's called another effing prequel?
Yep, another. Like really? Like we didn't need another prequel. Like,
And there's not
nobody
even
was
connect.
wanting that.
It's not even the prequel of the prequel. They're totally different continuities here.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely do agree, Travis. The timeline for Texas Chainsaw Massacre is even more messy than the Halloween franchise, and that says a lot. But yeah, oh man, the only scene I remember in this movie was like the barnyard scene. That's it. It's such a gettable movie, and I remember at that time I thought it was a ripoff of like the Devil's Rejects. So yeah, if you've seen the Devil's Rejects, you've already seen the second prequel. So yeah. So yeah, it was such a pointless movie. Like, what was the point to even making? I mean, granted, I get it, for money, but creatively, like, there was like no point. Nobody wanted it, and then of course, I don't even think that it even went to theaters.
So this was like a direct to at this point what Blu-ray release or DVD release?
I think so. Yeah. Oh man, it was bad.
Like a bargain. Here you go. Here's a dollar bin at Walmart. Have your Chainsaw Massacre movie.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Now you said they tried to do a Netflix series too or something, something like that.
Wow. So at the box office, it made only $1.5 million. So
I
yeah,
think I think he has it right there.
seems like they only give the rights to the franchise. Yep, that's spot on.
It's like when Fox or something kept doing X-Men or I mean or no Fantastic Four movies, even though they sucked. But this movie sucked. Let's make it again though. Maybe we'll right this time.
Yeah, the movie was so bad, and yeah, oh man, this movie was so bad. It's so forgettable. Like, if somebody were to ask me what the characters' names were or anything, I'd be like, guy, girl. Yeah, it's just a really forgettable movie. And yeah, it seemed like the studio was like, oh shoot, well we have to make a new movie to keep the rights, so let's just do a prequel. It was just so lazily done, and it just seemed like that there was no effort put into it. So what did they do afterwards? Reboot it again and again. The real Chainsaw Massacre 2.
And this is this year's.
Yep, the one that came out this year. And oh man, it was supposed to be released to theaters. But with the test screening, it tested so poorly that they said, yeah, there's no way that we could put this out in theaters. So then Netflix said, yeah, we will buy it. So that's why it went on Netflix instead of going to see it at the movie theater. That speaks volumes. And so they finally brought back Sally from the original movie, but the original actress who played her, Marilyn Burns, passed away. So going back to what you said about it having recurring characters, they waited too long, to finally bring her character back. And it's pretty much a ripoff of Halloween 2018. But when they bring her character back, it's so pointless. Her character's not really in the movie a whole lot, and then she just gets killed by Leatherface. Like, you finally bring back an original character. and you just completely wasted her. So yeah, this movie was bad. Like there's that infamous scene where they're poking at, I guess trying to be relevant with like cancel culture. Leatherface is in like a bus about to massacre all these guys, or these people. One of them has a phone and is recording, and he says, "Cancel this!" Like, oh my god, that is the best that you could come up with, was cancel this. The only good thing with the Netflix film is that it's short. Yep, at least that there's that. In all seriousness, behind the scenes drama is more interesting than the actual movie. Oh, definitely, yeah. That happens a lot, with a lot of movies, like that. The making of ends up being a lot more interesting than the movie itself. The best example definitely is Fantastic. I would love to see an actual movie made about that.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that the new four coming up in the MCU in a year or two will make people like actually make the Fantastic Four good again.
Yeah, but oh man, and then Legendary Pictures then got the rights to this, and they even brought on Fede Alvarez, who's most famous for doing the Evil Dead remake, and he did the first Don't Breathe movie. When I first heard that, I was like, hey, this movie actually might have hope at least being decent. But oh man, that didn't help the movie at all. And the fact that they've said that they were going to make this the proper Chainsaw Massacre 2 so many times, so that when they announced it for this movie, I was like, give me a freaking break. And the movie came out and it sucked. So is anyone really surprised at this point? And yeah. But yeah.
And thus ends, until the next one, the Chainsaw Massacre timeline.
Pretty much. I heard that there's a video game being made. There already was a video game for the Atari 2600. The Angry Video Game Nerd did a review of it, and honestly, that's probably the best.
Probably about the first one, right?
Yeah, it is. And so, yeah, I mean, there have been comic books made about, the movies, but as far as the movie timeline itself goes, it all ends here. And oh
hopefully,
man,
hopefully until someone that actually knows what they're doing with it.
yeah, and a lot of people have been agreeing with me. Maybe the franchise just needs to come to an end, because really, the best movie was the original movie.
Yeah, yeah, I can see it. I can see it now. Next year, Chainsaw Massacre series on Disney Plus.
That will never happen.
No. On Disney Junior.
Oh man, that would be hilarious. Wait, until on Travis says until one comes out called Chainsaw, a Leatherface story or something like that.
Yeah, apparently there's a Disney Junior series that my 2-year-old niece loves, called Spidey, about little baby Spider-Man stuff. So maybe I'll know. Maybe they'll have a baby Chainsaw Massacres.
One thing that I am kind of irritated about with this new trend of horror films, like it's a sequel to the original, ignoring all of the other movies, but calling it the same thing as the original movie. Is it really that much to just put in like a subtitle, like Chainsaw Massacre Resurgence, Reloaded, something?
Yeah,
that's so lazy, to just call it the same thing as the original movie. Oh,
yeah, especially after they drop the numbers, drop the numbers,
Yeah, and Travis says, Leatherface in space. I won't be surprised if someday they end up doing that shit.
Well, they did Jason in space.
Yep, and they also did Leprechaun in Space.
The Leatherface Star Wars crossover.
Yeah, and a lot of people complained with like the later Chainsaw Massacre movies. Leatherface was more like Jason, which he never was supposed to be like that. So yeah, so I guess this ends the franchise. I mean, they probably will reboot it yet again, but
So okay, so everyone agrees that the very original one was the best one. So which one of all these is the worst of the?
ooh, that's a good question. Gotta go back to that. Yeah. Oh man, that's a good question. 3D was pretty bad. Oh man, that's a good question because some of them are really bad. Like Next Generation, 3D, and the second prequel were all pretty bad. The remake movies I can tolerate. I mean, they're not great, but I can tolerate them. I'm gonna say because of the massive logic issues and that stupid "do your thing" cuz. My opinion, I'm gonna go with Chainsaw Massacre 3D.
All right, you hear here, folks. Not Eric V approved.
Yep, that is the worst one of the entire series, in my own opinion. Chainsaw Massacre 2, it may not be a great movie, but at least it's something entertaining. You know, it's a guilty pleasure, so I could be entertained by it. Chainsaw Massacre 3, I it's not as entertaining as the first two, but I can watch it as like a time waster. The Next Generation is pretty bad. 3D sucks. The second prequel so pointless. The Netflix movie made me want to bash my head against a wall.
So the timeline, like, officially, the three movies are another effing prequel. The original and the 3D ones are all continuity. The other ones totally aren't.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So before we go, what non-chainsaw adventure have you on your channel? Your two channels coming up next week.
Well, on Eric the Triceratops, I'm going to debunk vaccines cause autism. And there was a Christmas special planned for things that piss me off. It's going to be coming out here soon. So, yeah, look forward to that.
Nice. Well, maybe you can have Simba here be a mock Chainsaw Massacre Leatherface in your upcoming Piss Me Off 3 movie.
The Beagle Chainsaw Massacre.
he can finally rid the universe of your Kenny character.
Yeah, Kenny Horn-Rickson.
So, coming up on my channel next week is a 3 episodes of this series. Tuesday we're talking about Australian history with the Real Australian. Wednesday, me and Eric here are going to be talking about Love and Thunder, the next Marvel movie in the series, in this Phase 4 series. I think it's Phase 4 still.
I think so, yeah.
And then finally on Saturday, me and Abel will be talking about the Vikings of England.
Awesome.
And the Danelaw. Because why not? All right.
Thank you for having me on.
All right. Got your catchphrase ready to go?
I am Eric Vierthaler, 92, aka Eric the Triceratops, and I'm out.
All right. And never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. We'll see y'all Tuesday. Be there. Bye. We are one day late, but we are about to talk about Friday the 13th, the series.
Yeah, so happy late Friday the 13th, everybody.
I mean, we could have talked about Saturday the 14th.
Yeah, which actually is true because there actually is like a horror movie knockoff of Friday the 13th called Saturday the 14th.
I think there's a...
Sorry, go on.
I think there's a sequel to like Return of Saturday the 14th or something like that, or
But yeah,
so.
definitely not as famous as the Friday the 13th franchise. But anyways,
Yeah, I've only ever seen the first movie and bits and pieces of that. Since I am not a horror movie person, I will leave most of the talking up to you three about this series.
I've seen them all, and matter of fact, for my Twitter watch thread, I watched through all of them, like from like around end of February to sometime in May. Like that was like how long it took me to rewatch all of them. And then yesterday I rewatched 5 of the top ones because it was Friday the 13th in October, so of course I had to.
oh yeah, definitely, because
I've
hasn't been a Friday the 13th in October in a long time.
When was the last one?
A few years
since
ago,
like what?
as far as I know.
Years ago. It's rare to even have a Friday the 13th, I feel like.
But yeah, I do remember that there was one.
It's also rare to have a movie now.
But yeah,
Because of all the legal issues. Like, that's the reason why they haven't made one in almost, like, over 15 years. Because...
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
well, the lawsuit is quite simple if you actually break it down. And that's how you have to do it. Victor Miller owns stuff that is only in the first movie. Sean Cunningham owns the rest of the franchise. However, both parties need to come up with a deal to make the movie because Victor Miller owns the rights to Jason.
And it's funny because, well, number one, the one movie that had Victor Miller in the credits, yeah, Jason was in the movie, but he wasn't the killer.
nope, and Jason didn't get his iconic hockey mask until the third film.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and what compounds the legal issues is that the first 8 movies were done by Paramount, and then the last 4 movies were primarily done by New Line Cinema.
Yeah, and now it's now, and then New Line is Warner Brothers now.
Yeah, like New Line is Warner Brothers. Well, specifically, Warner Brothers owns New Line. Though it's a bit. I mean, when we get to it, I can mention it again. But Paramount and New Line had to team up for the remake. Yep. My understanding, pretty much all the production was New Line, but Paramount had to be involved for one reason: to use the Friday the 13th name.
Yeah,
because they retained the rights to the Friday the 13th name, which is why Jason Goes to Hell, Jason X, and Freddy vs. Jason, they don't use the Friday name anywhere. They're called Jason instead.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I believe, again, correct me if I'm wrong, that after there was some deal that they've literally made with New Line and Warner Brothers made with Inception, or something like that, to get the rights to the Friday the 13th name. I
actually recall Paramount getting the rights to keep the name, and then they started doing like Blu-ray releases of they still don't own the movies that New Line did, but they've been re-releasing the first 8 movies. Like, I think the one exception that I'm aware of anyway, I mean, I do know a friend who has like a steelbook of all 12 movies, but the most widely available collection where Paramount and New Line reached a deal and brought all the movies together in one package was the Shout Factory set. In fact, I could actually go get it.
Yeah, that came out in like 2019, I believe.
Yeah, and now the people who are making the new movie is A24.
Which is funny because I heard that they tried to get the rights to Halloween, but they lost to Miramax.
It's funny because early reports were saying that A24 won, but then all of a sudden they were saying Miramax won. And it's funny because Miramax was like part owner of Halloween anyway. Like they've owned Halloween since Curse of Michael Myers, and like even the David Gordon Green trilogy, Universal may have distributed those, but Miramax was still a co-producer. But anyways,
Right.
This is the Shout Factory set.
Nice.
Every movie has their own case, so it eats up way more shelf space than it should. But
And all those DVDs work, right?
oh, they all work. I use them.
Yeah, because that's I heard how with Shout Factory some discs did not work. Which piece of advice: if you're going to run a company, test your products before you ship them to people.
Yeah.
That is not exclusive to Shout Factory. I've gotten dead Blu-ray discs from I got the Stanley Kubrick Masterpiece Collection. The Shining disc inside there was dead. So I had to do a complicated return process with Warner Brothers where they gave me only the Shining disc.
Okay, how easy would it be? I mean, this is like, let's say you just give like a YouTuber or something. Hey, we will pay you $100 to sit there and say, hey, we just need you to put in the DVD and see if it works. If it does not, ship it back to us, and we will get a DVD. We're doing this as a review for the customers before we put them on store shelves. But anyway, let's get back to Friday the 13th because this could be a long-winded topic.
Last thing I will say about that, though, is if a disc doesn't work, it may be a problem where you don't notice it until like maybe an hour into the movie, and then it starts skipping.
Right.
But anyways, go on. Friday the 13th.
So last year we talked about when we talked about Halloween and Terminator, we talked about the different timelines. Is there one timeline or different timelines in Friday the 13th?
Friday the 13th, it's all one timeline. Like basically the movies happen in chronological order. The one exception would be that Freddy vs. Jason's obviously before Jason X, and then the remake is a different timeline, but that's the only one.
I mean, and you could kind of Friday the 13th. I mean, it's not like clear different timelines. You know, like the remake. I mean, you could kind of argue that it's just another movie in some ways. Like if you just retitle that like Friday the 13th Returns or something like that. You know, because it's not really a remake. It's just basically another Jason movie. You know.
Yeah, it's more of a reboot than a remake. Like. The only remake part is the opening credits and the whole thing about Jason getting his hockey mask and having the
like basically the remake kind of combines elements of like the first 3 or 4 movies.
Pretty much,
right?
Yeah,
but it's more. But yeah, from what I saw during the behind the scenes, they were saying that. Nobody wanted to see a remake of the original movie. Is because there wouldn't be any suspense because everybody has seen the original movies, and they also said, okay, people go to a Friday the 13th movie to see Jason, and they go to see Jason wearing the hockey mask.
Yeah. And the first one, Jason wasn't even the killer.
Yeah, the first one, Jason wasn't the killer. The second one, he was not wearing the hockey mask.
I remember that because that was a question. That was a trivia topic in the Scream movie.
Scream. Like Drew Barrymore's like giving like the pop quiz from Ghostface, and who was the killer in Friday the 13th? Jason. It was Jason. I'm sorry, Casey. That's the wrong answer. It was Jason.
That's the movie 20 times.
Fucking times. Then you should know it was Jason. Mother, it's Voorhees. That was the killer in the original movie. Jason didn't show up until a sequel.
What I at least like, though, I mean, I know Eric's the more Halloween fan here, but what I at least always liked about Jason is he kind of like out of all the slashers, there was always something about Jason where he always just seemed I don't know. I don't lack of a better word, like cooler than a lot of the other slashers, you know.
I mean, not to
And
mention he's. I actually saw a tweet about this like a day or two ago. Kane Hodder, apparently, who was like probably the actor most associated with Jason, he played him in like the most out of all the actors.
He played him.
mhm.
He said there was one movie where they wanted Jason to kick a dog down, killing it, and Kane Hodder refused, saying he didn't think Jason was that evil.
Well, I mean, yeah, Jason did. I mean, I mean, fans argue about it. They argue if Jason killed Muffin in
I don't know
part 2.
about that. And also, I'm pretty sure across the whole series, Jason never kills any kids. I mean, teenagers, but like we're not talking like young kids.
I mean,
No,
he did try to kill Tommy Jarvis as a kid in part 4, but
But he didn't succeed.
he didn't succeed.
that was. I'd argue that was more self-defense in some ways.
But he still
I
tried
mean,
to
I think.
kill him.
So in a way, you could say Michael Myers from Halloween beats Jason in the evil department because, well, Michael broke both of those. He's killed kids, he's killed animals. So
Yeah, and well, I think that Jason, though, there's a. I don't know if I really buy into this. They think the reason why he probably wouldn't kill any kids because even though Jason is physically an adult, he still has the mental capacity of a child.
yeah,
So he sees children as himself.
So for
Because
those who don't,
we don't,
sorry.
Which is probably why.
because we don't know like what type of entity Jason is.
That's
So-
probably why. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, for those who don't know, what is Jason's backstory?
So before we get into
Uh,
that, which is probably why then in part 4, at the very end, like when Tommy Jarvis shaved his head, basically he was trying to confuse Jason because, you know, that was Jason back when he was a kid. But anyway, so Jason's backstory. Who wants to go into that?
So Jason, in the 1950s, his mom was working at Camp Crystal Lake, and some teenagers went off to, they went off to go do it, and then Jason drowned in the lake. They're supposed to be watching them, and then Jason was never found. Somehow, in the early 80s, he may have survived the drowning and became kind of a curse of Crystal Lake, sort of. And they kind of hinted in Jason Goes to Hell that maybe Pamela used the Book of the Dead to resurrect Jason, but that's kind of debatable by fans. So
let's just say across all the movies, they never really settle on a full explanation for why Jason is completely immortal.
Which I think only
right.
to it because they made that mistake with Michael Myers, where they were giving him a backstory and for why he's immortal and all that, and it just doesn't work.
Yeah, and what one of the things I always kind of also appreciate, at least with Jason too, one of the reasons why he's probably my favorite slasher is because, first of all, I mean, I'm a guy. We're all guys. Jason, the Friday the 13th girls are some of the most beautiful women on screen.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a fan of Megan. That's my favorite because any girl that can drive a Camaro like that. Piece of advice to any guys: if a girl can drive a Camaro like that, she's a keeper. So,
Yeah.
Now,
so
is Jason like one of the few slashers that actually have a reason for being a killer?
Yeah, I would say so. It's because that Jason did witness his own mother getting beheaded, like by a teenager, which is why that Jason has such a hatred, like towards teenagers coming in and to his lake and having sex. It's because that it's because of his past experiences with his mom. So, yeah, it sounds like for Jason, it's more so of like a revenge
Well,
story.
James Roll of cinematic, it's kind of territorial in some ways. Like he's kind of just like I don't really want to say like a vicious dog. Like a dog, you're just territory, so he's defending it.
Speaking of vicious dogs, there is the most vicious, ferocious dog that ever lived.
Especially when Eric does his, especially when you do your Arnold impression.
You filthy chopper! No!
By the way, off topic real fast. Has Snick's dog and Simba's dog met yet?
Nah. Or I may have shown mine to the webcam. But
excuse me.
I mean, you can never tell if dogs can really tell what webcams are. So
yeah. But yeah, so I
don't know.
For everyone here,
hey Simba.
Simba. Simba, dad.
He's
so in the first movie,
he's more distracted by the kitten.
What was the
right now? Simba's like, dude, what do you want me for? I'm going back to bed.
So in the first movie, were the kids that were the kids that he killed in the first movie, or she killed in the first movie, connected to his drowning at all?
No, it was just his mom basically being insane.
Well,
like the counselors.
Well, only the in the novelization, and we can argue all day if novelizations are canon or not because it's based on original scripts. I mean, spoiler alert for a movie that's almost 50 years old. The beginning kills. It is theorized that those might be the teenagers that were making love, and then Pamela killed them. So, but that's kind of debatable by fans. So
yeah, well, for most of the movie, the ones that Pamela kills, well, so the movie has Camp Crystal Lake reopening after at least years, and like there's already a stigma around Camp Crystal Lake because people around town are saying it's cursed, and basically Pamela wants to kill the counselors because she doesn't want it to reopen,
which I can totally see why.
Yeah.
And it's actually a rather interesting story about how Betsy Palmer got involved with the movie because she had a car that broke down and she really needed the money for a new car. And then her agent offered her Friday the 13th, and he or she was like, "Hey Betsy, I got good news. I found a movie for you that could help pay for you to get a new car." She was like, "Great," but the bad news is it's a horror movie. And she was like, "Oh no!" And then Betsy Palmer and then read the script and she called it a piece of shit. And it's so crazy to think that a movie that she highly contested against ended up being the movie that she's most remembered for.
And the funny thing is, even though she never returned as Pamela Voorhees, she actually did kind of embrace the fandom. I think she did start interacting with fans years afterward.
Yeah, she did. She did all these cons, but I do know that she did actually make a cameo in Friday the 13th Part 2.
But it was only a cameo.
Yeah, it was.
I know they did approach her about returning several times in later sequels, but she kept declining.
Oh, Bug left.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I was like, I guess left. But yeah,
camera's off.
But yeah, so one thing I will say about the original Friday the 13th is so. For one thing, not even the original movie, even from the original movie, the Friday the 13th movies, you can't, for the most part, you really can't take them serious as horror movies. You're basically there for like the kills, the stupid
definitely.
moments,
And
and even the first movie that holds true. But I will say, Betsy Palmer, they don't even really try to hide the fact that she's the killer, because number one, she doesn't show up until the she doesn't show her face until the very end, and
which makes it so obvious.
Yeah, and they make it like she's just like there to help for like maybe 5 minutes, maybe not even, and then she goes insane. Like she reveals herself as the killer. Like they don't even try to hide it.
Yeah.
In fairness, Betsy Palmer does a really great job in the role.
Yeah, and it would have been so much better like if she was there the whole entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, Betsy Palmer though, it was for you. There's this. She had a very interesting career even before Friday the 13th. She worked with Jack Lemmon in a movie. She was a game show. She was like I guess the best. She was also then known for being a co-host for a game show. This would be the only way I could describe this. Now, I'm not that I'm comparing them by any means, but I'm trying to explain this for modern audiences. This would be like if Vanna White did a horror movie.
Right.
And so, it's like it's like if you heard Vanna White is doing a horror movie, like what? So it was one of those shocking casting decisions, and shockingly enough, she was not the original actress they asked. Do you guys know who the original actress was? They asked to be Pamela.
Who?
I'm not sure if Eric and Snicks will know who she is. Vandelian might. Shelley Winters.
Oh, I know who that is. Wasn't she in Poseidon Adventure?
Yes, she was the grandma.
Yeah.
Which I do like her as an actress, but like I just can't see her as Pamela because it's like gosh.
So speaking of Pamela Voorhees, I know I mentioned this to Junebug, and I've been saying this for like 20 years now. Who I think would have made an excellent Pamela Voorhees, Kathy Bates.
Was she acting by then? Because
now I'm not.
I think he's more meaning like
I mean Kathy Bates like 80s, 90s, 2000s, just any one of those times.
Because I'm just saying,
Kathy Bates. Yeah. I mean, especially after seeing her like in Misery, Kathy Bates would have been perfect as Pamela.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see it.
See, I got an interesting choice for Pamela if they bring back Pamela in the new one. You guys might know she was more of a child actress, but she is coming back. She has continued acting. Tatum O'Neal.
I'm not sure.
Sounds familiar.
She was. She's famous because she's the youngest actress ever to win an Academy Award. She was 10 years old.
Wow.
What?
For Paper Moon is the movie. But Tatum O'Neal, first of all, like you kind of like Google pictures of her now. She does kind of look like Betsy Palmer now, and I think would really pull it off. Because she even for Academy Award winning actress, she would be a lot cheaper than any actress that we could think of. Plus, she has name recognition, so.
She does.
And so that's my choice at least. But then my choice for Jason is an actor that Eric and I know.
You're talking about Daniel?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Daniel would be perfect as Jason Voorhees. But yeah,
Daniel who?
His name is Daniel Gilchrist.
Okay.
Now, the only reason I'm casting him is because he's 7'7", and but they're talking as far as like the new movie, what they're talking about. Which, by the way, I'm going to still call baloney on what they're talking about with the new Friday the 13th because what as far as we know right now, it's going to be made on Peacock, right?
That's what I heard.
A TV. Well, Warner Brothers still has HBO Max or Max now.
I call it HBO.
And
I don't care.
Yeah, they have HBO Max. They have rights in Discovery, but they're not going to put Friday the 13th on Discovery. And Peacock is owned by Universal. And I don't see them, putting Friday the 13th on a competitor's streaming service with Halloween.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Paramount was trying to buy the rights to the Halloween franchise, and Paramount obviously owns the rights to the first 8 Friday the 13th movies, which I kind of wish that would have happened, just so that way we could finally get Jason versus Michael Myers.
Or Jason versus Ghostface, because Paramount is the current owner of Scream.
Yeah.
So
are these movies all connected, or are they standalone movies?
The Friday the 13th movies,
yeah.
They are technically connected. Like, basically, the first 4 movies are kind of an ongoing story arc. Then the movies 5 through 8 they're technically a new story, but they're a lot more standalone. Like, I would say starting with the 5th movie, they start to get a lot more standalone. And the thing is, they have, aside from Jason himself, there's like almost no recurring characters. Like, the one survivor of the first movie, she returns for part 2 and then dies in the opening.
So basically, it's like Halloween Resurrection.
Kind.
Well, yeah. Well, you guys know the reason why Adrienne Kane was going to be the Laurie Strode of the franchise, but you guys know the reason why she did not come. She chose not to, even continue acting, right?
I believe that it's because she had like a real life person trying to kill her, right?
Or like a stalker, right?
She had a stalker. Basically, it was a. Now, listen, I understand. They're celebrities and everything. And we get. We become, we become fans, but there's a difference between a fan and an obsessive fan. He looked her up in the phone book and was basically doing the whole Ghostface thing with her. And she had to, she quit acting for the longest time. And that's why she chose not to come back. Then they were going to replace her with Amy Steele, which a lot of fans say that she is the best final girl.
Oh, yeah.
I have to agree.
Oh, yeah.
And Amy Steele, then, they asked her to come back, and she said no. And then, then eventually they did have a hero with Tommy Jarvis, but they couldn't keep an actor to play Tommy Jarvis was the thing.
Yeah, like I think in the 4th movie he was played by Corey Feldman.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously best known for the Goonies and like.
Yeah.
Yep, and then Corey did briefly reprise his role in the beginning of Part 5, but the reason why it was a cameo was because his career really was starting to take off, and they only had him for just one day. So what they did was to accommodate for his schedule. They filmed in like his front or backyard.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they
filmed...
aged Tommy Jarvis up to adult age.
Well, that's the interesting thing, even about the Friday the 13th. We were talking about the timeline. So it's kind of funny to watch it, funny in an ironic way, because if you actually pay attention to the timeline, Jason Takes Manhattan is supposed to take place in 2002, and there's a shot where you see the Twin Towers,
Right.
and it's just kind of like,
I mean,
it's just kind of like,
to be fair, they had no idea that was going to happen at that time.
Yeah.
yeah, but it's just it's more ironic. Is like would be the best term,
You want
because
some irony? Do you want? I mean, Alma in chat's gonna know this story. There is a video game called Deus Ex. It was it was like a first person shooter kind of RPG released in 2000.
oh,
And apparently, so a good chunk of the game takes place in New York City. I guess the background skybox, they didn't have enough room to render the Twin Towers. And keep in mind, this was the year 2000, so they were still up. And they decided to explain them away by saying they were destroyed in a terrorist attack because the game was set in the future in like 2050 something.
well, to be fair, they were attacked like before that, so
Yeah, the World Trade Center bombing in '93.
yeah. So anyway, but it's just that's something interesting about the Friday the 13th movies, that it's like, so okay, it gets confusing. So the first five, the first four like take place pretty much like all in like 1984. The first four, and then the fifth one jumps 6 years, 1989, I believe. And then the Jason Lives takes place in 1990, and then 91, and then that one jumps 10 years. So it's 2001, and then Jason Takes Manhattan takes place in 2002, and then Jason Goes to Hell takes place in 2003, along with Freddy vs. Jason, which is ironic because it was released in 2023.
And what's ironic about Jason Takes Manhattan is that there's a billboard in the distance where you can see like an ad for Batman 89 when it's supposed to take place in like 2002.
Well, in Jason,
event for fans, I don't know.
Well, Eric, come on! They were in Jason's universe. They were doing a re-release for the 13th anniversary.
Oh, a huge missed opportunity for the franchise. Huge missed opportunity to release a new movie in 2013. That was a huge missed opportunity.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but at least in 2013, at least we got the Crystal Lake Memories documentary. So at least we got.
Oh, somebody in chat mentioned how The Room kept up a billboard because Tommy Wiseau had like an infinite bank account. It was 5 years he kept it up, but yeah, he paid to keep that billboard up for pretty much no reason other than he could.
And where did he get that money?
We don't know.
So
I wish I had his money.
We all do.
I've heard some people complain that after like the first four movies, Jason and them jumped the shark by going to space and Manhattan and all that stuff.
It's ironic because Jason X is actually pretty damn enjoyable because it knows what the fuck it is.
Oh, definitely.
I don't think it jumped the shark. You see, Jason, I think is one of the very few you could put him in any situation and it kind of works. Yeah. Because like Jason Takes Manhattan, I mean, first of all, let me just say that is the greatest teaser trailer, one of the greatest teasers of all time. Has anybody seen it?
I don't think so.
Yeah. You're talking about the trailer for Jason Takes Manhattan, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That is like the best trailer, one of the best trailers. So what it is it's Jason on the Jersey, he's on Ellis Island, and you have Frank Sinatra, New York, New York, play as it pans down, and you see Jason looking over New York, and then they just cut to some New York mayhem with Jason, and oh my gosh, I mean, it is probably one of the best teasers ever because it's just does what it's supposed to do, and that was the only like marketing they did for it, really. But and Jason X, I mean, yeah, it knows what it is. It's basically Friday the 13th turned into a B movie. Like, I wouldn't say it jumped the shark, you know. It's just kind of like the fun movie of the franchise, you know.
Yeah, Jason X. It's not a good movie by any means, but I'm not gonna lie. It's very entertaining. I do find it a guilty pleasure. I mean, heck, going back to what Schnick said, it knows what it is. I mean, it's
Yeah.
so self-aware. Like, especially during the part like where he says, "Oh, it's okay, guys. He just wants his machete back."
Yeah, and
No, like the way for the watch thread I do on Twitter, I summed it up like this. So this movie is stupid. The premise is stupid. The characters are stupid. The acting is stupid. The kills are stupid. The movie is stupid. And it wouldn't have been as much fun if it wasn't.
Yeah, and
He has no shame.
Yeah, and give Jason X props because it knew what it was. Unlike that Winnie the Pooh horror movie, which was taking itself way too seriously. I'm like, okay, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey didn't know what it was. Wow, Jason X knew what it was.
mm-hmm. That's
And I will disagree with him about the kills. I think Jason X has some of the best kills in the franchise. Like, especially when he freezes that girl's head and then he smashes it.
yeah.
One of the best kills of the whole entire.
Well, when I say stupid, it's just that freaking they're stupid like the good, funny kind of way.
Yeah.
So how did Jason go from being a camp killer to New Yorker space?
In Jason Takes Manhattan, he went on a boat.
And it should be known, most of Jason Takes Manhattan takes place on that boat.
Which will disappoint a lot of people. But Jason Takes Manhattan, I have a soft spot for it because that actually was the first Jason movie that I ever saw. So,
like, the way I summed up Jason Takes Manhattan is, yeah, it's considered one of the weakest movies in the series because of the missed potential of actually putting him in New York City. Because the thing is, when they were filming the movie, I think they only had like 1 or 2 actual days of filming in New York City.
But yeah, and the reason for that is because New York is notoriously expensive to film it.
So
Mm-hmm.
they didn't, my understanding is they didn't make the most of it. Like, they didn't get too much filming time there. And I think they had to get some other city to double for the New York scenes.
Vancouver.
So, I mean, I will say, like, it's not as much of a dud as fans make it out to be. Because, number one, it has some decent kills in there.
Yes, it does.
I think my favorite kill in the movie is when the guy starts boxing Jason on the roof. They draw it out as long as humanly possible with him punching Jason. Jason just takes it like a champ. Then finally the boxer gets tired of punching Jason, and Jason just throws a single punch back that knocks his head clean
Punches
off.
his head off.
And that head tumbles down the roof into a dumpster.
Yeah, like, as bad as Jason Takes Manhattan was, at least it had some memorable moments like that. And the other memorable moment is when Jason's walking on the sidewalk. He kicks those gangsters, like like radio, and then they're like, "What are you doing, punk?" And then he lifts up his mask, and they're like, "Okay, man, it's cool."
Yeah, like Jason just has some sass to it. And that was one of the scenes they did get in New York City because that was at Times Square.
Right.
Sorry.
I would just, first of all, I'm just going to say this for anybody who wants to make a Friday the 13th movie and you want to do your trilogy like Halloween, that's how you end your trilogy. Jason Takes Back Manhattan.
Oh, definitely.
And you actually just tell Warner Brothers, give us the budget to film in New York City. Have Jason, I don't know, have a fight scene on the Statue of Liberty. Go all out. Have a fight scene on.
Now,
have him be like King Kong.
Now, here's a question: because Scream 6 took the Jason Takes Manhattan premise with because Ghostface took Manhattan in that movie. Now, number one, the whole movie does take place in New York City. The only question I don't know is, did they film the whole movie there?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that they did have the whole movie in the city, like not unlike Jason Takes Manhattan.
Which is funny, just because in Scream 6, you actually do see Jason Takes Manhattan on the TV.
I didn't know. I have to rewatch the movie now.
So what's the storyline of him going up on the rocket ship or space, or however he went?
So what happened in Jason X is I think they were about to cryogenically freeze him because they've decided this guy's not gonna die, so the best we could do is cryogenically freeze him, and they almost fuck it up because I think I'd have to rewatch the movie because I can't remember exactly what happens, but he almost gets free, and one of the scientists trying to freeze him ends up getting locked in the cryo chamber with him. But then the two of them get frozen, and it goes forward like centuries into the future where both of them are woken up.
Mm-hmm. It's something like that. Basically, they captured Jason, and that basically, I think, or something. Didn't they say that? I think they also established or something that first of all, the movie takes place in 2009.
The opening.
And and then they say it's like they were going to freeze him as basically capital punishment because good old Sparky would not work, and I would love to see somebody attempt to try to lethal injection Jason Voorhees.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then the funny thing is, Jason Goes to Hell has its own unique premise. So the movie opens with some woman driving to a cabin. Of course, they get a nude scene where she goes in the shower and everything. And that sets off the Jason alarm. Jason needs to go shut that shit down. And so she starts running for the hills. Turns out it was a setup. There's an entire firing squad of people. She hits the dirt, and they just unload into Jason, and he actually supposedly dies.
Mm-hmm. I had, and Creighton Duke has to be one of the, most badass horror heroes of all time. Steve Williams was awesome in that, and Jason Goes to Hell.
But so the premise of Jason Goes to Hell is that even though his body was destroyed, his soul is now able to go possess other people. And basically what he's trying to do is, this is where they establish how Pamela Voorhees did this evil ritual to make him immortal. What he needs is for his soul to possess the body of a member of his family so that his real body can come back.
Mm-hmm.
So
And that is one of Jason Goes to Hell's more criticized aspects, that you don't see the real Jason for most of the movie. For most of it, it's just his soul possessing
And
people.
so real fast. So is Jason Go to Hell and Jason in Space this on the same timeline, or are they that's
They're the same.
okay?
Yeah.
they're both made by New Line. But yeah, and what's interesting about Jason Goes to Hell is that there was that brief moment where Jason in a possessed body speaks, and I'm like, okay, Jason's pretty well spoken for somebody who hasn't spoken in so many years. And the one cringy moment of Jason Goes to Hell is that infamous shaving scene. Like, there was no point to having that.
This ties into the earlier movies. When I was watching Jason Goes to Hell coming in from like the last few Paramount movies, the thing is, the MPAA cracked down hard on the Friday the 13th movie, starting with like part 4 or part 5. Like, lots of the gore that they were intending to have had to be trimmed out, or else they would get an X rating. Like, it was, in fact, it got so bad by part 7 that the Shout Factory Blu-ray actually has all the cut gore as a test footage as a bonus feature.
Yeah, like Friday the 13th Part 7 is notorious for being the most censored version, and Friday Part 7 actually is one of my favorites of the whole series, but it's just such a shame that the MPAA was being so uptight about the whole series.
Well,
back then DVDs were not a thing, so
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I had to give Jason Goes to Hell some praise, because they actually got a lot more blood and gore past the MPAA. And there's even well, it also helps that there's an unrated cut of the movie.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
Definitely. So.
And then one last thing with Jason Goes to Hell, the ending where you see Jason's mask in the dirt, and then Freddy's clawed hand comes out and pulls it under. That was hinting at Freddy versus Jason. It took 10 years to get made, but it happened.
So it was a direct sequel?
Well, kind of.
Interesting bit of trivia. So, that actually was Kane Hodder, like, playing.
Yeah, Kane Hodder was Freddy's clawed hand.
And interesting to mention Kane Hodder, because this year I definitely became more of a Friday the 13th fan, especially because of my encounter like with Kane Hodder's agent on Valentine's Day. I mean, Kane Hodder's agent like is the one who gave me the keys to the Screen Actors Guild. So yeah, after that, I definitely became more of a Friday the 13th fan because of that. So
yeah, well,
it does make it all the more tragic that Kane Hodder didn't actually get to be in Freddy versus Jason.
Yeah, man, that sucks. And I watched a documentary about Kane Hodder on Tubi. He said that he took that really hard on an emotional level, the fact that he didn't get to be in Freddy versus Jason.
And unfortunately, it was due to freaking executives. Apparently, because the guy they got to play Jason in Freddy vs. Jason, thankfully it was somebody who was associated with the series. Like, I know his first name's Ken. I can't pronounce his last name. Yeah, he was in Jason Takes Manhattan. Specifically, he was the bartender that Jason freaking pummels when he's chasing the main characters through a bar. The reason they wanted him in Freddy vs. Jason was specifically because he was taller and bulkier than Kane Hodder, and they wanted that to contrast with Robert Englund as Freddy.
So where in
I was
gonna say fast. So in the crossover, where in the Jason timeline does it meet up with the Nightmare timeline?
Basically after everything in the Nightmare timeline, except for Wes Craven's new Nightmare, as that's an alternate timeline.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, Freddy versus Jason just ignores new Nightmare.
Well, the thing with New Nightmare is that essentially it's in the real world where like the Nightmare on Elm Street movies are like a big, like it follows like the real people who made the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and basically the Freddy in that movie is sort of an entity that took on Freddy's form in the real world. So yeah, and like it follows Wes Craven in real life. It follows Heather Langenkamp, who played Nancy, I think her name was, in the Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
Oh, so
Yeah.
So I remember when I was in like the 6th grade, I actually wrote a Halloween fan script, which pretty much was New Nightmare, but instead it was with Halloween.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it would have been Jamie Curtis and John Carpenter having to cope with freaking entity that took Michael Myers' form, huh?
But yeah, I did get kind of morbid with it. Like, I explained in my script that the real reason why Donald Pleasance died was because Michael Myers killed him in real life. And yeah, I got a little bit too morbid there.
I mean, in fairness, slightly freaking done. I'm pretty sure the production of Curse of Michael Myers was not pleasant for Donald Pleasance, considering that he died during production.
I think he had cancer by the time they started filming.
Or
that's one of
the man was also really old. So
he was, and that's why that it actually got the subtitle "Curse of Michael Myers" is because everybody making the movie felt like that it was cursed because of how miserable it was to.
And the lead producer, they suggested that title as a joke, and the lead producer took it literally.
And also, what's funny, even James Rolfe even commented the really odd coincidence
with the Pink Panther movies.
Yeah, like
which then
because of that.
Well, then I'm surprised. I'm surprised that the next one then wasn't son of Michael Myers. Because that would be the next in the Pink Panther movies.
Which actually would have made sense because the Michael Myers did have a kid like with Jamie. So
yeah. Oh, thank you, Eric. Well, one of the I actually had an idea for a new Friday the 13th movie. Eric actually does know it. And I had an idea to bring back Tommy Jarvis older because, well, Tommy Jarvis is the closest, Jason has to a Van Helsing, Dr. Loomis type. And I was going to explain it why you haven't seen Tommy in a long time is that Tommy joined the military and basically became like a Rambo type of guy. And then he teams up with Creighton Duke, who is now. I was debating. Okay, does he have a wheelchair? I know Adam Marcus in interview says that Creighton Duke is alive and he has a back brace, but I'm just like, well, what if he doesn't? Like, he just has a cane now. Even though he broke his back. And then one of the things I was going to do that was, I was kind of going to try to end this whole thing about, it's the goody girls in that always the final girls. I thought, well, the promiscuous girls of love, her the final girl, So that was the one of the ideas that I had, and I mean, Eric, I don't know if it's going to happen. You could tell who we were thinking of to play Tommy Jarvis, since he one of his dream roles was to play Jason.
But yeah, so when watching the Crystal Lake Memories documentary, Hugh Jackman said that the reason why he even got into acting was because his dream role is to play Jason.
So we thought about offering him something better and have him maybe play Tommy Jarvis instead of Jason, Since with Hugh Jackman, I don't know if the studio would allow him to be much in a hockey mask, you know, the entire movie, you know?
Probably because they would want to have his face shown. I mean,
Right, so just have
to be fair, Jason has been unmasked in movies plenty of times, so.
yeah, but so that's at least one of the things that, you know, we were thinking about, and because I really want to see. I mean, listen, I want to see a new Friday the 13th, but I am if first of all, if I'm not even going to bash A24 because you know it's kind of just the cliche to do on the internet. But if A24 is doing it, fine. But I just don't want to see what they're talking about doing. A Pamela Voorhees prequel. You know, that's what they're talking about doing. Like that just does not appeal to me. You know?
Yeah.
So, about this reboot, you think it's a good idea or a bad idea?
I can see why that they rebooted it. Originally, I heard it was supposed to be directed by the guy who did Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the beginning, Jonathan, whatever his last name was. He also, I believe, directed the 2014 TMNT. He was supposed to direct the 2019 Friday the 13th, but that didn't work out. So instead, they got the other director, like who did the other Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like from Platinum Dunes, Marcus Nispel. I can see why that they rebooted it, because at that time, horror movie reboots like were the thing to do at that time. So
I actually like the
Rob Zombie Halloween. We had the 2010 Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah.
I actually like the I like the prequel or the remake. You know, it's I mean, I don't really even see it as much of a I don't even see it as much of a remake. It's more just another movie, you know, pretty much.
Yeah,
the remake of Friday is pretty solid, yeah.
Yeah, Rambo Raff for Life in his review said, yeah, if you were to just cut out like the beginning with with his mom, the argument could be made that maybe you could have this just be Friday the 13th Part 12.
Well, even then, though, I don't know. I mean,
but the potato sack
many franchises. I mean, many franchises though have recasted, you know, said parts and flashback scenes. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it kind of just worked. I mean, if you title it like Friday the 13th, Part 12. Return to Crystal Lake, you know, something like that. I mean, if let's put it this way: if they decided to, if Paramount or New Line decide to sit there and say, "Oh, we're going to do what George Lucas did with Friday the 13th," you know, retitled the remake, I think that fans would be like, "Okay, really? But okay, cool." I don't think fans would care that much, you know?
I don't think so.
Because I mean, I'll say this. I'm just going to say this. Friday the 13th fans have to be some of the more peaceful slasher fans.
Yeah, because some of the Halloween fans I've encountered have been nasty.
Yeah, like, you have Halloween fans who cannot freaking decide what timelines they consider canon, what movies they like or dislike. Like, they're still fans. Like, even though the David Gordon Green trilogy freaking kind of brought Michael Myers back to, like, his former glory from the very original movie, you still have fans who think the original movie, 2, and H2O are the only movies that should exist.
And there's also fans still upset that H2O ignored 4, 5, and 6. I'm like, okay, H2O came out nearly 30 years ago now. Get over it. And 2, the reason why H2O ignored those movies was because Halloween 6 didn't do well at the box office, and so it more so was a business move.
And what most fans will try to latch onto is that there was originally a plan to consider 4 through 6 canon with H2O, because there was a scene where one of Laurie's students would like do like a essay on quote unquote the Haddonfield murders, and like it would culminate with them mentioning Jamie's death, after which Laurie would go to the bathroom to kind of puke.
Yeah, but to be fair, I am glad that they didn't have that, because I think that would have made Laurie Strode a lot less sympathetic, knowing that she abandoned her daughter. So
yeah.
Well, there's nothing directly saying that it ignores it, really. I mean, I know like some people.
The only clue they give that H2O is not in the 4 through 6 timeline is that they mention that Michael has not been seen in almost 20 years. Like they mention that after the events of the original Halloween 2, Michael was just gone. And because of that wouldn't be true if 4 through 6 was canon.
Yeah.
True,
So,
but like...
I'm gonna say Junebug mentioned this, but I want to hear your guys' opinions on they're talking about a prequel, Jason Friday the 13th. He said he doesn't want one, but what are you guys' opinion about it?
Opinion about what? Sorry.
About prequel to Friday the 13th.
I think it could work. I would want to, find out more about Jason's father, which I do know that they were going to do that with that reboot that was supposed to come out in 2017, but it got canceled. And I know Jason's father was supposed to be in Friday the 13th Part 6, but that got cut. So what about Jason's father?
I mean, on one hand, it's like, is that an important bit of info for the series?
I certainly wouldn't feel so, yeah.
Yeah.
I would be interested as long as they get one actor that I can think of to play, and he's not much of an actor, but if he played Elias Voorhees, I think fans would get behind it. As long as they get the Undertaker as Elias Voorhees.
The Undertaker?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, that's who I want to play Elias Voorhees.
But yeah, and the reason why the Friday the 13th reboot, the second one, got canceled was because Rings underperformed.
I would have thought it would have been because of the Victor Miller lawsuit, because that was around the time the Friday the 13th game had to.
That as well, yeah.
Because they made a Friday the 13th game, and they added a whole bunch of content, and they were getting up to the point where they were about to do an update that added content from Jason X, and they had to cancel it because the Victor Miller lawsuit meant they no longer had the rights to do anything for the game.
So you're not talking about the NES game then?
No.
Funny thing about that, they actually put in a costume for Jason based on his appearance in the NES game.
That's funny.
They knew what the hell they were doing.
I first found out about the NES game because of James Rolfe.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I actually have an original Nintendo, and thank you. Let me just say, thank you, James Rolfe. I had to talk down the people for the price, because thanks to James Rolfe. James, I love you, but thank you so much. Guess how much the game was? I had to talk them down on the price at the used game store. $125.
Wow, for that game?
Yeah, and because I had store credit, I also gave them some DVDs and everything that day. I managed to get them down $50.
Oh my god. Yeah, I would
And I'm
not
like,
pay
well,
$125 for that crap. I will say that is one of my favorite endings to an AVGN episode. Like, so what happened? So of course he goes the whole episode pretending he likes the game, or else Jason's gonna kill him. Then he executes Jason, and then you have his last line of dialogue: "This game is fucking horrible." Like,
Yeah.
one of his most genuinely angry lines in the entire AVGN series.
Yeah.
And still to this day, that's one of the best episodes because of how he's being sarcastic. But Jason doesn't understand that he's being sarcastic.
Yeah, freaking. And I don't know why one of the funnier scenes is like the first time where Jason chases him, like James Rolfe is kind of like half serious when he's like running away, and then he gets cornered, and then he's like, "What? Don't kill me!" Shows him the cartridge.
Kill me.
Kill me.
Yeah. I don't know. Here's my thing, though. I think that, I just want to stress, like, the prequel, it's just like, I'm just not that interested. Like, if they did it, it wouldn't be like a case like with, like, other franchises. I'm not going to mention any names that I'm a fan of that I just would outright refuse to see now because they're modern adaptations now. But because I'm such a Friday the 13th fan, I would be curious about it just because, Jason has always been my favorite slasher. I can't even put my finger on why. I think it's just because, like, I think with Halloween, like, Michael just always got very convoluted, even when we were growing up, and now he's even more convoluted. And but Jason just always kind of, he always just seemed like the coolest out of all the slashers, Freddy was just kind of, at least to me, like, Freddy was at his scariest when he was taken seriously, but then even by the third one, he was kind of treated more like a clown.
Yeah.
But Jason, at least the people who made Jason, they always knew what he was. He was just a mindless killer.
Yeah.
And so, like, I never felt like they really spoiled the character. They ruined the character more of Jason, if that makes any sense, in any of the movies. They always kind of knew what he was.
Like, I would say, out of all slasher villains, I think the one who come, like, closest to, like, how they've understood, like, in that respect, I'd say the other slasher villain that comes close to that would maybe be Ghostface, but Ghostface is a lot more flexible because it's a different Ghostface killer in every movie. But, like, a lot of them
just ironically
tend to be similar. Like, it's a lot of it's like satire of, like, horror movies and, like, society at the time.
So we mentioned Freddy and Jason. Is there any other crossovers with Jason you would want to see?
Well, there was a comic series where it was Freddy versus Jason versus Ash from Evil Dead.
Yeah.
I think I would just want to see that. Jason versus Ash.
I do remember that I read that a really long time ago.
I haven't read it. I only know it exists. Oh,
it's a very interesting comic.
I believe there were plans for, like, a PS2 game of Freddy versus Jason, but apparently it only made it to, like, the concept stage, and they had to cancel it.
I never heard about that.
It was on the Wikipedia page, but I don't know if it's fully accurate.
That would have been awesome. About that.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now they can finally do it because I believe Warner Brothers put out the last Hellraiser movie, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Huh.
I believe they can do it as long as they... I'm not bashing the actress that played Pinhead, but as long as they don't get her back, but I just didn't think she was that intimidating as Pinhead. I would honestly want to see Jason versus Pinhead.
The funny thing is, there
Which-
were plans for a Michael Myers versus Pinhead in the mid 2000s.
Which actually was going to be directed by John Carpenter.
Whoa.
So what would a Michael Myers meets Jason movie be like then? Can't think of anything.
That is a tough question to answer. But you know, one thing that was kind of unfortunate, that we got both Freddy and Jason in Mortal Kombat, but no recreating Freddy versus Jason because they were in separate games. Freddy was in Mortal Kombat 9. Jason was in Mortal Kombat 10.
Which is such a shame.
I mean, they did give us a slasher villain for Jason to fight. They gave us Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I don't know why that they didn't have Freddy and Jason in the same game.
Yeah.
Well, missed opportunity.
Especially since they also had the Alien and the Predator in Mortal Kombat 10, so we were able to recreate that.
But yeah, and one.
Well, maybe they're saving it for Mortal Kombat 12.
Maybe.
Well, technically, Mortal Kombat 1, the new game, is Mortal Kombat 12.
And it's not the Robert Englund version; it's the Jackie Earl. Haley
See,
version.
that's interesting. For Mortal Kombat 9, it was Jackie Earl Haley's likeness, but they had Robert Englund doing the voice.
Okay.
I mean, you know why they did that, right?
Why?
It was to promote the movie because it was brand new at the time. I think.
True, but also the Jackie Earl Haley version was cheaper than the Robert Englund version. The likeness. So even video game executives are cheap, you know.
It's very confusing how they got Robert Englund's voice, but not his likeness.
That is
Well, think about it. I mean, his voice is probably cheaper than his likeness. So
that is
because
considering all the James Bond games that had Pierce Brosnan's likeness, but not his voice, except for one game.
Everything or
nothing.
Well,
yeah.
Actually, for a lot of those Bond games, like I know, like Nightfire, they couldn't afford to use Pierce Brosnan's likeness, so they kind of did amalgamation of all of the James Bonds at the time. And
you might be thinking of Agent Under Fire, where what happened was Pierce Brosnan was renewing his contract, which meant they couldn't use him. So instead, they got another guy called Andrew Bicknell, I think his name was, and they used his likeness for Agent Under Fire, and they were about to use his likeness again for Nightfire, but then Pierce Brosnan got everything cleared up, and then they used Brosnan's likeness again.
And now, since you said that, I just want to see James Bond meets Friday the 13th now.
That would be interesting. But so we've been going on for a while now, and I got a 12-hour shift tomorrow, so probably sure.
So before we go, you guys, anything you guys want to advertise on your channels?
I guess I could go first because I'll be quick. I started doing a little more gameplay videos. Like I started doing some. I put up gameplay videos sometimes, and I also started doing some sketches in Gary's Mod to kind of tie into like SFM picture sketches I put on Twitter every now and then, and for my Discord friends. So check those out. I might be planning an SFM animation for Christmas because I wanted to do it last year, but I didn't have the time. Basically, I'm going to get my friend DL Jado to fight AVGN.
Nice.
So yeah.
But yeah, for me, I got some more episodes of Let's Watch a Movie. Gonna stream on my channel. I'm pleasantly surprised by how much views my Vincent Price one got. So I'm gonna look into live streaming more public domain horror movie documentaries because of how well my Vincent Price one did. I have some movie reviews coming up, and of course, my third things that piss me off movie. I actually now have merchandise, which definitely could help with investing in better equipment and everything else, like for my future movies. So yeah, please be sure to check out the merch for my things that piss me off movies, and Vandalia and Junebug also have them on the same site as well.
Mm-hmm. We are. Let's see. I guess I could announce it here. Me and Eric on the next episode of Sit Down by the Fire are interviewing Lexi. What's her last name?
I forget her last name, but yeah, she was the one who went pro because she was awestruck when she met Tracy Lynn Cruz, who was the Yellow Ranger in Power Rangers Turbo and in Power Rangers in Space. So,
and we're going to interview her on next episode, Sit Down by the Fire. And all I will tease is we are also talking to. All I'll say is this for Friday the 13th. So, Eric, get the duct tape for your mouth. So don't spoil anything. But I'll just speak for this Friday the 13th stream. Eric and I have talked to people associated with Friday the 13th as a possibility for Sit Down by the Fire to interview. So,
hello, Explorer.
And I also have merch at Pop Tees along with Vandalian and Eric. And just remember, the merch that you guys buy, eventually can probably buy better equipment for Eric, Vandalian, and me. All of it will go right back to the channel. Just keep in mind with that, bills come up. So sometimes, we might have to maybe pay the electric bill with the merch versus maybe a better camera, because Eric does not want to be streaming and all of a sudden his lights turn off.
Yeah. So I do have an Amazon wish list down below. If you want to buy directly the equipment from me, that'd be great too.
Yes. So Pop Tees, it's Pop Tees at .com. So
as for me, next week I'll be going back to the History Channel to talk about the early American history with the Articles of Confederation, the precursor of the Constitution, and see how that failed miserably. Why we needed the Constitution.
All right.
Thank you, James Madison, for the Constitution.
But till then, never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. We'll see y'all next time. Bye.
Later.
Just do it. It'll turn out okay, unless you're sleeping. For this movie series, that is.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing?
Hello.
Kind of ironic that we're doing this right before I'm planning on going to bed. Ironic.
So, how are each of you introduced to the series?
I've seen all the movies.
But how were you introduced, though?
That is... I can't quite remember. Like, I probably through AVGN reviewing the NES game.
Makes sense.
Yeah, like, there was a time when really the only... Like, this was when I didn't know about a whole lot of horror stuff. Like, I had maybe slight familiarity with Halloween, even though I had never seen it. But really, the only horror franchise I had seen at that point was Scream, which is ironic because Nightmare on Elm Street's another Wes Craven creation.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was introduced. I remember when I was a kid, there was this movie store at my mall. I don't remember what it was called. It was such a long time ago, but I remember seeing a lot of Freddy merchandise there. And I thought, man, this guy looks cool. And then I remember when I was a kid, when my parents were gone, I remember that I watched Nightmare on Elm Street 2 behind my parents' back when I wasn't supposed to. And I remember that I got to the part like where Freddy came out of Jesse's chest.
Right, yeah.
Scared the hell out of me as a kid. Oh my god, my jaw was dropped. And then afterwards, I remember my friend Justin at that time, he had Nightmare on Elm Street 5 on VHS. Again, I wasn't supposed to watch it, but I was like, you know what? Not like my mom's going to know about it anyway, unless if I'm stupid enough to tell her. So, yeah, so I watched Nightmare on Elm Street 5 without her knowing, and yeah, so then I remember I was watching Freddy vs. Jason at my parents' house when I still lived there. And I remember I was watching that behind their back, and then my parents were coming home, so I quickly turned off the TV. Then I found out that I was watching it, and I remember that I got in trouble, and then but yeah, that's how I was introduced to A Nightmare on Elm Street.
For me, it was, I think it was third or fourth grade. I was 9 or 10. I was at a camp, day camp, for my learning disability thing I had, and one day they just showed us this movie, the fifth, the Problem Child. I think it was the fifth one, the Problem Child, or Nightmare Child. I forget what it was called. It was the fifth
Dream
movie.
Child.
Dream Child. And yeah, it was interesting.
Not that it was, but hey, I will be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, we started early. Early start, early finish if possible.
So that way everybody can get to bed. Well, I'm probably not going to bed because
I'll be going to bed for another few hours myself because I have a friend coming over later to play some. We have gaming nights.
Sweet.
And right now we're playing Ni no Kuni 2.
Tomorrow I'm doing a watch party with a friend because he has extra time tomorrow. We're going to watch 2 movies. One movie I picked, one movie he picked. My pick was My Cousin Vinny. And his pick was James Cameron's Avatar. So that'll be fun tomorrow.
The first one?
First Avatar, yes.
All right, yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, so anyways, let's start off with the one, the only, the classic, the original. So when did you two first see the original?
I did not, like, the first movie in the series I ever watched was probably Freddy vs. Jason, I want to say.
Okay.
Maybe, And I think I also briefly caught like the 2010 remake on like cable, but I didn't pay too much attention to it.
Well, you're probably better off that way, just to be honest.
I mean, I am going to speak in defense of the remake later on, but we'll get to it when we
I
get to
will be
that.
curious. I will be curious to hear that. So
I have not. I have not seen the. I've seen bits and pieces of the first one, but it's like most horror movies. I haven't gone full force like you guys have.
yeah,
Well, but anyway, so I did finally see the first one. I want to say a few years ago because I got the Blu-ray set. So my Blu-ray set has all the movies except Freddy vs. Jason and the remake. It has everything from the original to New Nightmare.
I'm guessing maybe. Oh, wait, all of them were done by New Line, so it
Yeah.
can't be. So it can't be because of rights.
No, it's not because of rights. I guess they just wanted to package the original movies, and because Freddy vs. Jason's a bit of a gray area, like people can't seem to decide whether it truly belongs with Friday the 13th or with Nightmare on Elm Street. Like it belongs to both, but for example, Freddy vs. Jason is included in my Friday the 13th box set. And then there's some box sets of Nightmare on Elm. Oddly enough, I don't think I've seen a Nightmare on Elm Street box set that includes Freddy vs. Jason.
Yeah, I know I have my Nightmare on Elm Street box set, but I can't remember if it has Freddy vs. Jason or not. But yeah, there are those who consider that movie more of like a spin-off. I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, you could if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I didn't finally see the original movie until I was a freshman in high school because I wasn't allowed to watch those movies for the longest time. But like I said earlier, it certainly didn't stop me from watching some of the other movies. I finally saw the first movie on iTunes when I had my iPod Touch at that time. And that right there shows just how long ago it was because nobody has an iPod anymore. And so I didn't
yeah, I remember buying movies and shows off of iTunes way before Hulu and Netflix were a thing.
Yeah.
Well, you can still buy movies off iTunes and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Now, matter of fact, they made it easier to watch iTunes movies because originally it's like you needed an Apple device in order to watch them, or you needed like the iTunes app on a computer. Now, because of like Apple TV Plus, they actually do have like Apple apps for like PlayStation, Xbox, and not only is it just the Apple TV Plus service, you can watch whatever you bought on iTunes.
Yep. Yep, that definitely is very true. And yeah, I kind of wish that I saw it on a bigger screen for the first time, but hey, at least I finally got to see the movie. And yeah, out of all the Nightmare movies, it definitely is a cliche to say that the original is the best. But I mean, for the case of Nightmare on Elm Street, it really truly is. It's because it takes itself more seriously. And I love the concept. I love the concept of a killer who kills you in your dreams. It's because that when the original movie came out, slasher movies were kind of starting to run their course. And then Freddy came along and it did something very original.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's such an effective concept because everybody sleeps.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not, but there's a thing on before a long time ago, and it's still happening or not, that people said at the time people said what happens in your dream can affect you in real life, something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And so, but yeah, just knowing the fact that he kills you in your dreams, and once he kills you in your dreams, you actually die for real. It's an amazing concept, and so I did research. So Wes Craven said that he named the character Freddy Krueger off of somebody who used to pick on him back when he was a kid, and I can't help but wonder,
does the real Freddy Krueger know about that? And how does he feel about that? I can't help but wonder. And then
I'd be like, royalties, please.
yeah, royalties, please. And he said that the look of the hat. He said that when he looked out his window once, there was some guy standing there with a hat similar to what Freddy wore. He was just looking at him the whole entire time. And Wes Craven said that that guy freaked him out. And then he said that he based that off of Freddy Krueger. And he said that he got the red and green sweater because he read some scientific paper that said that red and green are the two colors that the eyes have the hardest to see or something like that. So then he said, yeah, that's going to be the color of the sweater. And, and then this actually was Johnny Depp's very, very first movie. It's so weird to see him young. He was young in the original movie. And from my understanding, the only reason why he got cast was because Wes Craven's daughter or whoever it was thought that he was hot.
Okay.
So, interesting bit of trivia.
Well, Friday the 13th is also notable for having a young, I think Kevin Bacon's his name?
Yeah.
Two questions. Was this, you mentioned this earlier, but was this the last of all the horror movies we reviewed so far? Was this the last, the latest one in the chronology of the ones we reviewed so far?
Say what? Sorry.
We reviewed Halloween.
I think we did Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th. I think we
Massacre. I know we did that one.
So was this the latest? Was this the last one? Be in the series? I mean,
I guess it depends on how you interpret it. I guess. I mean, there were other horror movie franchises that came out after this, like Saw.
That's that. We got to that one yet. So, yeah, the ones we reviewed so far, this is the last one, I think.
But yeah, and then after Nightmare on Elm Street, there also did come like the Child's Play.
Oh yeah, the
two.
I've seen those movies. Actually, that's the one. That's the one series I think I've seen more than one movie of.
Yeah, speaking of the original Nightmare on Elm Street. Well, let me find it. I actually got an autograph from Heather Langenkamp.
Ah, Nancy.
Yep. Nancy herself signed that for me.
So it was a part of Johnny Depp's deal with the devil after 21 Jump Street. As long as it said the same role twice.
But yeah, I mean, the original Nightmare on Elm Street has so many memorable moments, like that part where Freddy's claws coming out of the bathtub, and Nancy talking on the phone, and then Freddy says, "I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy," and then
Can I just mention how Freddy really stood out compared to other slasher villains?
He did.
Because not only in like his supernatural qualities, like how he invades dreams, like the claw glove and everything, like how like he could do whatever he wanted because he was in the dream world. It's actually the real simple thing. It's how much he talked. Because if you remember, slasher villains that came before Freddy, like the big ones anyway, like Leatherface just spoke in incoherent mumbling, and then Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees, they didn't speak at all. But Freddy, no, he talks to them. Like he'll have an entire conversation if he wants. Like, especially how it's like, I forget who the name of his first victim, but it's like I forget what his first line of dialogue is. She starts running away. She yells, "No!" And then he just shows up out of nowhere. He's like, "Yes."
Yeah.
So what was he influenced at all by Wolverine because of the claws?
Probably not.
I don't think so. I think it could just be a coincidence. Why I like that they both have claws. But and even Freddy's weapon, like with like the glove, it's a very unique choice of weapon, considering that most slasher villains will use like a knife or a machete or a chainsaw.
Mm-hmm.
But knowing that Freddy uses his own custom-made glove made him even more unique, and I think that that's why Freddy became such a popular character.
Mm-hmm.
And according to research, Freddy was supposed to be a child pedophile in the movie, but there are all of like these allegations going on at that time. So Wes Craven decided to make him a child killer instead.
Well, and we'll get to this later on, the remake ended up going with the original idea.
They did, and the new idea made more sense because of like the glove that he had. So yeah, I guess it depends on how you look at it. And Robert Englund actually was not the original choice. Well, I like to play Freddy. I believe Mark Hamill and Robert Englund knew each other, and I think I recall something like how Mark Hamill encouraged Robert to go audition for it.
I thought you were about to say Mark Hamill almost went for the role. Like,
Here, I'm gonna look that up now. I just want to make sure that I'm getting that right.
so now the movie starts, if I remember correctly, that the parents killed Freddy in real life.
Uh-huh.
It's because I think the court he kept getting away with it, and the parents had enough, so they killed him themselves.
Yeah, and what I love about the original is that you don't actually see that, and then you have to fantasize that all in your head, which actually I think that actually kind of makes it more effective.
Mm.
That's my opinion.
And is it a long time between him dying and him committing the murders?
Well, the kids that he attacked when they were kids, they're teenagers by the time he comes back, so it's a little bit of a while.
Here, I'm looking.
Mm.
Okay, so according to Looper.com, Robert Englund led Mark Hamill over to the role of Luke Skywalker.
Huh.
Interesting. And and Jackie Earle Haley was supposed to have a role in the original movie.
He was?
So what, sorry?
He was? Because, Jackie Earle Haley's the guy who would later play Freddy in the remake, and even people who hate the remake agree that Jackie Earle Haley did a great job in that.
Oh, yeah. I definitely do agree. Jackie Earle Haley definitely was not the problem.
Okay.
He wasn't.
But we'll get to that when we get to that. So, back to the original.
So what death stood out the most to you?
Johnny Depp's.
Is that the one in the bed? Is that the one in the bed?
The one where he goes in the bed and gushes out like shitloads of blood.
Yeah, and I believe I heard something that when they were making the first movie, when they did that effect, something went wrong with that, and uh, I don't really remember the full story, but yeah, I heard something similar. But yeah, I heard something about how when they were filming that scene, that something went wrong. Here, I'm gonna look it up on IMDb just to be sure. But yeah, it's hard to say what death scene stood out to me the most because all of them were so memorable.
Mm-hmm.
Dapper says the room rotated.
Yes, it did. Yeah, and I believe that that's why that it went wrong. And yeah, they also used that room for a ton of other movies too, but I just can't remember which ones. And yeah, according to IMDb, New Line Cinema was saved from bankruptcy because of how big of a hit the original film was. So
Well,
if
at the
it wasn't
time,
for Nightmare on Elm
well, keep in mind at the time, New Line Cinema was not a big studio at all. Like,
Correct.
basically, they were known for like cheap, low budget crap. Like, as far as I'm aware, like Nightmare on Elm Street was like their first big thing. Unless there
So
was something else of theirs that I'm not aware of.
So yeah, so the scene where Freddy's arms were elongated was achieved by having men with fishing poles on each side of the alley operating a set of puppet arms.
Hmm.
so so the series overall was that one girl the same character in all 5 movies?
No.
But yeah, Nancy came back in Nightmare on Elm Street 3, but we'll talk about that later. And then she kind of sort of came back for New Nightmare.
For New Nightmare, but New Nightmare is an interesting case.
It is, yeah, because she's not playing Nancy, she's playing herself.
Like, New Nightmare is not part of the continuity. Basically, it's in a fictionalized real world where like Nightmare on Elm Street was like a big hit and everything. Like, yeah.
So according to IMDb, Heather Langenkamp beat out Demi Moore and Courtney Cox. So
Holy shit!
Yeah, Demi Moore and Courtney Cox both of them almost played Nancy.
Well, at least Courtney Cox got to work with Wes Craven later.
Yep, you read my mind. Yeah, and Wes Craven said that he said it on Elm Street because that's the street where John F. Kennedy was shot at.
Interesting.
It is. And there's that scene in Nightmare on Elm Street 6, like where he says every town has an Elm Street. Ironic he said that because very close to my university, there actually is one.
Huh.
And every time I see that street, you can probably imagine the first thing that comes to my mind.
Well, I'm not sure if it's Elm Street. I gotta look it up again. But do you know what street we do have one town over? We have Sesame Street.
Oh my god.
Hey, speaking of parodies, like didn't the Simpsons parody this one time, one of their Halloween episodes?
What?
Nightmare on Elm Street.
There actually was a parody of A Nightmare on Elm Street in The Simpsons, and the one who they decided to be Freddy would be groundskeeper Willie. Interesting choice.
So, I remember was the bathtub scene also in the first movie?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. So yeah, it took about 3 hours to get Robert Englund into Freddy makeup. I can believe that.
And like all things, the adults don't believe him at first. or they
Yeah,
ignore him?
that's actually adds a new layer of horror to the thing because they're trying not to go to sleep because if they go to sleep, Freddy's gonna get them.
Yeah.
But the parents think they're just delirious, like they think they're going crazy, and they think because they're feeling sick, they think the best thing to do for them is to go to sleep. Like, it's okay, like, we're just gonna sedate you, you're gonna go to sleep. Like, they think they're helping them, but they're just dooming them without knowing it.
So how did? Sorry, go on.
So according to IMDb, not only did Wes Craven's daughter think Johnny Depp was hot, she also threatened to run away from home if he wasn't cast.
That sounds so similar to how Richard Harris was cast as Dumbledore in the first two Harry Potter movies.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, because Richard Harris did not want to do Harry Potter, but I guess his granddaughter, I think, threatened to never speak to him again if he didn't take the role.
Huh.
And it's funny because Richard Harris did actually come to love the role to the point where when he was on his deathbed after finishing filming Chamber of Secrets, he did not want the role to be recast. And of course they had to recast him after he passed away. But yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have a choice. And
Yeah,
then
luckily they
last
luckily
year-
luckily they didn't go the CGI route like they do in movies nowadays.
Oh yeah. But now for Nightmare on Elm Street 1, is there anything else to really say?
So how did they defeat him? How was he defeated in the first movie?
Oh yeah, Nancy actually sets up traps. So like she's trying to lure him out of the dream world into the real world. But yeah, the one thing I don't like about the original Nightmare on Elm Street is at the very end with that sequel bait when Freddy pulls Nancy's mom in from like that door window. It looks obviously fake and kind of phony.
Yeah.
But that was because Robert Shea was wanting sequels to it when Wes Craven did it. So both of them had to come to a compromise.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's my only gripe with the original. But other than that, the original movie.
Probably my one big thing with the original is I feel like, yeah, they had the premise and everything there, all in all its glory, but I feel like it wasn't as creative as like some of the later sequels would be. That said, we'll get to it when we get to it. I actually might consider the third movie my favorite of the bunch, only because I felt like it took more advantage of like the Dream World premise.
True.
But yeah, the first one is still like close second for me.
All right, then.
Yeah, and interesting. According to IMDb, the words Elm Street are never spoken at all during the original movie. That's bizarre. But anyways, I guess on to the sequel.
Freddy's Revenge.
The very first Freddy movie I ever saw.
I will say the second Nightmare movie is one I'm a little bit mixed on.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's one of the more controversial ones.
I will say it's actually found a pretty big LGBT fan base, only because so for one thing, you have Jesse, who's notably, I think, the only male main character in the series.
Yeah, like there's not many horror movies where a male is the main character. It's usually a female. But yeah, since I'm trying to avoid controversial topics, I'm not going to talk about the LGBT thing. So, and if you and Ben Dilly want to talk about that aspect.
Well, it's only a brief thing to touch upon. Like, basically, most I can say is I think it's cool that the movie has attracted like an LGBT fan base because basically lots of them see it as like Jesse's story in the movie as like an allegory for coming out. And what further fuels that case is that Jesse's actor IRL came out as gay. In fact, unfortunately, he actually got HIV, which has now developed into AIDS.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
Sorry.
Like, so I just think it's interesting that the movie's gotten like an LGBT fan base because of that. Like, that's like, I think it's a pretty mediocre movie, and I don't connect with that because I am not LGBT, but I have lots of friends who are, so I could see, yeah, like maybe they can connect to it on that front.
Right, and there's also that part where that guy like gets slapped on his butt. So there's also a sign on one of the characters' rooms that says that there are no guys allowed inside.
Yeah.
So I can see why people have interpreted the movie that way. And so, according to IMDb,
It's like on that front, I can kind of respect how the movie has like sort of a fan base following it. But for me, yeah, it's got some good horror moments, like the fact that basically Freddy's trying to get reborn through Jesse, like through like how he comes at Jesse's chest and everything. It's got its moments, but to me, the movie is pretty damn mediocre because it is freaking dull.
So
yeah,
so I missed the earlier part you're talking about. So was this like an early LTBG movie thing in the movies or something?
It's not directly stated in the movie, but lots of people saw it as an allegory for. Because, I mean, especially helped by Jesse's actor, like the main character in the movie, that he did come out as gay, like, afterward.
Yeah, so New Line originally didn't want Robert Englund to come back as Freddy. It was because that they didn't want to give him a pay raise. So instead they hired a stuntman, and they realized that the stuntman was terrible. You can actually see like the footage of the stuntman. It was terrible, absolutely terrible. And so what they did was that they fired the stuntman, and then they rehired Englund, and then it gave him the pay raise.
Well, good for Robert Englund.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So was there any difference between the murders of, like the acting and murders of this movie and compared to the first one?
It was an entirely new cast other than Robert Englund, I believe.
Yep, and Kim Myers, she was cast in the movie simply because she looks like Meryl Streep. She actually does. She really, truly does. And I've had people tell me that I look like Walter White Jr., so.
Walter White Jr.
Yep. People have told me that a lot.
Do you have a meth lab in your house?
No.
Good.
Oh, interesting. According to IMDb, Michael J. Fox was considered for the role of Jesse.
What year did this movie come out?
1985.
So about the same time as Back to the Future, then.
Yeah.
So that's probably why.
Yeah.
So the director, Jack Shoulder, or how you pronounce it, he said he couldn't direct the pool house love scene without cracking up or laughing. So he gave it to an assistant to direct instead. So yeah, this movie actually was a bigger hit than the original was.
Is that one of the few times the sequel is better than the original?
Well, on a financial level, yes.
On a financial level, but the sequel is, I mean, it's not really a bad movie, but it's pretty mediocre.
But yeah, it's definitely not as good as the original, even though I do have a soft spot for it because it was the first Freddy movie that I ever saw.
Yeah.
So how did they defeat Freddy in this movie?
Well,
It's
the
so
thing is, Freddy gets reborn through Jesse, and basically Jesse reclaims control of his body, I believe.
Huh. So according to IMDb, Robert Englund even says that Freddy's Revenge is his least favorite out of the whole series.
I don't know if I go that far, but it is a pretty dull movie.
Yeah, it's not as good as the original. There are people who say either part two, part five, or the remake are the worst. There are even people who say that part six is one of the worst.
I have to go with 6, personally.
I can see why. So
Yeah.
So anything else about this movie you guys want to talk about, or any death scenes that stand out to you?
Not really.
I guess what we were talking about Freddy coming out of Jesse's chest, but then the plot hole isn't it pretty clear that Jesse would die from that? And then in the very next shot, it looks like as if he just has just a little cut. So that's a little plot hole in the movie. Oh yeah, and it's the only movie in the franchise to not use the Nightmare on Elm Street theme song.
Interesting.
But yeah, Dapper, we will get to the TV series, but later on. So anything else to say about Freddy's Revenge?
Mm,
Not
like
really.
not for me really.
Okay,
And
that's the time to move
and
on.
thus begins the Dream trilogy.
Yeah, Dream Warriors. This is one of my favorites. It's hard for me to decide what was my favorite, the original or Dream Warriors.
For me, I kind of have to go with the third one, as I said before, only because I felt like it got a little bit more creative with the dream world, and I just thought like the main characters were like a bit more interesting how they come together.
Yeah, and I love that scene, like where Freddy's using that guy as like a puppet, but like
Yeah.
he's using like his veins as like the puppet strings. That is so memorable, and I also love that scene where he grabs that girl and then says, "Welcome to prime time, bitch," and then he brings her into the TV and then smashes her head. That is such a memorable scene.
Now you
And
mentioned this. Sorry.
I do gotta say, the movie was like the first. It was like the seeds getting planted for like the modern movie making style that Wes Craven would wind up using, like in some of the later sequels, and especially the Scream series, like in terms of like soundtrack, like the way everything's shown.
Now you mentioned that the Nancy character returned for this movie. Why come she was in the second?
Basically, so the plot of it is that Nancy is sort of like guiding like a new cast of characters, like
Makes sense.
that, like basically, so Freddy's invading their dreams. Nancy is helping guide them to basically the reason it's called Dream Warriors is that she's guiding them to sort of take control of their own dreams and like have their own powers to fight off Freddy.
Yeah, and so cool thing about one of the main characters in 2013, Ken Segos, who was in Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4, I actually got to meet him, and then he signed this.
Aww.
Pretty awesome, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Nightmare 3 is because it's more connected to the original, creative kills, and I also really love the characters. You actually care about them.
Yeah. I mean, so spoiler for the movie, but this is a discussion. One point of contention for people is the fact that, should I say?
Sure.
Yeah.
One point of contention for people is that Nancy dies in the movie.
Yeah, I can see why people would take issue about that.
Yeah, like basically, like I forget what the character's name is, but the movie does end as a sort of a passing of the torch from Nancy to like the other like lead female character.
So she wasn't supposed to be like the. Well, I forget her name. Like her of the. She wasn't supposed to be the main character like the Halloween series.
You mean like Laurie Strode from Halloween? Like Nancy, yeah, she basically was the Laurie at that point.
She pretty much was. And oh my god, according to IMDb, for 1 week during filming of this movie, Robert Englund was working 24 hours every day. By day, he was wrapping up filming on his television series Downtown. And then at nighttime, he would be doing this movie. Oh my god, he must have been exhausted. But hey, whatever will help him make ends meet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anything stand out in this movie compared to the first two?
Oh man, the kill scenes were so memorable, and I mean the story is memorable. I like what it does to the original characters with Nancy, but I also like what it does with new characters. Like, this is almost like the perfect sequel. This is how you do a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and that's why a lot of people say that Dream Warriors is one of the best of the whole entire series. Oh, and it was the first writing credit of Oscar-nominated writer Frank Darabont, who would later go on to direct The Shawshank.
Oh yeah, I know Frank Darabont.
Mm.
Yeah, and it was directed by Chuck Russell, who would go on to direct The Mask, and then he also would direct The Scorpion King.
Wow.
Well, 2 out of 3 movies aren't bad. So,
oh yeah, the scene where the Freddy snake appears. I remember watching a behind the scenes documentary. They had to repaint that because it looked, I'm not trying to be vulgar, they said that it looked like a penis. So because of that, they then had to repaint it.
so what year did this come out?
1987, yes.
So okay, Kristen, I think is the name of the character that was sort of meant to have the torch passed from Nancy
Yes.
as like the mentor character.
Was she the one that had the baby in the 5th movie?
No.
No, that was someone else.
So, in fact, we'll actually get to that. So, Nightmare on Elm Street 4. So you have 3 characters still alive from Nightmare on Elm Street 3, including Kristen. Except Kristen gets killed off pretty early on, and she passes on her powers to a new character called Alice.
Speaking of Alice,
Another autograph?
yep, I also met her too. Let me find the autograph. Yep, right there.
Awesome. Because Alice is a little bit significant.
Right there.
Nice.
So, anyways.
Yeah, Alice is a little bit significant. So the other 2 surviving characters from Nightmare 3 also get axed off. But the thing with Nightmare on Elm Street 4 is that it's sort of a more ridiculous retread of Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Like, I think that's Nightmare on Elm Street 4 is like where the gif of like Freddy on the beach putting on sunglasses comes from.
Yeah, that was cheesy, and
Yeah.
I will admit it was really stupid how Freddy comes back. He comes back because a dog pisses on his grave. Who could take that seriously? And then Kristen, in the previous movie, was played by Arquette,
Yeah.
who was related to David Arquette. And David Arquette also has a connection with Wes Craven because David Arquette would go on to play Dewey in all
In Scream, yeah.
movies. So
Devers says 4 was the highest grossing in the franchise until Freddy vs. Jason.
yes, it was. That is very correct. And it's also the directorial debut of Rennie Harlan. Rennie Harlan would go on to direct Die Hard 2, Deep
Blue Sea.
and some other big name movies too. But
So how they go from being warriors to masters?
one problem that I have with Nightmare 4, a lot of the characters from the third movie are killed off. Even when I met Ken Sagos from Nightmare on Elm Street 3, I asked him, so how did you feel when they killed off your character in 4? He was not happy about it.
Yeah.
Not happy. And even when I met him, he said, yeah, the only thing people know me from is A Nightmare on Elm Street. And he seemed kind of annoyed that that's the only thing people know him from.
Like,
but hey, at least you're known for something.
so he's like typecast then.
Yeah, pretty much. He has tried to go on to do other things. I know he did do It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The reason why I know that is because I met him, and he told me that. He seemed really irritated that that's the only thing he is known for. So.
But is he at least friendly with fans?
Yes. Yeah.
Good, because that sort of reminded me of a story of one of the Power Ranger actors, specifically Emma Lahana, who played Kira in Dino Thunder.
Uh-huh.
For years, she was pretty friendly with fans. Like, she would go to conventions and everything. And then she landed a role on Marvel's Cloak and Dagger. It's like the moment she landed that role, something snapped in her.
I never heard about this.
Very suddenly, she was like, the moment she landed that role, it was like a switch flipped in her brain, and she suddenly became very hostile towards Power Ranger fans.
Ouch.
Like, she would get angry when people would refer to her as Kira on Twitter. Like, she stopped attending conventions. She ignored requests to return to the like, because they were doing like a big Dino team up for like Beast Morphers. I'm pretty sure she refused to come back for that. Like, and the funny thing is, I think what was going through her head is that she thought Power Rangers was below her now that she landed like a show with frickin' Marvel Studios. Like, and that ended up being for nothing because Cloak and Dagger ended after 2 seasons, and she has not been in anything since.
Well, she didn't commit murder like a Wild Force Red Ranger did.
Well, there's that saying, karma, Emma goes around, comes around. So.
Or don't forget your
and it's like, it's funny because the guy who played Connor in Dino Thunder also doesn't associate with the series anymore, but at least he had the decency to make it not anything personal, because apparently from the beginning he only considered it just another acting gig he got only to fund his career in directing, which apparently he made a pretty damn good movie over in New Zealand.
Okay, well, that's pretty awesome.
So,
but yeah, so even according to IMDb, when Nona Ryder, who would later go on to be in a movie with Johnny Depp, Edward Scissorhands,
yeah,
allegedly she auditioned for the role of Kristen.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting connection.
Lots of interesting connections.
Yep, and that's what Hollywood's all about. Hollywood is about who you know.
Yeah.
So this is the fourth movie. Was it still going strong, or the fans getting tired of by this point?
I mean, it was the highest earning movie in the series up to that point. And I'm of the opinion, while it is a sillier movie and it was kind of questionable that they killed off the surviving characters from Nightmare 3, like kind of without care, I will admit that it is still a pretty fun watch, if only because Alice is a pretty fun character. Like she's interesting to watch. Like the new characters that come in are also engaging enough. And Freddy, even though he kind of has like that, to me at least, he strikes that right balance between hammy moments and threatening moments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Nightmare 4 was the very first movie where Robert Englund received the top billing. And at this point in the series, you might as well should.
So how much did he make?
How much did he make on his salary?
Is he was top billing?
I'm going to look that up now.
While you're looking it up, was there any in this movie? Was there any murders that stood out to you? I know one that stood out to me in the next movie. I'll get to it then.
That girl was bench pressing, and then Freddy bent her arms all the way back, and then you see her bones popping out.
Isn't this the movie, or was that Nightmare 3, where there's one girl who has a fear of bugs or something, and her arms slowly change into bug arms and everything?
I think that was Nightmare 4.
Nightmare 4.
Okay, Robert Englund's net worth is $18 million. Wow. I wish I had a net worth of that. Not seeing anything about what his salary was.
So what does top billing mean then? That most money? Was he the first one?
He's the first one credited in the credits.
Yep.
He was front and center on the posters.
Yep, so that's what it means to be top billed. When you look at a poster, whoever's name comes first.
So, are you top billing in the Flat Earth movie?
Yes, and I'm also top billed in the Rise of the JWs and top billed in the one about people who deny dinosaurs. So yes.
It's a good thing you know the director then, and the writer. Good thing you're friends with him.
Yeah, definitely. So, on IMDb, Wes Craven turned down New Line Cinema's offer to direct Nightmare 4.
Is your off topic real fast? Is your movie stuff in IMDb?
I actually am trying to harp on that, which I should be on IMDb because I was in a movie called Hobbs and Phil vs. Zombies, and that movie is on IMDb, but I am just not credited on the IMDb page of that, so I should be, but I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
So, according to IMDb, Rennie Harlan got the director's job by refusing to take no for an answer. So this right here goes to show that if you want something, you really got to be persistent about it.
Yeah. Wish I was persistent about stuff.
Dabra's got a handful of IMDb credits.
Oh, like what?
We're waiting for that. So, how was Frey defeated in this movie?
Did he turn to a giant Freddy or
I'm not sure. It kind of escapes me at the moment.
Now,
I haven't seen this movie since I was a teenager, so
I rewatched all of them last year, but it's like been almost a year.
according to IMDb, Nightmare 4 was the highest grossing horror film released that year. And that year also came Halloween 4 and Child's Play.
1988, right?
Yes, 1988. I believe Friday the 13th Part 7 came out that year too, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
now, so thinking back to the next movie, did Freddy impregnate one of the girls in this movie? Or
That's
Nightmare on Elm Street 5. So, to quickly summarize what I thought of Nightmare on Elm Street 5. So, Nightmare on Elm Street 4, if you consider Nightmare on Elm Street 4 to be a not as good rehash of Nightmare on Elm Street 3, 5 is a not as good rehash of 4. Like, I thought some of the kills and effects were still creative and Freddy was still fun, but the thing with Nightmare on Elm Street 5 is that the plot was extremely convoluted for me. Like, it was something about Alice having a baby that Freddy wanted for some reason.
oh, so he wasn't the father then.
No. They also upped the ante on Freddy's like silliness a little bit more. Like it's like now it's like not completely stupid at this point, but like it's starting to get there.
Yeah, this is the one where I remember from the watching it as a kid, the comic book murder.
Yes, now I will admit that comic book death scene definitely was very creative, but was it scary? No.
Mm.
So, according to IMDb, Stephen King and Frank Miller were offered to write the script and even to direct it.
Wow.
I never knew that.
Stephen King, huh?
Stephen King.
They were really going to let him have that after he directed Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah, and isn't that movie notorious for being a really, really bad movie?
Yeah, you know what happened? So before you came in, or before when you were like gone for a second, I noted tomorrow I'm doing a watch party with a friend. We're gonna do My Cousin Vinny and James Cameron's Avatar. Those are movies we both picked out. I wanted to get him a copy of My Cousin Vinny for Christmas. So I ordered it on Amazon. They sent him a PAL copy of Maximum Overdrive instead.
Wow, that's crazy. According to IMDb, Stephen Hawking, the director, was given just 4 weeks to shoot this movie, even less than the 8 weeks that Rennie Harlan got for Nightmare 4, and further 4 weeks for editing. And so it was impressive at that time because he was only 28. And because of that, 20th Century Fox heard of that, and then they hired him for Predator 2.
Now, didn't this movie also have some stuff about Freddy's backstory too?
Yes.
His mom was a nun or something.
Yeah. And then they further elaborate that on Nightmare 6 about his backstory. But yeah, this one was a hit, but it wasn't as big of a hit as the previous movie was. So because of that, New Line Cinema decided that they weren't going to rely on Nightmare on Elm Street as their cash cow anymore. So that's why Nightmare 6 ended up being the final movie up
Or as they called it, Freddy's Dead, the Final Nightmare.
Yep.
And my opinion, Freddy's Dead is the worst movie in the series. I mean, it was fine for me to watch, just with the knowledge it was trash. Like, let's just say, by Freddy's Dead, they had fully devolved into ridiculous Friday the 13th antics. Like, the movie was a straight-up cartoon. Was not scary at all. The plot was still incomprehensible. And for a movie that was supposed to end the series, it did not feel like a finale.
Now,
The only thing that legitimately worked is like the scenes of Freddy's backstory. But really, the only reason to watch the movie, at least for me, was the ridiculous set pieces.
now I'm going to be honest. Do I get why people don't like Freddy's Dead? Yes, I do. I get it. If people want to say it's the worst of the series, I get it. I'm not going to lie. It's a guilty pleasure on my end. Because, yes, is it ridiculous? Yes. But I can't help but be entertained by it. I can't help but laugh at it. Especially
Like, I'm not denying that I'm not denying that I laugh at it, but like, still, I'm just thinking it's like basically, whenever I rate movies on Letterboxd, I still rate so bad it's good movies, like on a lower scale, just because, yeah, I laugh at them, but it's like I still think they're kind of bad.
So
Yeah.
is Freddy's Dead before or after the Final Nightmare?
New Nightmare is its own thing.
I said
It's not really connected to the series.
no, I meant I thought it was called the Final Night. No, one's called the Final Nightmare.
The full title is Freddy's Dead, the Final Nightmare.
Oh, it's the same movie then.
Yeah, and so according to IMDb, Peter Jackson was offered to write the script, and his script saw an aging Freddy where he's growing weak, like where people would go into the dream world just to beat him up. It's an interesting idea. And this also saw the return of Johnny Depp in the series, granted just as a cameo, but and you also see a cameo from Alice Cooper. Alice Cooper plays Freddy's father. Isn't that interesting? But there's a lot of cameos in Freddy's Dead. Like, there's a cameo from someone else really famous at that time. I forget, but yeah, Alice Cooper said that he did the movie because he's a big fan of Nightmare on Elm Street, and on top of that, he wasn't wearing all that makeup like that he usually does whenever he performs at concerts. And yeah, and it's also notable that this is the first 3D film in the series, although only the very end of the movie is in. Yeah, Tom Arnold and Roseanne Barr, yeah. Those are the people I was thinking of. Thank you. So, Nick, how do you feel about the end with the movie being in 3D?
Kind of indifferent.
I kind of felt like it was kind of unnecessary. Like, why not just make the whole movie in 3D?
Make it like Nightmare on Elm Street, nothing Friday the 13th 3.
Was this the time? Was this the era time where 3D was a big thing in all movies?
3D had kind of faded by that point because like it was like the 80s, like the early to mid 80s where there was like a big 3D craze.
Yep.
I think they make it come back later on, like in the 2000s a little bit.
Yeah, during the 2000s, but not really the 90s.
Yeah, and I believe I believe it was during Nightmare 4, like when they did the TV series. The TV series very loosely has anything to do with the franchise. like Freddy is the host, but only like the first episode has anything to do with the franchise itself because it's about like his backstory. Oh yeah, so about his backstory, it's established that there's like these little weird creatures or whatever, like the possessed Freddy or something.
I thought they were like I thought they were demons or something.
Yeah, demons or whatever they were.
They probably gave him his powers and all that stuff.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and Rachel Talalay, the one who directed this movie, is the only female to ever direct one of the Nightmare films.
Interesting.
That it is.
Right.
And it's also notable that in this, Freddy kills somebody with like the power glove. Go play with power.
Yeah, that's where the freaking video game freaking Freddy kill comes from.
Yeah. Is it cringe? Yes. But is it entertaining? Yes.
I think the guy he kills by the video game, isn't there this part where like he's sort of rendered like in 2D and he does like this Mario jump up the stairs or something and then he jumps into a hole on purpose?
So which was more cringy? Freddy's line with the power glove, or that one guy from the Wizard's line for the power glove?
I have to put a lot of thought into that. And it's funny because there actually was a Nightmare on Elm Street video game for the Nintendo Entertainment system.
But it was based on Nightmare 3, I believe.
It was, but I played it. There's a lot of random stuff in it, like there's skeletons, Frankenstein monsters. I'm like, I don't remember any of this in any of the Nightmare movies.
I know AVGN didn't like it, but my friend DL Jado, as well as Alma Elma, who was in chat, they both like it.
Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I tried playing it in an episode of Let's Play a Game on my channel. I couldn't really figure out what I'm supposed to do in that game.
Mm.
So do you play as Freddy or as one of the teenagers?
You play as one of the teens.
So in the next movie, they just have to go all meta and stuff.
So, Wes Craven's new Nightmare is not set in the main continuity, so it's again set in a fictionalized real world. Where like the Nightmare on Elm Street movies kind of fizzled out, basically the whole thing is an allegory for like how the Nightmare on Elm Street movies were like once a big thing, but like they're not a big thing anymore. Like the slasher genre has just kind of died out. And so it stars Heather Langenkamp, who played Nancy in 1 and 3. She plays herself, and Wes Craven himself is in the movie, and like he's trying to write out like a new horror script. And then there's this entity that takes the form of Freddy, and like there's a big explanation for why it's doing what it's doing, but like basically it's not the Freddy from the movies. It's like a real life supernatural villain that just takes Freddy's form.
Yeah, it's a really interesting idea, and but yeah,
like it has a lot of like the thing that Wes Craven would do was Scream. Yeah, Robert Englund does appear as himself. He of course plays a quote-unquote Freddy in the movie. And the thing with the movie is that it has a lot of social commentary about like Nightmare on Elm Street series' rise and fall at the time. Like social commentary would be like the big thing that Wes Craven would later do in the Scream movies. So
and yeah, and I also believe there even was some social commentary about how whether or not if it's moral like for children to be watching those films or not.
Hmm.
I believe so. It's been a while since I've seen it, and yeah, and
Moral, what does that mean?
moral, like whether or not if it's right to do it or not.
Yeah, when people say is that thing immoral, that that can mean so many things. People use that buzzword around sometimes.
And yeah, and also what's interesting, this also even happens in real life where there's lines and lines of people getting Robert's autograph, like where Nancy, Heather, and Lenkamp is just sitting there like without like those long, without those long lines. So
You know, for reference, I have a former friend of mine. Um, he once showed me a picture because the thing with him and his twin brother is that their dad liked giving them everything they wanted. And in this case, what they wanted was to go to a fan convention where they'd be able to meet, like, I think it was like an AMC fan convention, where basically fans could meet actors from both Breaking Bad and Walking Dead. And this guy's twin brother went and took a picture with Norman Reedus, who plays Daryl on Walking Dead.
uh-huh.
And as for the guy himself, he met R.J. Mitt and Giancarlo Esposito, who played Walt Jr. and Gus on Breaking Bad. I remember he noted the line to see them was pretty short. The line to see Chandler Riggs, who played Carl on Walking Dead, was ludicrous.
Wait, ludicrous?
Ludicrously long.
Oh, oh, sorry, I misheard you. I thought when he said ludicrous, I
Was
thought
the actor?
yeah, the actor. I was like, wait, I don't remember Ludacris ever being in The Walking Dead.
No. It's just that the line to see Chandler Riggs, who played Carl on Walking Dead, was ludicrously long.
Oh, okay.
But meanwhile, this guy wanted to go meet Walt Jr. and Gus from Breaking Bad, and the line was not very long, apparently.
So how did they incorporate the real world aspects of this movie?
Well, it's set in the real world as it was like in 1994 when the movie came out.
Robert Englund even said that he based his posture off of Max Schreck from the original Nos.
Nosferatu.
It makes sense.
That's why I was wondering if the murders were more realistic instead of cartoony, since it's so
No, it's still supernatural. I mean, they play it completely serious. Like this real life version of Freddy has like no humor to him. So, yeah, New Nightmare I think is like in third place for my favorite movie in the series. Just because of its very unique premise.
So, according to IMDb, Wes Craven watched all the Nightmare movies before making this movie. By the time he was finished, he claimed that he could not follow the storyline whatsoever. And so that's why he came up with this concept.
In fairness, he's not wrong, because by the time of Nightmare 5 and 6, the plot was beyond incomprehensible.
So yeah, so I totally do get why.
Is your plot, your trilogy still make sense, or is it all over the place now?
Yes, it does make sense. We do try our best to make it understandable. I mean, there are people who didn't understand the whole Dino Burger thing about Rise of the JWs, when I thought I made it perfectly clear about the conspiracy with fast food restaurants. Let's see. Oh yeah, Miku Hughes, who was in New Nightmare, He also was in Kindergarten Cop. He was the one in Kindergarten Cop who said, "Boys have penises and girls have vaginas."
Seriously? He plays Heather Langenkamp's son in that, I
Yep,
think.
that is the same kid.
Yeah, he was a friend of Michelle in the Full House series.
Uh-huh.
Funny.
So was Freddy Jason next in the series?
Yeah, Freddy vs. Jason was next, and it was notable for. I think we did talk about Freddy vs. Jason a bit in the Nightmare on Elm Street episode.
He did.
Yeah,
So I don't want to.
Yeah, it was right. Like right now. No, I think you meant the Friday the 13th series.
Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. I meant. We talked about Freddy vs. Jason in that. So yeah, I mean, it was notable for the last time Robert Englund played Freddy.
Yes, it was.
Now,
and one of my big criticisms with Freddy vs. Jason, because it was really cool to see the two of them have their showdown.
Yes,
but one of my big criticisms is how they don't really connect it to like the older movies all that well. Like, it's mostly a new cast of characters besides Freddy and Jason themselves.
And
like,
Pamela Voorhees does come back, but she is played by someone else because
it's played by someone else. And the sad thing is, one way they could have celebrated both franchises a bit more is if they brought back more characters. And it's not like there were no characters left they could bring back. Like, Friday the 13th had Tommy Jarvis, and Nightmare on Elm Street had Alice, because Alice was still alive when we last saw her.
Yeah, and speaking of Alice, I've always wondered, why didn't they bring her back for Freddy's Dead? Like, whatever happened to Alice? So it was a missed opportunity to not bring back Alice. That was a missed opportunity to not bring back Tommy Jarvis. Although I did hear a rumor saying that they were going to have Tommy Jarvis. He was going to be played by Jason Bateman. Yeah, and Jason Bateman. You guys would know him from the movie Identity Thief.
Okay.
Yeah, he was almost going to be Tommy Jarvis, but then they scrapped that for whatever reason.
And it's sad because it would have been cool to see Tommy Jarvis and Alice cross over, and they could have mentored the new characters.
Right, that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Or they could. Or what about Alice's kid? The whole point of the fifth movie.
But no, they don't get. They do have like a flashback montage of like stock footage from like both movies, but like aside from that, they don't really acknowledge the older movies.
So according to IMDb, James Wan was offered to direct this movie, but he was too busy directing Saw.
I mean, it's known that the guy who did take the director's chair didn't particularly care for either franchise.
Which is ironic, because when I was a teenager, when I watched the behind-the-scenes documentary, there was this girl who worked for New Line who said, yeah, we wanted somebody who's a fan of the series. Otherwise, why would you direct it? Only to find out that was a lie.
Yeah, I mean, at least he wasn't aggressively hostile towards the movie like Joe Chappelle was for Halloween Curse of Michael Myers.
Yep.
But still, I don't think the guy who directed Freddy vs. Jason was a particular fan of like either franchise.
Yeah, like accordingly, he never even saw any of the movies beforehand, and they continuously were asking him to direct it. And yeah, one of the other choices to direct it was Rob Bottin, who did the effects for John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he almost was going to direct it. A lot of people almost were going to direct Freddy versus Jason.
I know Wes Craven himself was not a big fan of the movie. Of the Versus movie, yeah.
What did he say that he was against?
I'd have to look it up because I know that it said it somewhere. Like, I'm gonna see this here. Okay, so basically, Wes Craven didn't like how the movie didn't have a whole lot of imagination and how it felt like it was all style, no substance.
Okay.
At least that's what he said.
So Coraline, the director Ronnie Yu constantly was trying to get Catherine Isabel, who was in Freddy vs. Jason, to do nude scenes.
Oh my
But
god.
Catherine did not want to get nude. So there was a lot of tension between those two on set. So eventually they settled on getting like a body double instead. Oh, so the leg of Camp Crystal Lake in this movie also was used for X-Men 2.
Interesting.
So it's the
It's the
next one, the
remake, yeah.
reboot they're doing now.
This was the
So-
first Freddy movie that I saw at the movie theater, actually.
I never saw it in theaters, but I do remember the trailers for it.
I do, yeah.
So here's my take on the remake. I know that people thought it was like nothing more than a shallow retread of the original movie. I know that most people don't have fond memories working on it, particularly Rooney Mara, who
Yeah,
is
I
the
heard
new
about that.
who is the new Nancy in this movie. And apparently she hated working on it so much she almost quit acting.
I heard about that.
But in spite of all that, I got to admit, I do think it was a decent. I thought it was a decent remake, and the big reason was Jackie Earle Haley, the new Freddy.
He was decent in the role. I just didn't like the makeup job. It just didn't look scary.
So this is a whole
Yeah,
whole new
remake.
universe then.
Timeline, it's a complete reboot.
Like, the thing with Jackie Earle Haley is that he, like, after years of Freddy being considered like an absolute joke outside of, like, New Nightmare, for example, Jackie Earle Haley's take brought Freddy back to kind of how he was in the original movie, where he's super serious, he's very menacing, but he does have like a bit of dark humor to him. And yeah, like, it is, in my opinion, a damn shame that he never got to reprise the role.
Yeah, because I heard that there was supposed to be a sequel, but that was canceled probably because of the poor reception of the movie. And
Well,
so,
all the big slasher franchises have been. Well, Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th have been dead since around that time.
yep.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they both died yet again. And I've heard attempts of another reboot.
When I was looking it up, it seemed like the last we heard of it is that they were trying to do something for HBO Max, and they were apparently trying to get Robert Englund back. But the thing is, I think Robert Englund has said that aside from like little joke appearances, that he's done playing Freddy because, simply put, the man is old. He can't really do Freddy the same way he did years ago.
Yeah, he's in his 80s
Like-
now. Now, granted, yes, he did play Freddy in that TV show or whatever it was.
Yeah. Well, it's the going after teenagers. He attacks people in the night in the home in the cat nursing home. He goes out to the nursing home victims now. Friday the 13th, 8. It's time for bed.
So, Freddy in the remake says that the human brain will still function well 7 minutes after death. That actually is scientifically true.
And the way he delivers the line is actually one of the creepiest bits.
It is. And
Like,
I will give the remake that. Even though I'm not really a big fan of the remake, I personally think it's kind of bland. And a lot of the acting is kind of bland too, but hey, I will give the remake credit. It did have some good moments.
Yeah, well, here's the line. Did you know that after the heart stops beating, the brain can function for well over 7 minutes? We've got 6 more minutes to play.
Yes, I love that scene. And what I also love, and that one line where he goes, "Why are you screaming? I haven't even touched you yet."
It's actually more like this. Why are you screaming? I haven't even cut you yet.
Yeah, that was such a memorable line. And then,
Yeah, like, I gotta say, like, hey, because of Jackie Earle Haley alone, that's why I thought the remake was not as good as the original, but
of course, not.
I would be lying if I said I did not enjoy it.
So they have the same backstory or different backstory in this
Well,
movie?
so earlier we said how the original plan in the original movie was to reveal that Freddy was more than a child murderer, he was also a child predator. And let's just say the remake, they more directly imply it.
They don't show it, thank God, but they imply it. And
they do imply it, but the thing, this is where, before they reveal that, they actually play around with a bit more of an interesting idea that I am a little upset that they didn't go with, because it would have taken the remake in its own direction instead of just being a darker retread of the original that I guess you could say felt a bit uninspired. Basically, for a good chunk of the movie, they actually play with the idea that Freddy, this version of Freddy, was innocent. Like, basically, the parents, basically, they play with the idea that he actually genuinely loved the kids, like, not in the creepy way. Hey, but, like, and because of that, the parents making assumptions about him, they killed him for that reason.
So it's
So
like
they play with that idea for a little bit, but then they reveal the child predator implications, and they drop that.
I think that'd be cool. Like, you think I'm a child killer? Well, fine, I'll be a child killer then.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, had they taken the remake, and the thing is, apparently in an early draft of the script, they actually were going to make him innocent. Like, he didn't do anything wrong, but the parents killing him made him into the killer he is in the movie. Like, it seemed like they were actually going to go that route, but no, they changed course. They went with the dirty implications, and that he was even worse than the original.
they had the balls to go that route.
Yeah.
So overall, what's your opinion of the series as a whole?
I'm a fan of the series. I still would honestly say that I'm more of a fan of Halloween, to be honest. But am I a fan of Nightmare on Elm Street? Yeah, I mean, obviously I would have to be if I have all these autographs. But yeah,
I would say I personally prefer the other slasher series that Wes Craven is known for, which is Scream. But I do like the Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
No,
yeah,
I can't.
and especially that concept. There's so much that they can do with dreams, and with it being dreams, it doesn't have to be realistic.
Yeah.
No, I can't do this because I haven't seen all the movies. But since you have, usually you rank these. You do rank these. So what's your highest to lowest?
So my rankings would probably be 3 would be on top, 1 would be second, 3rd would be probably 4. No. 3rd would be New Nightmare. 4th would be 4. 5th would be the remake. 6th would be Freddy vs. Jason. 7th would be 5. 8th would be 2, and then 9th and dead last would be 6.
So for me, the original is absolutely at Number one. Number two would be Dream Warriors. Three would be New Nightmare. Then, hold up. I have to write this down so I won't get lost in track. So, sorry. Original, Dream Warriors, New Nightmare. Then I would have to say Freddy versus Jason. Then Dream Master. Then Dream Child. I have a soft spot for the original, for Freddy's Revenge, because it was the first one I saw. So I'll put that at number 7. As cheesy as Freddy's Dead was, I love that scene, like of Carlos' death scene, where he has the hearing aid, and then he has like the chalkboard, he's scratching it, and then his ear blows off, and then his ear falls into his hand and goes, "Nice hearing from you, Carlos." I laugh at that every time, so I guess I'll say Freddy's Dead for that one. Let's see. Okay, I mentioned the original, then Dream Warriors, New Nightmare, Freddy vs. Jason, Dream Master, Dream Child, Freddy's Revenge, Freddy's Dead. I think that's all the movies. So, in my opinion, I think I'll put the remake at Dead last, because I didn't like the makeup, and a lot of the acting was pretty bland. So that's just my own personal.
And that's fine. You know, freaking one of the funnier kills I'm thinking of would actually be from Freddy versus Jason, and it wasn't even Freddy who did it. So specifically, I'm thinking about the showdown part, and there's the one girl who distracts Freddy from like the other two, and like she's going on about how how Freddy's not actually scary compared to Jason. Like she.
Oh yeah, that one. And then that portion says, "Who's afraid of someone with a Christmas sweater?"
And Freddy's like offended by that, but then she's like, "Oh, you're not even scary. You're not even scary. All you got are those teensy weensy little things." And then like you see Freddy like very slowly gets a smile on his face because he sees that Jason's right behind her, but she doesn't know that, and she's like, "Oh, you got these teensy weensy little things, and Jason, he's got this big old thing." And then Freddy's just like. And then she turns around, sees Jason. Jason just slashes him aside. And, like, the whole plot at that point, the reason why Freddy and Jason are fighting is because Freddy wanted Jason to, like, instill fear in everybody again so Freddy could come back. But now Jason is taking all Freddy's kills, and Freddy doesn't like that. But in that moment, Freddy's like, "Okay, Jason, you can have this one."
Deborah says, "You just have those butter knives."
Yeah,
that's one of the quotes she said.
Man. I love that scene. It's so memorable.
So wrapping up. As a director, how would you do this series any differently if you were directing it?
I would, yes, but we would be going on a lot longer than.
Yeah,
we would. So yeah. I'm interested to see what they'll do with this series next.
If they do anything at this point.
Yeah, I've been hearing talks of another reboot for the longest time. Now, I would love to see Robert back as Freddy. I would love to see that, but I'm being brutally honest with you. I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, like the man is old. Like at most, maybe we'll get him like sort of a remake cameo kind of thing.
Yeah, like, as a cameo, yes.
Yeah.
As a cameo, sure. But as Freddy, I doubt it. I'm sorry, people. I truly do.
Yeah.
So, anything coming up on your channels you want to talk about?
I have episodes of Let's Watch a Movie coming out. Almost done filming the third movie, so look forward to that. And funny that we're talking about horror movies. I actually got cast in a horror movie that's going to be filming in the summer.
Mm.
I don't know what the movie's about. All that I know is that it's a horror movie. So
Wow.
What about you, Nick? Anything on your channel coming up?
I'm doing a video series on a modded version of Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I'm just kind of doing a playthrough of it. Like, basically, I replaced the entire cast of Marvel characters with non-Marvel characters. I don't know if you've seen it, but a few of them are characters you'll recognize. There's Sora, there's Cloud.
okay.
Just to name a handful of them. Frickin' other characters I put in: John Wick, RoboCop, the Terminator, a couple of Sonic characters, Kirby, Link, and Samus from Zelda and Metroid.
So it's just like one of your, like a reboot of your shitty game franchise thing.
No, it's just a modded Marvel Ultimate Alliance.
Ah.
The video Marvel Ultimate Alliance is a game. And I'm also helping my friend DL Jado on a game review he's doing of Left Alive on the PS4. Because Left Alive is set in the universe of a game series I really like called Front Mission. And basically what I'm doing in this video is I'm basically doing a little segment where I talk about the Front Mission series because DL Jado knows nothing about it. Which is not surprising because Front Mission has been pretty abused by its publisher, Square Enix. Because most of the entries in the franchise were never released outside Japan for no good reason.
I can't wait to see that. As for me, next Saturday, my next two guests, Dapper knows both of these guys. Landon Noel will be on next Saturday talking about the universe before the Big Bang happened and what was going on there. And in 2 weeks, we'll be talking. Pansexual Beat will be talking about Julius Caesar in our Roman history of Rome series. So, if you like prehistory and history, check those 2 episodes out in the next coming weeks. All right. So, you guys want to see your catchphrases?
I don't really have one.
Do you want to know what pisses me off?
And never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We'll see you all next time. Bye. Just do it. Okay. And today, French fries. I have never seen, but you are expert at that.
You said that you've never seen any of the Saw films?
Nope.
All right, well, I am guessing that you don't care that we talk about spoilers then.
Nope.
Okay, cool. So I guess before we get into all that, I was wanting to share this. Back in September or so of last year, I actually got to meet Tobin Bell. Like
Awesome.
But yeah, Tobin Bell is best known for playing Jigsaw. But yeah, I met him and he signed the Saw blade. So
you're gonna ask once you get licensed, you're gonna ask to be in your 4th movie.
that would be amazing if I actually could work with Tobin Bell. And yeah, I will never forget when I posted this autograph on my Facebook exploded.
I mean,
You're gonna talk about it more when you get to Spiral, but Tobin Bell is what makes Saw.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And I think Tobin Bell is a really good example of that. If you feel like you're falling behind in your life, if you feel like that it's too late due to your age to find success in life, Tobin Bell proves that it's not too late, because Tobin Bell, from what I can tell, started acting when he was in his 40s. And then Tobin Bell had very tiny roles. And then it wasn't until Saw came along when he was in his 60s. He was in his 60s when he did Saw. And then it wasn't until then, like when he finally got his big break. So age is not an excuse.
Well, he's not the only one, too. I believe Alan Rickman, who's best known for Hans Gruber in Die Hard and Snape in the Harry Potter movies, like, I don't think he was acting until he was a bit older.
Yep, and
So,
yep, and even Samuel L. Jackson's a really good example. Morgan Freeman didn't get his big break till he was in his 50s. But
yeah.
anyways,
So what was the movie Escape like and Saw came out?
so yeah, this year marks the 20th anniversary of when Saw came out, and that's crazy. That makes me feel old. According to my research, it was originally a short film. Lee Wanell and James Wan were trying to get funding for it when they originally were in Australia, but they couldn't get funding for it. And then I believe their manager or somebody said you should move to Los Angeles so that way it has a higher chance of getting made. And so they made a short film, and the short film caught the attention of a lot of investors, and the rest is history.
So what is the plot behind these movies? At least the first. I think are they all the same, or is each one different?
I feel like I've done enough talking. So how about you take it away, Schnick?
Well, so basically the thing with the Saw, so the first movie opens up with two guys chained to they're chained to pipes inside this room, and essentially they're given a test. The test is they can leave, but they have to chop off their own limb to escape the chain. And they find that this is yet another string of victims taken captive by the so-called Jigsaw Killer. Essentially, the Jigsaw Killer puts people through tests that usually involve mutilating their bodies in some fashion, or otherwise going through some kind of psychological trauma. And if they fail, which is not completing the test in time, well, they die. But if they succeed, they usually get to live, albeit with the scars from the test. And as the series goes on, basically Jigsaw's modus operandi is that he takes people that are down on their luck, they're stuck in a drug addiction, or if they're not appreciating their life, or if they're criminals or something like that. Basically, the idea behind the test is that Jigsaw wants to rehabilitate these people to appreciate their lives more.
Yeah, which I think that right there was an excellent way to sell the Saw series, because we have to remember that at one point Saw was not as big of a name as it is now. And when I took film history back in the fall of last year, what the film professor was saying is that if you don't have a big name attached to your movie, like Morgan Freeman or whichever, and if your movie is not if your IP does not have that, if your movie doesn't have that IP value, you really got to sell the idea. And I think that Saw is a really, really good example of that, because I think it makes it more interesting knowing that Jigsaw doesn't just kidnap random people and innocent people just for the sake of being evil, but more so that he's trying to make people value their own life.
And he isn't killing. I don't think he technically kills anyone. He has other people. They kill themselves, or other people kill him.
Yeah. Although that some people would contest to that, but I will let the viewers judge that. But yeah, from my research, Lee Wanell and James Wan basically they were wanting to do a movie as cheaply as they possibly could. So and then they thought, hey, why don't we set the whole movie in film the whole movie like in one building? I mean, yeah, a few pickup shots outside, but mostly it was all inside. And yeah, and then that's when they came up with the idea. How about that these two guys wake up tied up, and basically they're trying to figure out how to survive. Excuse me. And yeah, and hard to believe that the original Saw came out almost 20 years ago now. That makes me feel old.
This year is the movie's 20th anniversary.
Yep. Holy crap, I feel old. But yeah, I was not allowed to watch Saw when it first came out. I didn't finally see it until 2008 around Halloween time. Uh, I first saw it when I purchased it at a pawn shop because me and a bunch of my friends at that time, we were wanting to have like a horror movie marathon like on Halloween night. And it was then when my parents finally allowed me to watch the Saw movies, even though they didn't approve of it, but I was finally of the age like where they couldn't really do anything about it anymore. And so yeah, me and my friends watched the original Saw. What makes me feel old is that back then at the pawn shop, buying a DVD would cost me $5 when I was a freshman in high school. Nowadays, buying a DVD at a pawn shop costs you like 50 or so cents. So that shows how much times have changed.
Yeah, for that little throwback, go watch our physical media podcast from a few weeks ago.
Yep, exactly. And but yeah, even though I did not see the original Saw in theaters when it first came out, I did have my second chance in 2014 because in 2014 they actually did re-release Saw for the 10-year anniversary. So yeah, so it was on Halloween in 2014 when I got to have my second chance. So yeah.
So what else makes it different from other horror movies?
So a lot of horror movies try to have like a twist. This is what the Saw series really is known for.
They're big twists. Yeah.
Yeah, like the twist in the original Saw, it's one of the best twists I've ever seen. And I think that that's one of the reasons why that it made Saw such a popular movie. I think one of the reasons definitely could be its twist. I mean, you don't see it coming. I mean, I guess we could spoil it for you, Vandalia. I guess it depends on if you care.
I mean,
I'm not
the
gonna-
twist.
I'm not
If
planning on
I'm
watching
being
them anytime soon,
frank-
so yeah, I don't care.
If I'm being, yeah, you can say it first, but I'll talk after.
Okay, so there is a dead body lying in front of the two main characters, and they think that Jigsaw is someone else. But it actually turns out that Jigsaw actually is the body lying in front of them the entire time, but just Jigsaw like took like some shots like to keep him alive while making it look like he was dead the entire time. And yeah, and then like that moment, like when Jigsaw gets up from the ground, you go, "Oh my God, that person was alive the entire time. That was Jigsaw the entire time." Hey, Land Before Time, Eddie and Regio. I probably mispronounced your name, but hey, I tried. But yeah, that was an amazing twist.
Well, for me, because of how ingrained Tobin Bell has become with the franchise, like even before when I watched the first movie for the first time, I just kind of saw it coming.
So did
Yeah.
any other actors
But
get to play?
like, I can imagine, like back in 2004, like it would have been extremely effective.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
So did any other actors get get like they're starting the Saw franchise besides Jigsaw himself?
Yeah.
Well, Leigh Whannell himself, who was one of the who I think was the writer of the movie, and he also starred as like one of the main actors. He got a big break in Hollywood afterward. Like most recently, he's well known for directing the 2020 version of The Invisible Man.
Yep.
So, and James Wan, who was the director of the first one, also went on to do a lot of directing of big budget projects.
Yeah, like James Wan went on to direct Series 7, Aquaman 1 and 2. He went on to direct The Conjuring, Insidious. So yeah, so Saw really definitely was their big break movie, and Shawnee Smith also was in the movie. Yeah, Shawnee Smith did do some things before Saw.
Is he frozen?
He might be.
Yeah, I think he's frozen.
Mm.
So what was your favorite? Did you have a favorite? Uh, we'll say event or mutilation or murder in the first movie.
Well, the first movie's really simple. Like it's mainly about like the suspense of what's going on because you're just first introduced to it.
Yep, he crashed.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the first movie's not my personal favorite of the series, but like it had a great foundation.
so so what were some of the things they had you do besides the cutting off the limbs in that first one?
It's basically a wide variety of traps. Like it's best to go by like in the individual movies because probably one of the more recurring traps that's in the first movie is called the reverse bear trap. Like basically it's like a bear trap is put on a person's head, and essentially I forget exactly how you beat it. Like I think it's something about like having to find the key. Like I think I completely forget what it is that Shawnee Smith has to do in the first movie to get the reverse bear trap off, because basically what a lot of the traps boil down to is that they're strapped to a device that's going to mutilate them to death, and what they have to do to get the usually what they have to do is to get the key that unlocks them from the device, but the usually getting the key involves mutilating themselves in some way. Like, I know in one movie they put the key inside a bottle of acid, which also puts like a time limit because eventually the key is going to fully dissolve in the acid and be useless. Then in the most recent movie, Saw 10, there's like a trap involving somebody's eyeballs getting sucked out. And in order to get the key to unlock himself from that, or like to stop the device, he has to he has to press some switches to break all his fingers on one hand. So, yeah.
I know this is the first movie, but I heard one of the. I might be wrong, but in one of the movies, they had to.
Hey, sorry. I'm so sorry about that. My computer crashed on me. But anyways, as I was saying, Shawnee Smith at that time, yeah, she did do a few movies. Like she did the remake of The Blob, but that bombed at the box office, and
Remake of the Blob, which one?
the one from the 1980s.
Oh, the '88 one was said to be good. Like,
Yes.
I actually got that on digital recently. I was curious to watch it at some point. I didn't know she was in that.
Yep, she was, and
She must have been really young back then.
she was. She was
Yeah.
very, very young. And so Shawnee Smith, actually almost didn't do the original Saw because Shawnee Smith said that she does not like horror movies. But then ultimately she changed.
That's ironic considering the character she plays.
Yep. And I mean, obviously she changed her mind to think that if she would have went through like with not doing the original Saw, she would have really, really missed out.
So I asked Nick when you were gone, what was your favorite mutilation in the first movie?
I think I probably would have to say at the very end, well, like when Carrie Elways, like his character, Dr. Gordon, like he went that absolutely nuts, wanting to go save his family, and then he starts to cut his foot off. And yeah, and I liked how earlier in the movie where that was foreshadowed when like when Carrie Elways figured out he doesn't want us to cut through our chains. He wants us to cut through our feet. And it's interesting with the Carrie Elways connection, since that in the movie Yes Man, Jim Carrey is seen like to watch like that moment like in Saw with Carrie Elways. It's an interesting connection because Carrie Elways actually did work with Jim Carrey like in Liar Liar, so that's just an interesting connection. And so yeah, I would say that that was my favorite violent moment.
So what was the setup for the second movie? How did he return?
You mean the Jigsaw? He got away with it in the first one.
But yeah, Dr. Gordon, though, played by Carrie Elways, I will never forget on all the Saw forums and IMDb message boards. It was back when IMDb had those message boards, and then they eventually got rid of them, as much as that sucks.
Yeah, they got rid of them because they basically because they were tired, because select people were like crying out they were mean. So IMDb punished the forum users by saying now nobody gets forums because everybody has to be a meanie poop head.
Well, that's a shame because I will never forget when I was younger, I absolutely loved those IMDb forums. I mean, I would use those all the time back when I was younger, and then they got rid of them. But nowadays, I just use like Facebook groups now, and but yeah, in all those forums and on House of Jigsaw, back when that was a thing on those forums, people always would be talking about when are they going to bring back Dr. Gordon. And people would say that for the Saw 2 forums, Saw 3, and so forth. And there were fans saying, let it go. Dr. Gordon is never coming back. Then fast forward to 2010. I know we're jumping a little bit ahead here, but yeah, he eventually did reprise his role. From what I was told, Carrie Elways didn't reprise his role sooner because he had like a pay dispute with the filmmakers. So yeah.
Now,
I talk about more when you get to Saw 7, but like he's barely used in the 7th one. But yeah, go on.
So I heard, maybe it was a parody or something, but did they just mutilate themselves, or that they mutilate other people to get out of the traps? Hello?
But yeah,
So did you hear what I said?
yes, I did, but I don't want to be doing all the talking, so I kind of thought that. So I kind of thought that our guest here.
Well, while you were gone, I did kind of go over it. Like It really depends. It really depends on the traps.
Yeah, definitely. But
I don't
yeah,
know if that was a parody or that actually happened in the movie. That he did to kill other people to get out or hurt other people, not just themselves.
like I said, there are some people who will dispute that because there's this part in the first movie where Jigsaw sets up this like these shotguns up in the ceiling, and then like one of the detectives triggers it, and then it blows his head off. So yeah, so some people have used that as an argument to say, okay, is he really allowing them to kill themselves?
I don't know.
But yeah, and from what I heard, the original Saw, it was supposed to be released straight to DVD, but it wasn't until when it got really positive reception at like film festivals. It was then when they decided that it's going to get a theatrical release instead, and it got that theatrical release, and it had a budget of only $1 million, which for a lot of Hollywood movies, for Hollywood standards, that's extremely low.
Well, it's not the lowest budget that a movie has had.
No, it's not.
Like the original Mad Max was made on a very shoestring budget, but that wasn't widely released in the United States, from what I heard. But then the George Romero's like Living Dead movies were made with like practically no money.
Yep, and the original Blair Witch Project, that was made for like what, $15 million, and the original Winnie the Pooh horror movie, that Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, that was made for only like $50,000. Yeah, and that's pretty much nothing with that. So yeah, so
How much was your budget for your movies?
my first movie was only $40. My second movie was $300. Now my current one is $3,000. And yeah, and for the fourth movie, I am looking at getting investors because I did find a website like where you can get investors. So
Finally gonna have producer credits for your movie.
yeah, but yeah, if anybody watching is an investor for movies, I would really appreciate that, because I had to give up putting money into my savings account just to get my current movie made. So yeah, so any last words about the original Saw before we go on to the rest? Because we've been talking about the original for quite a while now.
Yeah, I don't have much else to say about the first one.
But yeah, the original is a masterpiece. I mean, it has a few flaws here and there. Some of the acting from Lee Wanell may not be the best, but you know, I get it. They had a very limited schedule. But anyways, let's move on to Saw 2, which a lot of people say is the best out of all the Saw sequels.
For me, it's one of the top entries in the series. Yep.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, like I remember when Saw 2 came out, everybody at school was talking about it. My older brother was talking about it. And keep in mind that my older brother isn't really a fan of horror movies. But yet when Saw 1 through 5 came out, my older brother was really, really into those movies. And from what I heard, Darren Lynn Bousman, the guy who directed Saw 2, he originally had a script called The Desperate. He was trying to get it made, but he was being rejected because people were saying, oh, this is too much like Saw. And then eventually he figured, hey, might as well just make it into a Saw movie then.
So this is one of the few times that the sequel was better than the original?
I guess it depends on who you ask. I mean, Saw 2 definitely had a bigger budget, which makes sense since that the original Saw was such a big hit. But yeah, and so all right, to people in the chat and even Schnick, what do you all think? Do you think Saw 2 is better than the original, or do you think the original is better?
I actually think the second one's better because I like how there's a larger cast of Jigsaw victims. There's a much wider variety of traps, which makes for like more of an engaging horror experience. And I think one of my problems with the first movie is that the two big because so the big so the formula with a lot of the Saw movies, not all of them, but like a good chunk of them, is that you have one story of like the Jigsaw victims, like trying to figure out a way out of their predicament, and then you have a story of the police officers like trying to track them down. In the first movie, I just felt like the police officer and victim stories were a bit too disconnected. So like, and I think there were like extended sequences where like you'd be with the police officers, like even like flashbacks and everything. It's like it sort of gets to a point where you want to go back to Carrie Elways and Leigh Whannell and like see how they're doing.
Yeah.
Whereas in the second movie, they do a much better job like pacing both the stories so that they intersect a lot better.
Yeah.
So, and then also because now you know that Tobin Bell is Jigsaw, like, so in the second movie, they catch him pretty early on, and like he sort of like taunts them while he's like in interrogation, and like you get and like it delves into his character quite a bit.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, and the original Saw, Tobin Bell wasn't really in the movie a whole lot, which makes sense given what we talked about prior. But yeah, in this movie, he gets way more screen time, and so yeah, I could definitely see why people definitely would like Saw 2 because of that. And when I was a teenager, out of all the Saw movies that were released at that time, it was Saw 2, which was the one that I rewatched the most because I thought it had an excellent runtime. It wasn't too long, wasn't too short. It went at a great pace. The traps were great. And yeah, and it's the Saw movie I have watched the absolute most.
So in this movie, there's more than one shooting location. Then
Probably since that they had more of a budget to do so.
all right. Well,
But-
do you guys have a favorite event in this movie?
Oh man, I think I would say out of all the traps, probably the needle one is the one that gets to me the most.
Yeah.
I think that that's the one that gets to most people, but the one where the victim was a complete idiot, it's like where like she gets like her hands stuck in those things, and like she was so after she got one of her hands caught, she was then dumb enough to put her other hand in the other one, getting both of her hands stuck. It's like you should have observed the trap first. You should have grabbed like a rock or something like to break the glass and then get the key. So that's a flaw with Saw 2. Even though that I love Saw 2, but at that I'm like, you were such an idiot.
What about you, Nick? How was your anything stand out? Any of the?
Well, that's about what Eric said.
Awesome.
To me, like it was the needle. Like that was like an idiot moment right there. Then the needle trap is the one that stuck with me because it's like obviously you don't know where those needles have been. I mean, in school they educate you about how used needles often carry STDs and everything. So like that's not even just the fact of they're poking you.
Yep, it's that you don't know where in the world they've been. And I will never forget watching the DVD behind the scenes. They were saying, for safety measures, how they had to go through every needle just to make sure that it was safe. Could you imagine just how tedious that was?
Yeah. But they had no choice because they don't want to accidentally give Shawnee Smith an STD.
Yep, exactly. And then that would backfire
Yeah.
on them. So, yeah.
So what was a twist of this movie? So there even had a twist.
All right, so I revealed the twist of the first movie. So how about you give it away?
The twist of the second one is that Shawnee Smith, who returns in the first one, she's one of the victims in the house, and like another one of the victims is the son of like the main detective character in the movie, who is played by Donnie Wahlberg, who's best known for Blue Bloods nowadays. So Donnie Wahlberg, of course, is really pissed with Jigsaw in captivity because like his son's in his traps right now. But it turns out the whole time Shawnee Smith was working for Jigsaw because she survived Jigsaw's trap in the first movie. She was rehabilitated so much to Jigsaw's liking that she actually now believes in his rehabilitation efforts, so she became his apprentice. And she was in the house the whole time, sort of supervising the traps.
Mm.
And then later in the movie, like when Donnie Wahlberg finds the house, he gets trapped in there. Like Shawnee Smith, I believe Shawnee Smith traps him in there. And then she breaks Jigsaw out of prison out of the police station. And they're at large at the end of the movie. So,
yeah.
So wow. So he got a partner in crime with the second movie.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So yeah,
Go to the third one then.
I will say this before we move on to Saw 3. The end credits song I like better in Saw 2 than I did with Saw 1. Like, it actually
2 and 3 had awesome end credits songs.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, to be honest, it was because of Saw 2 is why that I discovered Mudvayne, and then afterwards I then became a huge Mudvayne fan.
So all right, real quick for us, maybe skipping the thing. We can go back to 30 seconds. So is there a point in the franchise that the movies did what people call jump the shark?
Yeah, in Saw 3D, I would say, but let's focus on Saw 3.
All right.
So Saw 3, I thought was like a step down. Like, it's a movie I'm pretty divided on. Like, on one hand, Saw 3 at the time was meant to be the end of the series, and in a sense, it does have that grand finale feeling to it. And the overall big theme of Saw 3 is that it's all about forgiveness and how vengeance isn't the answer. So, like, the plot of it is that the main Jigsaw victim this time is a guy called Jeff. So Jeff's son was accidentally killed by a drunk driver the year before, and the drunk driver was acquitted. So Jeff has a lot of rage towards the driver as well as the people who let him go free. So Jigsaw traps him in his game. For the record, that's Jigsaw's big recurring quote, "I want to play a game." And what Jigsaw does this time is he has Jeff free to roam around the facility this time. He comes across each of the people who were involved with his son's death not getting justice. So they get an eyewitness that decided not to speak about the crime, the judge who acquitted the drunk driver, and then finally the drunk driver himself. And essentially, so they're all hooked up to a trap, and essentially Jeff is given the option to free them, at the cost of mutilating himself. Like, for the eyewitness, he has to get the key to free her out of like this freezer that he gets his face stuck in or something. Then the judge is drowning in pig guts, and the only way to get
brutal.
Yeah. And the only way to get the key to free the judge is that he has to burn all his son's old toys. They're like the only things he has left of him. And then for the drunk driver, he has to the key is attached to the trigger of a shotgun. And if he pulls the key off, the shotgun's going to go off and possibly blast him in the face. So basically, so that's what the movie is. And meanwhile, off to the side, so we forgot to mention this the last time. The whole reason why Jigsaw started his whole thing is because he was dying of cancer. And he made an attempt on his life that failed. And that was that attempt on his life that made him appreciate his life more, and that's why he started doing Jigsaw stuff. Well, the cancer by Saw 3 is starting to take its toll, and he is basically dying. Like, he is about to go. And Jeff's wife was captured because she's like a doctor, or like a nurse, I think a doctor. And essentially, Shawnee Smith is forcing her to keep him alive. Like, there's a pretty disgusting brain surgery scene because she has to keep his skull open to let his brain breathe a little bit because it's like swollen. And essentially, if Jigsaw stops breathing and he dies, a shotgun collar on the wife's neck is going to kill her. So that's why she has to keep him alive.
Yeah, with that brain surgery scene, when I first saw Saw 3 when I was a freshman in high school, I'll never forget. So I rented Saw 3 on like the Xbox, like the Xbox store or whatever it was at that time. When it got to that scene, I'll never forget how much I was cringing. Like, oh god!
Like Saw 3 has some of the most disgusting imagery in the series.
Yeah, that and like that scene where like all that pig guts is like piling up on that guy. Oh my gosh. And
then don't forget what Jigsaw calls his personal favorite. There's what the drunk driver is hooked up to. A device called the rack. What the rack is, so he's like strung up like this. The rack slowly twists each of his limbs until like the bones break and everything until it finally hits his head.
Yeah, Saw 3 is one of the most gory Saw movies. Oh my gosh, that scene was brutal. And also what was brutal in Saw 3, that moment where like that naked woman is being sprayed with all that really cold water and she's in that freezing cold room.
Yeah. Funny thing is, I was reading like in the production notes that they were originally going to have her clothed like in a t-shirt and everything. But then they figured spraying her with water in a t-shirt, that wouldn't give off the disturbing vibe. I mean, wet t-shirt, woman wearing see-through, whatever, yeah. So they needed to make it disturbing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so despite, like, the thing with Saw 3 that makes it divisive for me is that its execution is kind of sloppy. Like, for one thing, Jeff is a pretty unlikable character. Like, there's this YouTube channel called Kill Count that's like, that that like goes over death scenes like in movies, like particularly horror stuff. He gave Jeff the nickname Slow Ass Motherfucking Jeff. Because the problem with Jeff is that he takes forever to make decisions. Like he doesn't. It's not like he even talks to the victims or like debates among himself whether he wants them to forgive them for like what their role in his son's death, not having justice served. Like he just kind of stands there like blank faced, and yeah, like. Also, he has a very idiotic moment. At the end of the movie, his final test is he gets to Jigsaw himself, who's laying there dying from his cancer. His last test is to forgive Jigsaw for putting him through all the tests. And it's been spelled out pretty clear for him that if Jigsaw dies, his wife dies. So Jeff decides, oh, I forgive you. Takes a chainsaw and slices his neck. So obviously his wife dies.
Yeah, and a lot of people have said that the big mistake they made in Saw 3 is that they killed off Jigsaw at the very end. But I mean, this was intended to be the final Saw movie. And originally, Lee Wanell and James Wan and all the other people involved with Saw 1 and 2, they didn't want to come back for a Saw 3. But from my understanding, the only reason why that they did it was because of one of the producers, Greg Hoffman, passed away while making Saw 2. And then they figured, hey, let's make one more Saw movie, not for us, but for him. And so
do you agree? Do you agree with Nick that the third movie went down in quality?
I mean, I definitely do like Saw 3, but to be honest, I did watch Saw 2 more. So it went down in quality just a little bit, but I definitely do like a lot of its themes. I like its theme about how revenge is not the answer. And yeah, I liked a lot of the things in Saw 3. But yeah, I do agree that Saw 3 kind of has a pacing issue. But other than that, I really do enjoy Saw 3, and host in the live chat acts was all my opinions on the first 3. I like the first 3 Saw movies.
That would be me. I'm the host.
Oh.
I was asking the chat.
Oh.
Well.
Okay. But yeah, I just wasn't sure like if like their username like was host or what. But now I know. So yeah.
So all right. So I guess the question is, if Jigsaw died in the third movie, who's the fourth movie guy?
Well, the thing with Saw 4 onwards is that, yeah, they do take place after Saw 3, but they make heavy usage of flashbacks so that they could keep using Tobin Bell. And basically, so in Saw 3, Shawnee Smith ends up dying too, because she was very unhinged as an apprentice, and like, the thing with Jigsaw is that he always wanted to rig his traps as being so that the victims could survive it. Shawnee Smith rigged them on purpose to where they would die no matter what.
Yeah, and people even said that a lot about Hoffman's traps. Like Hoffman actually was first introduced like in the third Saw movie, and then afterwards he became a very prominent character throughout Saws 4 through 7.
Yeah, so basically what happened is, starting from Saw 4 onwards, the new Jigsaw traps are done by another guy called Hoffman, who is another apprentice of Jigsaw's.
Have we never met before? Or have we met?
And then another main character who joins the series at this point is a woman called Jill, who is Jigsaw's wife. So, yeah.
They continue on his work.
Yep.
Hoffman continues his work. Jill was not really involved in the work. So let's see. With Saw 4, I did like it a bit more than 3 because the characters were a bit more engaging. And another thing with Saw 3 that I didn't really like that much is I know that that's par for the course of the series, but 3 was a bit too depressing for me. And 4 didn't carry as big of a depressing tone to it. But the big problem with Saw 4 is that its plot is an absolute mess.
Yeah, I do agree. I Saw 4, I felt like that I got overly complicated by Saw 4.
Yeah.
And like knowing that, so Jigsaw, before he died, knew all of this stuff like was gonna happen with all these victims seemed a little bit much to me. So yeah, that's why I like Saws 1 through 3 better than Saws 4 through. I mean, Saw 6 was pretty decent, but I like Saw 1 through 3 better than Saw 4, 5, and Saw 7.
Yeah, that's about right.
But yeah, by Saw 4, it got way overly complicated, and even Darren Lynn Bousman didn't even want to come back for Saw 4, but his schedule was a little bit open, and he figured, hey, why not? And then it would be the last Saw movie that he would direct until he came back for Spiral.
We'll get to Spiral later. So the thing with Saw 4 is that it was cool to see get an in-depth look in Jigsaw's backstory. Like, it was one of the first ones we got. But they had so many storylines going on. And the movie jumps between them like at a rapid-fire pace. That kind of makes it a bit disorienting. And also, the traps were not all that creative here.
I mean, I thought that Saw 4 had some pretty cool traps. Like, the one with the hair got me. And the one in the beginning where, like, the guy had his eyes sewn shut and then the other guy had his mouth sewn shut. That one did seem more like a trap that they could not win. But the one trap that really made me cringe, it was when that pedophile guy like got like those like knives like poked into his eyes. I'm like, okay, he can't wait, not kinda. He really deserved it.
Yeah.
So that was one of the times you were rooting for the victim to get hurt.
Yep,
Well, the next time you kind of root for the victims to get hurt is Saw 10, but that's a little way off.
Yeah, definitely. So, anything else said to be said about Saw 4, or are we good?
Not really. So, Saw 5, I thought was a bit more of a step in the right direction for me. I liked how they brought back the multiple survivors angle that like Saw 2 when like basically like so multiple survivors wake up together and they kind of work through like all the jigsaw traps. And they also go into Hoffman's backstory because like Saw 4 is like what revealed Hoffman to be the next Jigsaw apprentice, so they go into like how he became acquainted with Jigsaw here. But again, they edit the stories together at a bit of a breakneck pace. And I don't know, the characters were also kind of forgettable.
Yeah, what I remember Saw 5 about is that it was the first Saw movie that I saw at the theater because I wasn't allowed to watch Saw 1 through 4 when they came out But then Saw 5 finally was the one where I was finally allowed to watch them. So it was the first Saw movie that I saw at the theater.
So you were finally 17 to see R-rated movies?
Well, I was 16, but almost 17. So, and then my parents' justification for it, they were saying, yeah, you're now the same age, Kyle. My older brother's name is Kyle, and they were like, you know what? You're now the same age Kyle was when we first started to let him watch R-rated movies. So you can watch this. My parents were not thrilled about me watching Saw 5, but like they said with their justification for it.
Did they come with you, or were you
No,
allowed?
so what happened was me and my best friend Greg at that time, my parents bought us the tickets, and my parents said, yes, you two can go in, but the person taking the ticket wouldn't let us in, and I thought, shoot, we're not going to be able to get in. And then Greg was thinking on his feet. Greg and then asked some random stranger, hey, could you pretend to be our parental guardian? And they said yeah. So that was how we got into Saw 5. And I will never forget, after the movie was done, my parents came and picked us up, and I was saying how I was in the mood for Taco Bell because I was hungry. And my dad said, so you have an appetite after seeing all that gore?
Oh, God.
Yeah, they were not thrilled at all about me watching Saw 5. And it's ironic now, considering that, the Friday the 13th franchise definitely helped me out, with getting my name out there, with movies. But I think because of that, I think my parents are having a change of heart, even though that they still don't like the genre. But yeah,
So did 5 go up or down from 4 in your opinion?
depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you.
Yeah. So Darren Lynn Bousman did not come back to direct it. Instead, it was directed by David Hackle. David Hackle was going to direct Saw 4, but he had personal issues come up. Excuse me. So instead, he directed Saw 5, and I think it is best that they had someone else come in and direct the Saw movies, because Darren Lynn Bousman, I could tell that he was getting burnt out on Saw. So yeah, so I think in that regard, yeah, that it did help the franchise. But yeah, to
So
be
like,
honest,
you're getting burned out on your Things That Piss Me Off series movie.
yeah, so I know exactly how he feels with being burnt out on Saw, because I'm feeling that way about Things That Piss Me Off, to be really honest.
You have a future director in mind for future projects?
For Things That Piss Me Off, well, I'm taking a break from the movie series after the 4th movie, but I have mentioned that, I eventually there might be a 5th movie, but hey, whoever would be willing to take the shot at being the director.
What about you, Nick? In your opinion, the 5th movie go up or down in quality compared to the 4th movie?
Well, I said it at the start that it went up a little bit, but not by much.
Yeah, still I think Saw 5 was a little bit complicated with the plot. And I feel like the filmmakers knew that killing off Jigsaw was a mistake at the end of Saw 3, because they had to do all these mental gymnastics trying to bring Tobin Bell back. And what's funny is that Tobin Bell often would get top billing when he's barely even in Saw 4, 5, 6, and 7, especially in Saw 7, where he's only in one scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then it was around when Saw 5 came out is when the box office results were starting to go down, and yeah, and people weren't talking about Saw 5 as much as they were for the previous Saw movies. So yeah, So yeah, so I guess enough with that. Let's move on to Saw 6.
Yeah, Saw 6 was like a big jump in quality. Like, 6 is hailed as like one of the best movies in the series. So, by now, they kind of cleaned up their act with the storylines. So, they fully settled on Hoffman and Jill, like, being at each other for, like, the police storyline. Like, and then for the trap storyline, they focus on a guy called William, who is I, I believe he's an health insurance agent. And the funny thing is, the whole health insurance thing comes back in Saw 10. Because, like, so basically, Jigsaw meets with him to use his health insurance to get money for an experimental treatment that's supposed to be helping him get rid of his cancer, and that gets followed up on in Saw 10. And he denies him have the insurance cover the treatment because it's out of the country and it's not authorized. Like, and basically what Saw 6 does is it gives massive social commentary about the American healthcare system.
Yep.
Which is very relevant, and like it tells an interesting story with it. They've got some creative traps there. Now, 6 is the one where they have like 5 people strapped to a merry-go-round, and like basically William has to choose which 2 of them are gonna live, and the others are gonna get blasted by a shotgun.
Yeah, I definitely thought that was one of like the coolest traps in the Saw series. But yeah, what was a real shame is that by this point, like that the audiences were getting burnt out on Saw, and around that same time, Paranormal Activity came out. Everybody was talking about Paranormal Activity. Well, I will never forget people at school. People at school were saying, "Oh, another Saw movie. Saw 6 looks so stupid."
Were you burned out? Were you burned out personally at this time, or are you still excited for the series?
I was excited, but I could see why people were getting burnt out on it because this was now Saw 6. And yeah, and so because of Paranormal Activity, Saw 6 underperformed at the box office.
So how fast were these movies coming out at this point? Were they coming out
They're
really fast?
every year.
So yeah, that's not like a gap reading year. It was like one boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, like at that time there was no gap. There wasn't a gap until Saw 7 and Jigsaw. But yeah, like they're coming out every year, every Halloween. So I do get why audiences like were eventually getting burnt out on the Saw series. And yeah, that was a very common thing that I heard at school. Like people were saying, "Oh, another Saw movie?" Like they were saying, "Why is there so many of them?" But
what about you, Nick? Were you burned out by this point, or were you still excited?
I didn't watch the Saw movies when they were new.
Okay.
But yeah, I argue that they were more thinking with the creative side of their brain. They were not thinking the business side of their brain. So yeah, but yeah, I definitely do agree. Saw 6 is a huge step up of their game. It had a much, much, much better plot than Saw 4 and 5. But yeah, I feel like Saw 6 is, even though that it is well regarded in the fan base, I feel like with general audiences, though, I feel like it's a little bit more underrated. I feel like it's because of the timing of it, is that it had to compete with Paranormal Activity. While, yes, Saw 6 did make its money back based off of its budget, but it got utterly creamed by Paranormal Activity.
They were also making video games at the time. They had Saw, the video game, and then they made a sequel like a year later. And like Konami wanted to be their next big horror franchise, but they quickly had to abandon it after the second game because Saw was just falling off the market that much.
Yeah.
So Nick, is Saw gonna be one of your video games that you play for your channel?
No.
Yeah, and around when Saw 6 came out, this is very rare for a horror movie franchise because most movies that get rides are action movies, which makes sense because it's easy to make a ride out of an action movie. But Saw is the first horror movie to ever get a ride based off of it. And I think so far it is the only horror movie to ever have a ride based off of it. And yeah, Saw the ride, it's not here in the US. It's in, I believe, the UK or Australia, but I could be wrong. But yeah,
What is it? You want to get off the coaster? You cut your legs off. Get off the coaster.
But yeah, so yeah, basically it's like your generic roller coaster, but like right when you take off, there's like Jigsaw on a TV screen that says like "Let the games begin" or something. And yeah, and then at the very end, Jigsaw then says "Game over." But yeah, I think that's really unique that Saw is the only horror movie to have ever gotten a ride based off of it. But yeah, I don't know if you two ever knew that there was a Saw.
I did not know there was a
Yeah.
ride. That is
So
crazy.
you want to go to England just to ride it?
Yeah, I definitely think that riding it would be cool. It's a shame that it's not in the U.S., but yeah, it came out right around the time that Saw 6 came out. So yeah, and the ride is running still to this very day. And I imagine that Saw the ride probably gets a lot more business when a Saw movie comes out, and especially at around Halloween.
So it's about 2010 then, 2011.
The Saw ride opened up in 2009, which was the same year that Saw 6 came out. So yeah, and then a year later, originally the Saw 3D was going to be split into two movies, but
Yeah.
Lionsgate wanted it to be just one movie because of the box office results of Saw 6. And I think that resulted in why Saw 3D, its plot is very convoluted. Like, look, the opening trap is a cool idea, how it's a public trap, but what doesn't make sense is how in the hell was Jigsaw able to get away with making a public trap? Like, don't you think people would find that suspicious? That, oh, here's this guy out in public making a trap to brutally murder people with?
All right, so was the 3D stuff corny or good?
It was pretty corny. Like, a lot of the blood ended up being pink. But yeah, that's my opinion on the 3D. What was your opinion on it?
Mine.
Yeah.
So again, I was pretty divided on it. So the main victim of this movie is a guy who was going around like visiting so basically survivor groups of Jigsaw, and like he's given all these inspirational speeches and everything. The dude was a liar. Like he faked being a Jigsaw victim just for attention and fame. So Jigsaw Hoffman catches him and puts him, or actually not Hoffman. It's going to be a bit of a twist. Jigsaw catches him and forces him to do his tests for real and face the consequences that come with it. So it's here where they finally bring back Cary Elwes as Dr. Gordon, but he barely gets any screen time. And there's a reason for that. They were intending... So, Dr. Gordon is revealed to be another Jigsaw apprentice. Perhaps the real apprentice, because the Jill and Hoffman storyline reaches its conclusion, and it's a bit underwhelming. Like 6, it was actually really engaging, but 7, they kind of bring it to an anticlimax end where basically just both of them end up dead.
Yeah, and one thing that fans have complained about is that the fans predicted that whole twist with Dr. Gordon the entire time, is that Dr. Gordon like helped Jigsaw with all the other traps throughout Saw 2 through 7. Like, people were saying how they noticed that during like that moment Saw 2, when you see like the opening trap he set up, like that there's that limp. And even the actor playing that said, yeah, I didn't mean to do that limp on purpose. And then with that limp, fans were making theories saying that, oh, that right there is proof like that it's Dr. Gordon. And then the filmmakers were like, okay, well, I guess now it will be Dr. Gordon because the fans wanted it. So yeah, so ultimately that twist came to be because of fans.
And the thing is, it's a fine twist, but again, Dr. Gordon gets like almost no screen time, so it's like they don't even really properly show it. Yeah. And the thing is, they were going to make an 8th movie at the time that would have went into Dr. Gordon's whole backstory, but they couldn't do that. So.
Yep, and we eventually did get an 8th movie, but not the original 8th movie.
To this day, Dr. Gordon has not returned to the series. So they have that big reveal, and they just left it as is.
Now, you said earlier you thought 3D is when people thought that the series jumped the shark.
Yeah, I felt like it did with that opening public trap. Like, how in the hell was Jigsaw able to get away with that?
I mean, it's a pretty unique spectacle, but yeah, you got a point on that.
Yeah, like, how in the hell was he able to do that? Like, don't you think people... Now, it was easier for Jigsaw to get away with it with the other movies because it was hidden away from the public. Well, yes, it is a really cool spectacle. It just didn't make any sense. And the other thing that didn't make any sense is that so Jigsaw almost killed Dr. Gordon's family, and now Dr. Gordon's helping Jigsaw. A lot of fans have pointed out that they think that's absurd, like how Jigsaw almost killed Dr. Gordon's family, and now he's helping Jigsaw. I mean, I guess the argument could be made that, oh, Jigsaw made him appreciate and value his life. I guess you could make that argument.
What is your opinion?
Eric might be swaying me in his direction. Never thought about that. I forgot Dr. Gordon had a family.
Yeah, and then some people were like, don't you think that Dr. Gordon's family would be wondering where in the world that he has been? And yeah, I mean, it was cool to finally see Dr. Gordon back. But yeah, I definitely do agree he was severely underused. It's a real shame that we never got that then planned Saw 8 to get more of his backstory. I mean, do you think that we ever will get Dr. Gordon back in a future movie?
It might be possible, considering the current direction they're going with the series, it seems, but I don't know.
Okay, the question is, do either of you want him back?
I do want him back because I feel like he was kind of wasted in Saw 7.
Yeah.
So I think it would be cool to see him back. But yeah, as long as they pay him the like pay him the money that he feel like that he deserves. So yeah, so there was no new Saw movie for the longest time, and honestly, I thought that we weren't going to get another movie like for at least 10 years. And then it was announced that Jigsaw like was coming out. I was like, okay.
Yeah, Jigsaw was like the series' grand return after like 7 years.
Yep.
So do you think people appreciated the gap between movies since they came out so fast?
I mean, in some respects, yeah, because Jigsaw was the first movie in the series I saw in theaters. It's one of only 2 I've seen in theaters, Jigsaw and Saw 10. Because I did not see Spiral in theaters. I don't even know
Spiral.
I don't even know Spiral made it to theaters because of COVID.
Yeah, matter of fact, I've never even seen Spiral. That's the only Saw movie I have not seen. But yeah,
I can talk about Spiral as long as you don't care about spoilers.
Oh man, I haven't seen it, so the spoilers.
If you don't want me to spoil it,
yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to have it be spoiled.
And then I'll try to talk about it with as minimal. I'll talk about it as minimally as possible.
Okay, well, I do appreciate that. But anyways, yeah, Jigsaw grand return of the series.
Yeah, so the thing with Jigsaw is that I did not think it was all that. I mean, I thought it was decent at the time I saw it, but like upon rewatch, it didn't hold up as much.
I definitely do agree. Like, I remember being entertained by it when I saw it in theaters, but then afterwards, it's a pretty forgettable movie, to be honest.
Like, it has some good visuals. Like, the final trap of the movie is this collar that like surrounds the victim with laser beams that gradually go in. Like, I thought the laser beam trap was cool looking. Then they do have a good mystery about who the new Jigsaw killer is. Until the payoff of the mystery kind of sucks, but that's besides the point. But then another thing that was a bit of a highlight, the Lionsgate logo at the start has this triumphant remix of like the main Saw theme, basically to signify, oh yeah, Saw is back. Friggin' enjoy it.
Yeah, and but yeah, like I said, I was shocked like that they brought it back when they did, because I thought it would be like 10 whole years.
I'm surprised they brought it back at all.
I mean, I figured that they eventually would bring it back because Saw is now a big name franchise. But yeah,
all right, so the thing with another problem that Jigsaw really suffers from is that it does not follow up on the loose ends from like Saw 7 at all. Like, in fact, most of the first 7 movies don't even get mentioned. Like, you get Tobin Bell back. Like, basically the big twist they try to go with is that, Tobin Bell, the original Jigsaw, he's somehow back to life. When in reality, it's revealed that the traps going on in the story were just a massive flashback to like before his death. And one of the detectives or like police officers working on finding the victims. It turns out the whole time he was just mimicking the victim. He was one of the victims who survived. And he became another Jigsaw apprentice. And he recreated the other victims from his game to mislead one of the detectives just so he can get the lead detective in the laser beam trap. This new Jigsaw apprentice's name is Logan. By the way, Logan has still not returned in any new movie, so we're probably not going to ever follow up on him again either.
So because of that, it feels like that Jigsaw, the movie, was just such a big waste. Like, knowing that they didn't follow up on any of the previous loose ends.
Like, and when I say they don't reference the previous movies, they don't. Like, other than having Tobin Bell back, the only other thing they do is briefly mention Jill. That's it.
And of course, they mentioned how Jigsaw died in Saw 3, but that's really it.
Yeah.
So was this? You said this movie was it this movie or the other next movie that came out during the COVID lockdown era?
No, Spiral came out during COVID. This came out in 2017. Jigsaw.
But yeah, honestly, there's not really a whole lot to say about Jigsaw. I thought it was a pretty forgettable movie. Like, I remember some of the traps, but the main characters, other than that new apprentice, there's like nothing memorable about it. Nothing.
Yeah. So now I'm going to try and talk about Spiral without spoiling it.
Well, fast behind the scenes, did the fact that it came out during this time affect its ratings? Affect it at all, or was it just?
It affected the box office, yeah, and it's a shame because Spiral was a Saw movie that got some really big names involved. Like,
so basically, it was Chris Rock who headed Spiral. And the thing is, Chris Rock is mainly associated with comedy, and I'm just gonna say it. He had no business trying to do a horror movie. Like, he does not really sell his role all that well.
Yeah,
so,
it definitely was weird to see him in a horror movie.
Like, I'm gonna say it, of all the Saw movies I've seen, Spiral could be the worst one.
I've heard a lot of people say that. Like, people say either Spiral or Saw 7 are the worst ones.
We'll get to that in a bit.
But yeah, so the thing is, the best way I can describe how Spiral feels is that it feels fake. So the gimmick with Spiral is that it's a brand new killer, not like it's set in the Saw universe, but it's a killer completely disconnected from Jigsaw. It's the only movie in the series that does not have Tobin Bell, and let's just say you feel Tobin Bell's absence. And the whole thing with this new killer, not connected to Jigsaw in any way, he's literally just Jigsaw. Like, he has the same modus operandi, he has the same kind of traps, he even has the "I want to play a game" line. The only difference is that they use a voice synthesizer you can't take seriously. And yeah, so it has confusing plot and character contradictions. Like, let's just say they do a little bit too much to try and give you clues as to who the new killer is. Like, I'm not going to say who it is.
They spelled out to you in bold letters.
The best way to describe it is that they spell it out and they throw you a curveball. Like, it's an idiotic one. So, I mean, it has a couple of highlights. There is one trap I thought was good. And it does have relevant social commentary. I guess because it was made with a bit of like a theme of police brutality in mind, and its commentary is relevant. But yeah, Spiral was not good.
Yeah,
and
that's what I've heard about it.
this is the last movie that has appeared so far in the Saw franchise.
Nope, there was one more.
Yep, and it's the one that came out a year ago, and it's ironic because it was around the time when Saw X came out was when I met Tobin Bell.
I would imagine he was doing press tours for the movie. So I saw Saw 10 in theaters, and my reaction at the time was, so I marathoned all the Saw movies for Letterboxd before I went to go see Saw 10. And my reaction at the time was, I went from seeing what could be the worst movie in the series yesterday to watching what could be the best movie in the series today. Because Saw 10 is easily one of the best movies in the series, and even critics agree on that, because even with as far back as the first movie, critics have never been all that nice to the Saw movies. No, they were really nice to Saw 10.
Yeah, and that was a first for the Saw franchise, because even going back to the original movie, like that, they all got rotten scores on Rotten Tomatoes. None of them ever got good reviews alike from critics. But then Saw X came around, and that was the first one in the franchise to get good reviews and a fresh score on Rotten Tomatoes. That was huge for the Saw franchise.
Yeah.
And what I loved about Saw X, they finally made Tobin Bell the main focus. And that's what they should have done for so many movies in a row. And I guess they figured, hey, Tobin Bell is now in his 80s, so we probably should make him the main focus now. And the genius thing that they did, they said it before.
So it's between Saw 1 and 2.
Yeah. It's before Saw 2, but takes place after Saw 1.
So the thing is, they have Tobin Bell back, then they also bring back Shawnee Smith. And also the guy who played Hoffman comes back for a brief cameo. But yeah, so basically Saw 10, it follows up on that brief little story from Saw 6 where Tobin Bell was hearing about this experimental treatment that could maybe cure his cancer. Well, he goes to Mexico to get this treatment. He meets with the doctor, other patients who've undergone the treatment. And they do it, and he actually is very grateful. He actually sort of forms a new outlook on life. There's even this part where he's sitting on a bench in a park. He's drafting the rack from Saw 3, but then he rips out the page and crumples it up. We get the implication that with his cancer gone, he feels like he doesn't need to be Jigsaw anymore. But then when he finds out it was a scam.
Yeah, and that's where they made Jigsaw a very sympathetic character, is the fact that you understand why he's doing all of it.
This is the one movie where you cheer him on when he captures all the people involved with the scam and puts them in the traps and everything.
Yeah, and then how at the very end, this is the first time in the Saw franchise where a child is put through a Saw trap, and even Jigsaw himself is put through one of his own traps.
So we can get to that in a minute, exactly what they do, but yeah, so really the big thing with Saw 10 is that it does a very mature dive into Jigsaw's character. It shows a lot of the sympathetic a lot of his sympathetic qualities, while also delving into the morality involved with him putting people in the traps in the first place. And Tobin Bell acts his ass off in it. when like he comes like in a change of pace in like the other movies, probably because he improvised the traps on the spot. In all the other movies, he doesn't really show his face to the victims. He usually like appears like he usually has like the Billy the Puppet appear on a TV screen, or it's just a voice recording. No, here he appears in person to the victims, and like there's this point where he like explains why he's putting them through the traps, and like he actually goes into a bit of a rant about how disgusted he is that they took so many people who were dying of terminal diseases, and that they gave them the false promise and hope that they could save them. And like it's notably one of the only times where we see Jigsaw getting audibly angry. Like specifically the line is, "You promised dying people that you could save their lives," or something like that.
Yeah, and that's where Jigsaw is completely justified. Like, this is the movie like where they humanized Jigsaw, and I think that's one of the reasons why that it ended up being so well critically received. And yeah.
Of course, the traps themselves deliver on the usual gore. Like, I remember a friend of mine was noting he almost puked at the bone marrow one.
Yeah, you're talking about like the one where like that girl had to cut
where she had to saw her leg off and then like have like fill like this scale with like her own bone marrow before like a trap cut her head off. Yeah, the traps in the movie are pretty brutal. And then another guy is forced to do a brain surgery on himself and like put pieces of his brain on a freaking scale. And both these traps, they almost do it, but they run out of time just before they fulfill the trap's requirements. Then another one of the victims is like strung up in the air, and like her flesh is getting fried by like radiation. And then finally, you have the doctor who led the scam. She is one of the most despicable characters in the whole series. Like, so she straps Jigsaw to one of his traps, which is this blood vat thing where basically two people get strapped, and essentially one of them has to drown the other in the blood vat in order to free themselves from it. And this doctor lady takes an innocent kid and straps him to it too with Jigsaw. And like it's a sort of a back and forth between because the other wants to save the other. But then it turns out the whole time Jigsaw had sort of thought of this. So the doctor and like this guy who was like posing as like this unknowing bystander, but really he was in a relationship with the doctor. They go upstairs, like collect their money or something, I forget. Then they like basically Jigsaw's control room. They get trapped in there, and I think like the room gets like covered like in acid, acid air or something like that, and like eventually the guy ends up suffocating to death, and like the doctor barely survives by sticking her head out of the control room, like through an opening. But then Jigsaw gets free from the trap. He takes the money, he gives it to the kid, and then the kid and Shawnee Smith walk off while the doctor's just left there to die. If I had to give a criticism, that doctor deserved worse.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, at that moment, I thought that when I saw it in theaters, I was thinking, how in the world is Jigsaw going to get out of this?
Mm-hmm.
And one other criticism that I'll have, so it's set before Saw 2 and after Saw 1, but you can definitely tell that Shawnee Smith has aged.
Like, you don't know. You don't notice it much with Tobin Bell because, well, this is around the point where Jigsaw is sort of dying from his cancer, so, like, his aged look is sort of fits, but yeah, Shawnee Smith looks noticeably aged compared to the older movies. They did toy with using digital de-aging, but it would have inflated the movie's budget big time, so they just decided to go with not explaining it.
Yeah, and look, I do get why that they didn't go with the de-aging, because it would have made the movie's budget a lot bigger, and they wanted to make their money back off of it. So I do get why that they did that, but it is noticeable.
All right. So now it's the last movie of the series. So
it's currently the last movie, but they have confirmed an 11th one is in the works. Like, it was supposed to release this year, but it's been postponed to next year.
So
yeah, and I mean, heck, I would rather have them take their time.
So how many have there been total so far?
10.
All right. It's time for everyone's favorite time ranking. So what was your number 10 movie?
I mean, our rankings are going to be different. You're going to rank mine. So are we starting from the bottom and taking turns?
Yeah.
All right. For the bottom for me is Spiral.
I'll say the same thing because I haven't seen it. So
number 9 for me is Jigsaw. I just thought it was that, like, for all of Saw 7 and Saw 3's problems that I had with them, at least I remembered them.
Yeah.
Like, Jigsaw has its good qualities, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide which one's worse, Jigsaw or Saw 3D. I think because of the pink blood and how they wasted Carrie Elways, I think I'll put Saw 3D.
Okay. Number 8 for me is Saw 3D.
Yeah, number 8 for me, I guess I'll put Jigsaw. Even though, yeah, it was a step up from Saw 3D, but it didn't tie up any loose ends from the previous movie. And knowing that that Logan character is now a complete waste.
Yep. Then number 7 for me is going to be Saw 3. I just thought it was a bit too depressing of a movie. Pretty much none of the characters were all that likable. Like, it does have a really good theme of, like, forgiveness, but, like, I thought the execution was just kind of sloppy. So.
Eric, what's your number 7?
I think I'll have to go with Saw 4, even though I thought it had some cool traps. But it was overly complicated. It was kind of hard to follow. And what I've learned is that Occam's razor states that the simplest ideas are often the best ideas. So because of that, I think I'll put Saw 4.
All
right. Number 6 for me is Saw 4, just because I thought, like, tonally it was a bit more exciting to watch, but yeah, it was very convoluted.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Here, maybe I'll go with Saw 5, because, yeah, a step up from Saw 4, but a lot of the same problems with Saw 4. It felt pretty convoluted. And it's a little bit above Saw 4 because Darren Lynn Bousman exited as director when you could tell he was getting burnt out.
For me, it's Saw 5. That's number 5.
Funny, Saw 5 is at number 5.
Yeah.
That is funny. And
What is your number 5?
I think I'll go with Saw 6. Because, yeah, it definitely was a step in the right direction, but still not as good as the other Saw movies.
I have to go with the original movie here because I don't know, like I felt some of the pacing could have been a little better, and maybe the big twist at the end just doesn't have the same oomph for me as it originally did. But it's still a master of like suspense. So
Yeah, I can see that. I think here I'll put Saw 3. Even though that I definitely do love the themes to it. It had some of the most brutal traps. But I definitely do agree some of the pacing.
Okay, now time for the bronze medal.
for me, it's going to be a little tough to decide between Saw two of the movies. I guess at the moment, just barely, I think Saw 2 goes into 3, just because the next movie, I think, had, like, stronger themes to it.
Right. What is your bronze, Eric?
Hard for me to say. I want to put the original movie higher because that's the one that started it all. But I guess because of Lee Whannell's acting, I think I'm gonna put the first Saw movie here.
All right. Okay, Nick, what is your silver medal?
I actually am gonna go with Saw 6 because I don't know. I just thought the social commentary was very relevant. I thought like the traps were creative and like the stories were engaging. So,
All right. Okay, what is your silver medal, Eric?
For me, it would be Saw 2 because out of all the Saw movies, that's the one that I have rewatched the absolute most.
and then for me, Saw 10 goes on top just because of its rather emotional character dive into Jigsaw's character.
I would say the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So you guys agree
Saw
with
X definitely is the best Saw movie we have ever had.
Yeah.
So you guys agree your gold medal and your last ones are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's very rare for a 10th movie in the franchise to surpass the original. How often does that happen?
I mean, Fast and the Furious kind of did it because Fast 5 ended up doing better than the first 4.
Yeah, but I mean, besides that, it doesn't really happen all that very often.
I know Final Destination 5 ended up doing it over the first 4. That's another one.
I've never seen Final Destination 5. I've seen Final Destination 4 or The Final Destination.
The fourth one's the worst one, and that's the only one you've seen?
Yeah, that one was pretty bad. And yeah, Unfortunately, that's the only one that
I assure you, the others are better.
Yeah, I can imagine so.
So I guess that's off the table for a future review then, since you haven't seen them all yet. All right. So what's coming up? What's coming up on your channels in the future?
So I guess I'll go. So I've been taking a break from Let's Watch a Movie because I think that there was an oversaturation on my channel because of it. Let's Watch a Movie really went down with views. So I'm taking a break from Let's Watch a Movie. I am planning on bringing it back, but rather than 3 times a week, I'm planning on taking a little break from Let's Watch a Movie, at least a few months. I will bring it back eventually, but instead of 3 times a week, it'll be 2 times a week. And yeah, I'm almost done with my semester at MSUB, which will give me time to finish filming the last scenes with the 3rd movie. Then I'm going to edit it. The 3rd movie is almost done being made, so look forward to that. I'm bringing back Horror Movie Marathon on my channel. I haven't done Horror Movie Marathon since like 2017, 2015, around there. So yeah, it's been absent from my channel for a while. But yeah, planning on doing that, and teaming up with the 406 boys for the Craven Awards. And yeah, and I'm teaming up with the 406 boys for a short film that they're doing. And yeah, and that's really all that I got going. So, Schnick, what do you got going?
Not much at the moment. I mean, if the game gets another content update, me and a couple of friends are gonna survive that shitty game Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. And we may or may not do gameplay of a game called Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, so a friend of mine can make a review.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, for me, next week, I guess we're talking about the Ornithian dinosaurs, also known as the bird hip dinosaurs, which ironically have no birds in their descendant tree. Then I don't have any plans for the week after that, unless Eric wants to continue his watch along of his series.
Oh yeah, things that piss me off. That's what I forgot about. There are 2 more spin-offs coming out of things that piss Antony off. I know people were complaining how there was too many of those coming out. So that's why that I'm scheduling the next 2 of things that piss Antony off. But yeah, say if Vandalia wants to do another one, or even like say like if Schnick wants to do a spin-off. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, so as of 2 weeks, we'll be watching that. Eric's fine. We'll be reviewing them again in 2 weeks. And then in 3 weeks, we'll be having the grand finale of my Before Earth miniseries, where finally Earth arrives to the scene. Earth is here finally for our finale. Tapioca Weasel is still here in chat. He can give a sneak preview of it. But that's what's coming up on my channel in the next 3 weeks. All right.
But yeah,
So,
I definitely feel like that we covered a lot. I mean, heck, this live stream ended up going on for almost 2 whole hours. So.
Wow, it is. All right. Anything you want to say before we go?
Be sure to check out my merch on Pop Tees.
Yep, and include the links for both of ours in the channel description below. So check it out. All right, and as always, never stop learning and enjoy the randomness. We'll see you all next week. Well, I will at least. Bye.
And game over.
Let's do it. Okay.
I can't hear you, dude.
I'm not hearing you either.
Oh, God.
There we go.
all I could hear was.
Hear me now.
Yeah.
Here you know.
Stupid microphone. We're talking about the stupid monster movies.
The Universal monster movies.
But first, for those who are uncultured and may not know who my guests are, introduce yourselves.
But yeah,
Well,
Jillian, you go first.
All right, I'm Jillian. I've been on the channel a handful of times talking about the Constitution, Disney movies, the production code, and the comics code.
Yeah, and I've been on here plenty of times, talking about numerous different topics. And yeah, and this time we're doing the Universal Monsters. Hey, Eddie. Hey, Daniel. And hey, Caden.
So Jillian, did the production code, or am I talking about, have anything to do with affect these movies at all?
These are mostly going to be pre-code. The later ones do fall under the code, and they did get affected by it. Not as severely as they would have under the comics code, where you weren't allowed to, have vampires. But the comics code got really intense for a decade or two.
I didn't know that in comics that they couldn't even have vampires.
They could not have vampires. They could not have all kinds of things.
That's absurd.
Basically, they drove the horror comics out of business and then loosened up the restrictions, which is when you start getting like Blade.
What do they have against vampires so much?
I mean, that's a really good question. They were against all of the monstrous stuff because the idea was that all comics had to be age appropriate for small children. So the horror comics, which were not age appropriate, because they were not intended for small children.
No. Wow. I mean, wow, look, I get it. There is a market for children, but there also is a market for adults too.
Well, not according to the guy who's basically the driving force behind the comics code. I have read his book, which, by the way, as from a pure scholarly perspective, is garbage. There's no bibliography, does not cite any sources. It's generally believed that the statements from children that he collected, he either made up or the kids were telling him what they thought he wanted to hear. I wrote a whole series about it a while back, and yeah, the comics code is some of the stuff in the movie production code, you're like, well, I kind of see what they're going for. The comics code is just garbage. It's basically juvenile delinquency causes... juvenile delinquency is caused by comics, therefore, let's put a lot of restrictions on comics.
Wow.
Yeah, so one and all the Universal monsters would be forbidden from at least the first about 15, 20 years of the comics code. Under the production code, there were a whole lot of things they kind of had to imply more than show. One of the ones, which I assume we'll get to at some point, is Dracula's Daughter, which very carefully never says the word lesbian through its entire length. But really, really could.
So what got you, both of you, into these movies?
Well, for me, it was 20 years ago now. Makes me feel old to say this. It was back when Van Helsing came out. And back when Van Helsing came out, I remember I was at Costco with my family, and I remember at Costco they were selling the Universal Monsters Legacy Collection DVDs, and they were selling them basically as like a tie-in to Van Helsing. And I saw the Frankenstein one, and I asked my dad if we could buy it, since that, Van Helsing was coming out, and I thought that movie looked cool. And my dad misunderstood the concept of Van Helsing. He thought that it was about some guy who goes back in time to fight these, famous monsters. When that's not what the movie was about at all. So I don't know. Yeah, I do not know where he got that from. But anyways, so I asked my dad if I could buy the Frankenstein one. I remember that I fell in love with it. Then afterwards, naturally, I got into the rest. Dracula, the Wolfman, the Mummy, and the Invisible Man. Creature from the Black Lagoon, and I remember me and my dad went to go watch Van Helsing in theaters, which was very shocking for my dad that he went to go see that movie. While yes, Van Helsing is more of an action movie than a horror movie, but it definitely has its horror elements to it.
Yeah.
Because of that, I'm really shocked that my dad went to go see that, because my parents have made it very clear that they don't like horror movies. So yeah.
I had always known that they existed. I grew up in LA and I went to Universal Studios, like the theme park, a few times, which is at the original studio of Universal Studios. It started out as the studio tour. And back in the 80s, when I went a few times, you'd get, people wandering around dressed as the Universal monsters. And some of the original sound stages from these movies are still at the studio. So I knew that they existed, but I think the first time I saw any of them, about 20 years ago now, I started a project at my local library system where I was watching my way through their DVD collection in alphabetical order, watching everything that looked interesting. This took me about 11 or 12 years to finish up, and I skipped a lot of stuff. But coincidentally, I got the Frankenstein set, I think was the first one that I got, in October. So by sheer coincidence of the alphabet, I watched more than one of the Universal Monster movie sets for Halloween. And I didn't watch all of the movies in the sets because the quality drops off pretty steeply in the last few of any of the sequels. But I think I've seen at least one of every one of the classic series, and they are amazing, a lot of them. Though I have to say my favorite moment is Return of the Creature from... It's one of the later Creature of the Black Lagoon ones, where a young lab assistant, played by Clint Eastwood in one of his first movie roles, absent-mindedly puts a white rat into the pocket of his lab coat and just leaves it there for the rest of the scene.
I believe that the one that you're talking about is the Revenge of the...
Yeah, it's one of the later ones. I don't remember for sure. I just remember Clint Eastwood puts a rat in his pocket.
Yep. But yep, the one that you're talking about definitely is Revenge.
Yeah.
Before we get to the classic ones, you guys want to talk about the recent attempt to reboot the series a few years ago?
Oh, man.
Yeah, there was the Dark Universe, and that flopped.
Yep.
And again, making the same mistake Batman v Superman made, trying to focus on setting up a universe rather than the actual movie. It's like, look, I get it. Shared universes are in, and it can be argued that the Universal Monsters actually was the first cinematic universe. But yeah, that Tom Cruise Mummy movie flopped, and then even before then, they tried with Dracula Untold, and while that wasn't a huge flop, but it wasn't as big of a success as they were hoping. And Dracula Untold really wasn't a horror movie at all. It was more of like a fantasy action movie. And then they tried to remake The Wolfman in 2010, and that bombed.
Though I have a perverse fondness for that movie. I'm not saying it's good, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I have a soft spot for it because that was the first R-rated movie like that I was able to buy a ticket for and to go to. And yeah, and that was my first time not having to rely on any sort of adult who would like to take me to go see it. And it seems to me the only success they've had is with the Brendan Fraser series of.
Yeah, the Brendan Fraser Mummy movies are. I mean, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor is its own conversation. But the first two Brendan Fraser movies are solid as hell. I would argue that they are better than the original.
Yeah, I think the only problem people had the Brendan Fraser ones was that terrible CGI of The Rock in the script.
Well, and there's a conversation to be had about the representation of actual Egyptians in that movie, which is capital N, not capital G, great. But the movies themselves are firing on all cylinders.
All right. I found this list on the IBDM.
IMDb, Internet Movie Database.
Yeah. Chronological Universal movies. And apparently the first one is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in 1913.
Yeah,
So yeah, from my understanding, I don't believe Universal Pictures ever did a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde movie.
Then this list is completely inaccurate then.
Wouldn't surprise me.
But yeah, Hunchback of Notre Dame and Phantom of the Opera, those ones had Lon Chaney Sr., who was known as the Man of 1,000 Faces. And but yeah, and from what I heard, the reason why that he became like as good of an actor that he was with his physical body language was because both of his parents were deaf. And then the only way for him to communicate with his parents was through his body language.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. And he also designed his own makeup effects for those movies, and his makeup case is in the collection of the Los Angeles County Museum of Natural History.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
Some of the makeup he used for Phantom in particular was extremely painful for him. He was using wire loops to hold his face a certain way, and it's a really good movie, and it's better the less you know about how he did it, because if you know too much, you spend all your time thinking about how much that must have hurt.
Yeah, because when I heard oh my gosh, even me doing this even hurts.
Yeah, but he used wire loops to hold his nose up.
I'm surprised that we never saw any blood coming out.
Yeah, no, he suffered for his art. There is a reason that he's still talked about today. He was a hell of an actor. Very much in the stylized acting of the silent era, but nobody could convey emotion to the back of the house like Lon Chaney Sr. And in those days, makeup artist wasn't even its own job description.
Yeah, I mean, unlike, in the 30s and 40s and then so forth. Yeah, with Planet of the Apes, and I know Planet of the Apes first came out in the 60s, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't until Lon Chaney started doing these effects that people were like, hey, we could do that.
Yeah, and so pretty much Lon Chaney pretty much set the template for Planet of the Apes, Wizard of Oz, the Grinch with Jim Carrey, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I would be shocked to discover that Guillermo del Toro is not a huge Lon Chaney fan.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, yeah.
the makeup and the look and the Del Toro Hellboy is all practical effects.
Yeah.
So is this guy different spelling of the former vice president or the same?
Different spelling. It's Chaney.
Okay.
But yeah, and so crap, I just forgot what I was gonna say. Crap, I just forgot what I was gonna say. I am sorry.
I would actually argue that the Lon Chaney Hunchback and the Lon Chaney Phantom really launched horror as a genre. I mean, Hunchback is not really horror. Hunchback is complicated political machinations in medieval France. It's different. But having Lon Chaney in the role gives it a certain amount of horror simply because the makeup was so good. And Phantom of the Opera is unabashedly horror. I don't know if anyone else has ever read the book. The book is bonkers.
I never have read the book. I saw the movie like that had Gerald.
Oh, the Jared Butler. Don't get me started. I saw the Lloyd Webber Phantom of the Opera on the stage, and that was a great experience. And then I saw the Jared Butler Phantom of the Opera movie, and that was definitely a motion picture. They also really cheaped out on his makeup. He's supposed to be horrific. The character canonically does not have a nose. Jared Butler looks like he's got a bad sunburn.
Yikes. And then Lon Chaney actually was supposed to play Count Dracula in their movie adaptation, but then Lon Chaney died of like throat cancer, I believe, and so they were forced to find someone else, and Bela Lugosi was not their first choice, which probably because Bela Lugosi was not a big name at that time, and they were wanting to have a big name since that they were investing millions of dollars into it, but Bela Lugosi persisted and persisted. He wrote to Universal saying, "You have got to cast me," and then ultimately Lugosi got what he wanted, but at a significantly reduced rate of only like $500.
Yeah. It also didn't help that Bela's English was not the best.
So what was $500 then can be now?
Oh gosh, I'd have to look it up.
I would have to look that up too because I don't know off the top of it.
Give me just a second. I actually keep a site bookmarked for just such eventualities. Because it comes up a lot.
That didn't sound good.
Did they like drop their phone or their microphone?
Guess we'll find out in a second.
But yeah, so anyways, and so but yeah, Dracula with Bela Lugosi, that's, from my understanding, it's argued to be like the first sound horror movie. And so Universal was started by Carl Laemmle. It was started by Carl Laemmle Jr. And Carl Sr. was not a fan of horror movies, but Carl Jr. was. And then ultimately Carl Jr. got to have his way with horror movies by ultimately arguing that these do bring in a profit. And ultimately, the Universal Monster movies started in the 1930s. Well, really started in the 1930s. It was because of that was the age of the Great Depression. It was harder for people to find a job at that time. And ultimately, all these horror movies that Carl Jr. was making was helping Universal Studios on the financial level. And then afterwards they wanted to do Frankenstein, like to capitalize on the success of Dracula. And
See, have you heard of these three here in the 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah.
Man Who Laughs,
Man Who Laughs is part of pop culture history, not so much for the movie itself, which I have seen and which is pretty good, but because the facial makeup of the main character inspired the look of the Joker.
Yep. And what's interesting is that The Man Who Laughs just became public domain back in January.
Yes. I do an annual public domain roundup of what's new in public domain. And
oh yeah, sorry.
that was one that got mentioned because that's a big deal.
It is, and especially with the big one with Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, no. I was like, yeah, okay, we're going to talk about Steamboat Willie because you have to talk about Steamboat Willie. Everyone's talking about it. Here's the details of how exactly Mickey Mouse is public domain and how he's not. Let's talk about the rest of the stuff now. Which I had done the same thing when Winnie the Pooh became public domain because it's only classic Winnie the Pooh. In the red shirt, he is still not public domain. That's a Walt Disney design.
Yep.
And won't be public domain for decades. So yeah, it works out to about $9,000. The 500 a week would be about 9,000 today, which would be a lot for me, but for the star of a big name movie, perhaps not so much. But it is true that the popularity of horror does tend to track with economic crises and political crises. You can also tell a lot about what is scaring people by what the horror looks like.
So far, have these all been silent movies still, or have they been sound yet?
Yeah, we're starting to hit 27 is when Jazz Singer was released. So we are in the crossover period at this point.
The next three, and the last one, number 9, is someone that I think we all know.
Yep,
Yes.
Dracula. Listen to them. Children of the night. What music they make. And that's my terrible attempt at doing a Lugosi impression. But hey, at least I tried.
What's most interesting about the filming of Dracula is that they filmed a Spanish language version on the same sets at night. So they did English during the day and Spanish at night on the same sets. And the woman who was Mina in the Spanish language version just died like a year or two ago.
Yep.
Like, she was 100 and change. She lived in Mexico. She was still going until very, very recently.
Yeah, I mean, she lived a long life. And, and I give her credit to that. I mean, a lot of people will say that the Spanish version of Dracula is actually better than the English version, but it's just the one thing that people say that the English version does better is that it has Lugosi, and then therefore a lot of people I met will say that they wish that Bela Lugosi actually was in the Spanish version.
Yeah, I don't know how he would have handled the language issues of being in the Spanish version. It's a phonetic language. He could have learned his lines.
Now with the public domain thing, does that start with the book of Dracula or the movie of Dracula?
Well, the book of Dracula has been public domain for a while, though interestingly, the first movie adaptation of Dracula totally, absolutely is not an adaptation of Dracula. We didn't get permission from Bram Stoker's widow, who wouldn't give it to us anyway, which is the classic German Nosferatu.
Yep. Nosferatu, yeah.
which she actually got the rights to have all prints of that movie destroyed, and
yeah.
we're extremely lucky to have it.
Yeah, like matter of fact, from what I heard, Universal actually had a copy of it, and in some scenes, you can tell that the 1931 movie actually was inspired in some parts, by Nosferatu.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
so we are extremely lucky by Universal and all these other people who had a copy on that they were able to find a copy and preserve it, and that's why that in Nosferatu, that's why that they changed his name to Count Orlok, and they changed everyone else's name in the movie to try to avoid copyright. But from what I heard, there was a print of it that said freely adapted, like from Dracula. It's like, okay, then if you're trying to do all these mental gymnastics to try to avoid copyright, like with Dracula, whoever put that in was being entirely incompetent about it.
Yeah. It's I've seen the original. I've also seen the Klaus Kinski version from Klaus Kinski, Werner Herzog from the 70s. And it's Dracula. Like, even if they hadn't put that on the print, I don't think anyone watching Nosferatu would say, no, this is completely a separate work from Dracula. They have nothing in common.
Yeah, when they clearly do.
It's very obviously just Dracula in a funny hat. It actually has more in common with the book version of Dracula than the Bela Lugosi does.
Yeah, and that is a common criticism for the Bela Lugosi version. And look, I get where people are coming from, especially if you're a novelist purist, but there was a reason why Universal did it. It was more so for economic reasons. It was because it was cheaper, to do an adaptation of the play rather than of the novel, and it was just their way of being practical, with doing an adaptation of Dracula, but just whatever they could financially afford. And ultimately, if you can't afford it, then you shouldn't buy it, right?
Yeah, we have a question in chat.
So, no, copyright is still very much a thing.
It is.
The issue with public domain, and with movies, it's complicated. I do not pretend to understand the mid-century weirdness to do with copyright, which means that some movies are public domain and some aren't. There were changes in the law, and there was paperwork that had to be filed, and some people did and some people didn't. And there's a lot of mid-century shenanigans that means there are movies that are public domain, and I don't quite know why. But that being said, for a very long time, the Walt Disney Corporation, let's be clear, it was Disney, kept lobbying to have the length of copyright extended to keep Mickey Mouse out of the public domain. Actually, the last copyright bill, to tell you how long ago it was sponsored by Sonny Bono when he was still alive and a congressman.
Excuse me.
Sonny Bono, who perhaps himself had some interest in the field of copyright. For those unfamiliar, he used to perform with Cher. She got her start as half of Sonny and Cher. But Disney is basically, from what I can tell, going to fight the fight of trademark and has given up extending copyright because it was getting them really bad press, if you want my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that's why they caved.
Yeah, and also from what I've heard, I I heard that Disney tried to extend the copyright even further than 95 years, but from what I heard, Congress was not for it. From what I heard, Congress was like, 95 years is plenty of time. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'm totally with Congress on that. And in fact, I have a whole bunch of reforms I'd like, which would include making it less than 95 years.
Yeah, because 95 years, it's like, look, I get it. All the companies and people who made these intellectual properties, they want to make money. I get it. You have to have money to survive, but 95 years, that's really pushing it.
Like,
But you know who's on my side about a lot of the changes I want made to copyright?
Who?
One of Walt's granddaughters.
That's ironic.
She's not. She's like, no, our company, our family business screwed this up for everyone. Here's how it needs to be fixed. And I was like, people will listen to you and they will not listen to me. So
yeah, and
didn't it used to be like something like so many years after their death, public domain?
Yeah, and that's the thing is I get that that's hard to do for movies. Books, plays, songs, that's all got a death of the author, but it's harder with movies because there are so many people involved. You need an actual number of years. 95 is too big a number of years.
it is.
But I forget which of the granddaughters it is, but she's like, look, we have enough money. We as a family, we have enough money. The company has enough money.
Well, I don't know. They've only bought Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN, and ABC and other stuff. I think they need more money.
Well, I do love that they traded an actual living person's contract in order to get Oswald the Lucky Rabbit back. That's really funny.
Yeah, and I mean, considering with how long it takes for copyright, because of that, as long as it stays that way, within our lifetime, we will never see a Sonic the Hedgehog horror movie. And with the current trend of turning public domain characters and turning into horror movies, I actually would love to see that. A Sonic the Hedgehog horror movie, but knowing how long it takes for something to go public domain. I mean, Sonic the Hedgehog came out in 1991, the year before I was born, and I'm either gonna be really old. I really hope I can make it to 99 years, but
I mean, I was in junior high going into high school in 91, so yeah.
Yeah, I was going into middle school 91.
So yeah, I will certainly never, unless there are changes, which again I would very much like, but hey, I will certainly never live to see Sonic the Hedgehog be a public domain character.
So at that rate, what year will Dinosaur Deniers be a public domain movie?
Well, technically, Dinosaur Deniers is already public domain. It's because I never submitted it to copyright, so...
Well, George Romero never submitted Night of the Living Dead.
Yep, so therefore, because of that, that's why that movie became public domain. And I mean, heck, because that movie became public domain, you can argue that that's why anybody can make a zombie movie. And when I say zombie movie, and now, yeah, there was White Zombie, like with Bela Lugosi, but the zombies in that are not the zombies like that come to people's mind.
No, there's I Walked with a Zombie is in the 40s, I believe, and it's what if Jane Eyre but modern day and with traditional Haitian zombies. I highly recommend it. It's a great movie, but it is not the Romero, which, as I recall, the word zombie is never actually used in Night of the Living Dead. But it's not zombies the way modern audiences think of them. But it's great. It's atmospheric and creepy and black and white. It's very good, but not I Walked with a Zombie the way people think of zombies in the modern day.
And before you got on the next on the list, have you ever heard of number 7, number 8?
I think I've seen the Cat Creeps, but it's been a while.
I have heard of it, but I have never seen it.
I have not seen the last performance, but Conrad Veidt is a great actor, so I'm sure it's a good movie. Also, he was a really cool guy. I wrote about him a while back.
All right. Number 10 is Dracula again.
Yeah, that's the Spanish language one with Lupita Tovar.
And Carlos, I'm Villarreal, yeah, that sounds about right. And to be honest,
Barry Norton.
I feel like that the Spanish version, cinematography wise, it definitely has much better cinematography.
Yeah, I really need to watch it. I have not actually seen it, and I really need to.
It's amazing, and honestly, I'm surprised that even like with Frankenstein with Boris Karloff, I'm really surprised that there never was a Spanish version of that too.
Well, I have to say, Frankenstein is made by James Whale.
Oh yeah.
There's a movie about him, actually co-starring Brendan Fraser.
Yep, ironic. And I know what movie you're talking about. It's Gods and Monsters.
Gods and Monsters. It's so good. With Sir Ian McKellen as James Whale in his old years. And it is very, very accurately the picture of a man whose career was kind of brushed under the rug because of his very open homosexuality. James Whale was extremely gay. And it does inform a lot of his horror movies. There's a lot in James Whale horror about outsiders and the fear of the unknown and, you know, things like that is very clearly I was a gay artist in a lower class English town, in a lower class English household before World War One. Yeah.
So with Frankenstein, I know a lot of people get confused or think that, or the argument that it was the doctor, not the monster, was Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the monster is arguably the doctor's son, so...
Yeah, and what I feel like caused that confusion is that, especially back when Boris Karloff was in the Frankenstein movies at that time for Universal, they would slap his face, and then they'll put Frankenstein above his face, and then I feel like that's what caused the confusion. And then when they did Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, and that, I think it's pretty clear that they were calling the monster Frankenstein, but hey,
yeah.
But they did it like for marketing purposes.
Yeah. Well, and the James Whale makeup design is so iconic.
It is, yeah. And which about that? So the Frankenstein book by Mary Shelley, that is public domain, and it even was public domain when they made the Karloff movie. But it's just in the book, the description of the monster is very vague. It says they have yellow skin and some other, and like
it's been a while since I've read it.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read it since I was in like the 4th grade, and that was 20 years ago now. But anyways, so that iconic look of the bolts on the neck, the flat head, that was not in the original book. So therefore, anybody legally can make a Frankenstein movie. But one of the ways how people got around the copyright was that they would change the scars and they would put the bolts on the forehead instead of the neck.
Well,
I mean, it is a clever way to get around it. But the original Karloff movie goes public domain in 2027. And so therefore, at that time, in 4 more years, people legally can have their Frankenstein monster look like the Karloff one. It's just, there is a catch though. in the original Karloff movie, he only had that one clamp on his head. It was in all the movies afterwards, like was when he had more than one clamp, and so you'll just have to be very cautious to only have the one clamp on his iconic head. So
well, it's also worth noting that, and this is true with Dracula as well, there are a lot of things that are in the movie that have become how we think of Frankenstein that are not in the book.
Yep.
In the book, which is mostly first person, it's Dr. Frankenstein telling the story to someone. He's very clear. He's not going to tell you how he brought the monster to life. Because if you know, then you will try doing it. He knows how people work. And he doesn't want anyone to reproduce his experiment. So the whole bolt of lightning and all, that's from the movie. That is not in the book.
Yep, which is instantly like what comes to people's mind whenever they hear the name Frankenstein. They instantly think of the lightning.
Yeah. Igor is actually from one of the later Frankenstein movies. There isn't even an Igor in the first movie.
Nope.
There is an assistant. He's called Fritz.
Yep. And then Igor didn't show up until Son of Frankenstein, played by Bela Lugosi. And I believe in that movie, he wasn't even a hunchback.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen them, but yeah, the assistant character developed with the horror movies, and he doesn't even have an assistant in the book. He does it all himself. So
yeah, and from what I heard, the reason why that they added the assistant, it was in the play, like by Hamilton Dean, which is what the Karloff movie is based off of. So in the play, they wanted to have Dr. Frankenstein, like to have somebody like to bounce dialogue with.
Yeah,
and so ultimately that's why that the assistant like was created.
He needs an assistant, or else half the story's going to be monologue.
Well, two things real fast. One, back in the 2000s, I was watching a documentary or something, this history thing on the History Channel back when it was still history, about a thing called about the little Ice Age thing.
Yes.
And they said, the part of it says that Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein during the year of our summer.
Yes.
All in the winter thing.
Yeah, she was at some lake in Switzerland with her husband, poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, and Lord Byron, and Lord Byron's doctor / wannabe boyfriend / whatever the hell the guy was. And I think it was Percy Shelley had a dream about a woman with eyes for nipples. So it's worth noting there was probably a lot of opium involved in this. Let's be very, very clear. These were the wild kind of Victorians. And I believe Lord Byron it was either Lord Byron or Percy Shelley went screaming into the night. And then they decided that they were going to write horror stories. And Percy Shelley started something and never quite finished it. And I think Lord Byron did something that wasn't enormously great. And his doctor wrote a vampire story that was one of the ones that would go on to influence Bram Stoker. And Mary Shelley, who was a freaking teenager at the time, wrote Frankenstein. And basically invented science fiction horror.
Also, we have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
One is from Ghostwriter: which scene made you sad in one of the monster movies?
I would definitely say Bride of Frankenstein. It's that part. Yeah, it's that part with like the blind man. It's when the monster finally finds a friend, and then he gets it taken away from him.
Yeah.
That part shatters my heart every single time.
The monster is a tragic figure. Similarly, I would say a creature from the Black Lagoon. He also just wants love, and they take him away from his home and they put him in a tank in an aquarium. I'm going to be mentioning Guillermo del Toro a lot. Shape of Water is basically let the monster have the girl. Because he saw Creature from the Black Lagoon as a child and thought the ending was really messed up.
The next question is, which monster do you see as anti-heroes?
I mean, it could be argued that the Frankenstein monster is an anti-hero is because he's not a bad guy. He's just misunderstood. And he only acts violently because he's trying to defend himself.
Yeah, I would say more than anti-heroes, I think a lot of them are just purely tragic figures. Because they're not trying to accomplish anything. Most of the ones that I would say aren't villains, they just want to be left alone. The monster, the creature, several of these other ones, even the Phantom of the Opera, to a certain extent, mostly just wants to be left alone. He just also wants to be left alone with a lot of money and the girl. But I think that more than anti-hero, what you get is classically defined tragic figure.
So, you guys, what about Murder in the Rue Morgue and the Old Dark House?
Yeah, so I finally saw the Old Dark House a while ago. It's on Tubi. But yeah, Boris Karloff, he got so badly typecast in that movie. I mean, It was the year after Frankenstein came out. He's pretty much playing the same character in that. And the Old Dark House, that really did set the tone for a lot of future horror movies to come with its concept.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a stacked cast.
It does, and one of them actually was Gloria Stewart, who would go on to play older Rose in Titanic.
Yes, indeed. Well, and Charles Lawton clearly learned a thing or two about filming from James Whale. He only ever directed one movie, but Night of the Hunter is kind of like what if a monster movie where the monster is just some guy, but the filming style owes a lot to James Whale's style.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, the Old Dark House, it's a great horror movie. While it never became as big as Frankenstein, it is still a great movie. And Murders in the Rue Morgue, that one is severely underrated. And it's a shame that one's not talked about more. But
I mean, the original story is one of the first detective stories, of modern fiction. That's Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, But yeah, instantly, whenever I hear Edgar Allan Poe, it's just the first thing that comes to my mind is that I instantly think of Poe's Law. And I can't help but think that if the whole term from Poe's Law, if that does come from Edgar Allan Poe, or if it's just a coincidence.
It's a coincidence.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, the first thing that comes to mind for me is a song from, I think it's You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown. It's either that or Snoopy the Musical, where they're singing about homework. But yeah, those are both mostly forgotten today, but both very good.
And
Oh, yeah.
apparently Dracula played the guy in the Murder of the Rogue Morgue.
Yep,
Bela.
Bela Lugosi. And
Yeah.
and speaking of Lugosi, I actually had the fortune of interviewing Lynn Lugosi, who is the granddaughter of Bela Lugosi. I had her on my podcast, and I also had the fortune of getting Bela Jr. and Lynn like to sign a Dracula poster.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I also got Sarah Karloff on the same podcast, and I got Sarah Karloff like to sign my Frankenstein poster. And yeah, and speaking of Bela Lugosi, as a Christmas present, I actually got this.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
And before we move on, we have two things from more. It says the villagers are evil for bothering Frankenstein.
Yes and no. Some of the places where they bother him, they're justified. Most of them, they are not.
And finally, why did Frankenstein have a bride?
Because he asked for one.
Ah.
It's in the book. He wants a bride. And as Stephen King points out in Danse Macabre, it clearly never occurred to Mary Shelley, because the bride is actually in the original book. And then gets destroyed, I believe, before she gets brought to life. But it clearly never occurred to Mary Shelley that someone with the knowledge of anatomy that Victor Frankenstein would have had to have had could have created a woman without a uterus. Because the reason he destroys her is so that they don't propagate and create a race of monsters. But it would have been trivially easy to create her and to make her infertile. But that's just not something that would have been a thing for a Victorian woman like Mary Shelley.
And finally, it says, and sometimes the movie version is considered superior to the book, and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people will say that the book is better than the movie, but now it has to do with Universal. But in the case of Jaws, the Jaws movie is a lot better than the Jaws book, primarily because the characters in the Jaws book are so unlikable. I mean, heck, even Spielberg himself even said that he wanted the shark to win in the Jaws book.
Yeah, I've never read the book because I've heard it's terrible. Likewise, I've never read the book of The Godfather because I've heard it's got some stuff that I wouldn't want to read.
I actually didn't know that The Godfather was based off of a book.
Yeah, Mario Puzo's The Godfather has this whole subplot that involves people's private parts fitting together. It's a whole thing. There's a lot there. And it got left out of the movie for some reason.
Yeah, the main thing I know about before we move on, the main thing I knew about the Jaws movie is it caused a lot of shark deaths after that.
Yeah, Peter Benchley later said that he really regretted the effect he had on worldwide shark populations.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And now, well, look, I do get where he's coming from, but I don't think it was his fault. I think it was more so of the fault that people didn't understand that Jaws was just a movie.
Yeah.
All right. Next 3 or 4, starting with The Mummy. The first one, I think.
Yeah, the original... it's okay. It's not my favorite.
And Boris Karloff again.
Boris Karloff again. I have to say I like the Brendan Fraser better.
Yeah, I mean, it goes at a better pace, but what I will say is that first reveal of Boris Karloff as the Mummy, excellently done.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
how it
It's just
pans
the
down, and then
plot.
how the guy just laughs in a maniacal way, and then you see Karloff walking away. That is still excellently done.
Oh yeah, it's just the plot kind of drags.
Yeah, I definitely do agree, and that's the one that I watched the least amount as a kid.
Yeah.
And The Invisible Man, also by James Whale.
Mhm.
Now, that was supposed to star Boris Karloff, but for whatever reason, he didn't do it, and that's why it was Claude Rains instead. And Claude Rains, he was not that big of a star at that time, but for whatever reason, they made the exception and they cast him in it.
Was he the one that was invisible?
Yes.
The Invisible Man, yeah.
Yeah. That is another one based on a book that is... Gosh, that's H.G. Wells.
It is, yeah. And the Invisible Man book is in the public domain. So honestly, I'm really surprised that not more people have made more Invisible Man movies.
I think the last one that was made that I'm aware of was Hollow Man with.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that Hollow Man has right is that the Invisible Man is a freaking psychopath.
He is.
Whether he was before he turned invisible is kind of up for debate, but in the book, he is a freaking psychopath.
Oh yeah, and there also was like the 2020 version, which actually was the very last movie I saw in theaters before all that chaos went on in 2020.
I think the last movie I saw in theaters was also based on a public domain novel. However, that novel was Little Women, so very different. That's also Gloria Stewart, I would note.
Yes. But yeah, The Invisible Man, it's definitely a great movie. There is a lot of really great comedy.
Yes.
And especially at the part like where you just see him galloping in his pants and then he's singing that song, That's All Gathered. Nuts in vain, nuts in vain, nuts in vain.
Yes.
Yeah, and for that being a movie that's almost 100 years old, the special effects are incredible.
Oh, the practical effects on that are amazing.
But hey, I think that my dog has to go out, so I will be right back.
Okay. Yes, the Invisible Man is more a psychopath than the monsters. The thing about the monsters is, almost without fail, the monsters are just trying to live their lives. There are some exceptions. Dracula's trying to live his life, but since his life involves draining the blood of the living, that's I'm not making an exception for him. He does not get to just live his life. But the Wolfman does not really want, he's under a curse. The monster did not ask to be brought to life. The creature did not ask to have the Black Lagoon invaded. Most of the monsters are just kind of living their lives until they are thrust into a situation where they become horrifying to humans.
Except maybe Dracula.
Again, except for Dracula. Dracula is planning to take over England with an army of the undead. That's its own thing. But most of the rest of the monsters are just trying to get by. The Invisible Man is a psychopath. He is enjoying what he can get out of being invisible.
Well, fast while we're waiting for Eric to return. Just want to say, if you haven't hit that subscribe and bell yet and that thumbs up, do so now. And be sure to leave a comment after this movie is done. After this podcast is done, and if you want to support the channel, there are links down below. I have merch, a Patreon, a Twitch channel you can subscribe to. like I said, just share this video too. That'll help the almighty algorithm gods of YouTube.
Oh yes.
Like I said, merchandise. I have T-shirts, caps, and coffee mugs. So if you have the spare dime or two, feel free. But only if you have the spare dime. Don't go bankrupt, even for me. Commercial over with.
What I would say, the Invisible Man and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde have in common with Dr. Frankenstein, let's be clear, who honestly is the one I would say is the villain of Frankenstein. The moral of Frankenstein is take responsibility for your actions. Everything that goes wrong in that story goes wrong because Victor Frankenstein freaks out and runs away and doesn't deal with his own actions. But those three are all about science and where science can go wrong. In that way, they're more predecessors to, for example, the kaiju in, post-World War II Japan, where it's like, okay, nuclear war is bad and scary and let's process our feelings. The Brandon Fraser Mummy is not really connected to these. It's kind of a bit of a remake of the 32 version of the Mummy, but kind of not. Theoretically, it could be said to be set in the same universe, and it is a Universal movie, but it's not considered part of this classic series of them.
Yeah, well, real fast, when you said science can go wrong movies, don't let creationists hear you say that.
Yeah, well, I mean, science can go wrong. It's just a fact of life.
True.
And, Mary Shelley was living through a time of enormous scientific change. So was Robert Louis Stevenson, who wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. So was H.G. Wells. These are all people living through the 19th century, and the rate of invention was amazing in those days. And in fact, Robert Louis Stevenson wrote out Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and it's a very short book, to be clear, but he wrote it out in just like a couple of days, gave it to his wife to read. She freaked out and burned it, and he rewrote it. No, Dr. Jekyll does not have bipolar disorder. Dr. Jekyll, if anything, has dissociative identity disorder, but Dr. Jekyll created Mr. Hyde to go do all of the things that he couldn't do himself because he was a proper repressed Victorian gentleman. It is a treatise on your sins will find you out. You cannot hide from them.
Okay, so what else did I miss?
I was talking about how Frankenstein, Invisible Man, Dr. Jekyll, and Mr. Hyde were all about scientific progress gone mad. And all three of the original books were written by people living through the wild inventions of the 19th century and talking about, well, this could go horribly wrong.
And what do you know? It does. It's because when you have a movie, if things don't go horribly wrong, it's gonna be a pretty boring movie.
Right, but I would say they're ancestral to kaiju, in as much as kaiju are about fear of science gone wrong.
Now, I'm guessing the Black Cat has nothing to do with the Spider-Man anti-hero.
No. I wouldn't have put it past Stan Lee to have named the Spider-Man character after the movie. But no, it's a weird little movie.
Okay,
so worth noting, these are all awfully short films.
Okay, so what movie are we talking about now? Are we
the
talking
Black
about
Cat.
The Black Cat.
Yeah, that's a movie I've heard of, and I believe that I think that was the first movie that paired Karloff and
Yes.
Lugosi, in which there was that rumor going around saying that they hated each other, but that was really only a marketing thing. Yeah, like those two never hated each other in real life. I mean, considering that was something that I asked Sarah Karloff. I asked her, so is it true with the whole thing about the feud with your father and Bela Lugosi? And she was like, yeah. Yeah, like those two never hated each other. Those two like were cordial to each other, and those two like were friendly towards each other on set, but yet they lived very different lives and they had very different social circles. So therefore, they really only interacted with each other while on set.
Yeah. Karloff was English. He was, slightly higher class in Hollywood. And Bela had actually turned down a few of the roles that Karloff ended up taking because he didn't want to be typecast.
Oh, that reminds me, we totally forgot about this. I can't believe that we forgot to talk about how Lugosi was supposed to play the Frankenstein monster in the 1931 movie, but he turned it down, and everyone says that is the biggest mistake of his entire life.
Yeah, he didn't want to be typecast, and you can't blame him.
No.
But he really shot his career in the foot, because they weren't doing anything else with him either. I consider Bela Lugosi a much more tragic figure than Dracula.
Yeah, and considering what happened to Lugosi afterwards, how he was in deep poverty and he was in deep drug addiction, which is why later on in Lugosi's career, that's why he did all those Ed Wood movies. It's because that, he needed work.
Yep.
And ultimately, Ed Wood was the only one who was giving him work.
Yeah. And to be fair to Ed Wood, well, I think to a certain extent it was an exploitative relationship, I do think Ed Wood did personally like and admire him. It's just also, if he could cast a name, even if it was Bela Lugosi, he could get his movies made, and I think Ed Wood would have done anything to get his movies made.
So for the next three on the list, was Bride of Frankenstein the first movie sequel?
Bride of Frankenstein it wasn't the first movie sequel. There have been movie sequels for, pretty much as long as there have been movies, but it was the first sequel of this cycle.
Yeah, and people often say that it's better than the original, and people often say that it is the best, out of all the Universal monster films.
Yes, I would agree with that, honestly. Elsa Lanchester, Charles Laughton's wife, in fact, in the spectacular dual role of the bride and Mary Shelley. This one has a framing device where Mary Shelley is talking about her own book, and she's played by Elsa Lanchester, who also came up under Disney because she is, among other things, the nanny who quits at the beginning of Mary Poppins. She did, I think, half a dozen movies for Disney, including the delightful Blackbeard's Ghost. I can't remember if I've seen Werewolf of London or not.
Yeah, Werewolf of London, from what I heard, that too was supposed to star Boris Karloff, but for whatever reason it didn't. And Jack Pierce did the makeup, but Jack Pierce was told that he had to tone down the look of the werewolf just so it could reveal more of Henry Hall. But then when Jack Pierce did the Wolfman, that was when he got more of his own say.
Yeah. If people are interested, everyone's got a werewolf character. If people are interested in the historical origins of a lot of the trope characters like werewolves. There's another YouTube channel called Overly Sarcastic Productions, and for Halloween, they've traditionally done let's talk about a specific monster. And her werewolf one goes back to ancient Greece to talk about the origins of werewolves. And it is fascinating stuff. Her Lovecraft one gets angrier and angrier at Lovecraft as it goes, and it's hilarious.
So yeah, and we were talking about public domain a while ago, and just so everyone has an understanding, anybody can legally make a werewolf movie, since that werewolves are part of folklore and mythology. So anybody legally can.
Yeah.
It's just that you just can't call your werewolf Larry Talbot, and you won't be able to as long as copyright law stays within the 95-year term. It won't go public domain until, 95 years after 1941.
Oh, jeez.
I see.
I was promised there would be no math.
It says 35.
Yeah, like 2036, I believe.
Yeah. A lot of the specifics of modern werewolves do start coming from the movies. The concept of werewolves have changed so much that if you were to watch Werewolf of London and The Wolfman back to back, there would almost certainly, again, I don't remember if I've seen Werewolf of London or not, so I certainly don't remember details of it, but there would almost certainly be differences in how werewolf mythology worked in those two movies.
Now, Werewolf of London is different than a Werewolf in London.
Yeah, an American Werewolf in London, yes. Which I believe is directed by director/murderer John Landis. I'm sorry, he was acquitted. Shouldn't have been, but was. Very dangerously unsafe stunt on the set of the Twilight Zone movie killed 3 performers, 2 of whom were children who legally shouldn't have been on the set at the time anyway. So, yeah. And that's why Steven Spielberg doesn't speak to John Landis anymore. Because no movie is worth a human life, says Steven Spielberg.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, Raven, is that based on the Edgar Allan Poe book, or totally different?
I think it's different. Frankly, there's not a lot to the poem of the Raven. There's a was it American International Pictures, I believe.
Simba, come on. Simba,
movie of the Raven starring Vincent Price that has a plot that has nothing, or at least very little, to do with the poem, because the poem doesn't really give you a lot to hold on to. So it's possible, and I would have to look it up, but it's possible that they've used the title of the Raven to draw in people who think about Edgar Allan Poe, but it doesn't, there's nothing about surgeons or instruments of torture or young socialites in the original poem. There is a guy who is sad, and there's a raven, and that's the entire poem.
And also, this is also another meeting of Boris and Bella again.
Yes.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So, speaking of monster movies, when you make your monster movie finally, is Simba going to be the monster in your movie?
Oh, definitely, yeah, because Simba would make such a scary monster. Roar! Roar! Oh, he's so fierce. Everybody fears Simba. Oh, gosh, isn't he the scariest monster who has ever lived?
Viewer discretion is advised now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just look at those big floppity ears. It makes everybody shiver. Oh, wait. I could call him Frankenbeagle.
Ooh, that's a good. That's a good. All right. Next three. Invisible Ray, Dracula's Daughter, and Night Key.
Never seen Invisible Ray, but I've heard of it. Never
Yeah, I
seen
haven't seen it either.
Dracula.
Boris and Bella again.
Yeah, I saw Dracula's Daughter like last year or early this year, and yeah, Abigail that came out this year. It was supposed to be a remake of it, but not really a remake at all. Like there's a character in Abigail who Abigail's father is, it's implied like that he's Count Dracula, but they never say that he's Dracula. I feel like that Universal might have done that because of how Renfield bombed, Last Voyage of the Demeter bombed. So maybe that's why.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, Dracula's Daughter, though. Interesting story about that movie. So when they made that movie, the Dracula book was not yet public domain. And so from what I heard, they didn't have the rights to a lot of the characters from the original Lugosi movie, but they really wanted to have Edward Van Sloan back. So that's why that he's called Von Helsing instead of Van Helsing.
Because it's totally different if you change one letter.
Yeah, and and they legally got away with that since that they never got sued.
So my first awareness of the existence of this movie came from I believe it was the documentary and not the book of the Celluloid Closet. They definitely feature clips from Dracula's Daughter in that, and oh boy, it is, she's preying on young girls. That is what she is doing. She is one of the screen's earliest killer lesbians.
So, at least so far, Boris and Bela worked together way before Dracula meets Frankenstein.
Yes.
And now, the one thing that I agree is a problem with Dracula's Daughter, and people agree with this, Lugosi should have been in it. And from what I heard, he was supposed to be in it, but he wasn't. And then that's why that there is like that wax replica of him instead, which is supposed to be him, but it's not him. It's just, it's just like a wax cast of him.
Yeah. It's a good movie. I would say of Dracula and Frankenstein, with both of those, I can heartily recommend the first and second movies. Diminishing returns from there, but the first and second of the Universal Dracula and the Universal Frankenstein are both worth watching.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Night Key, I've never seen that movie, honestly.
No.
I've never even heard of it. So.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of it either.
Well, from the description of it, it sounds like a monster movie. It says an inventor of a new top-of-the-line burglar alarm system is kidnapped by a gang in order to get him to help commit robberies.
It's entirely possible it is a horror movie, but it does not at all look like a monster movie.
Yeah, definitely. So funny because I'm making a movie called Dracula versus the Frankenstein monster. And yeah, and Eddie, thanks for saying that about my dog. But yeah, well, I guess it depends on which incarnation you're talking about.
This is true. My gut instinct is for Dracula because he has powers and neither Frankenstein nor the monster does. But I'm just throwing that out there.
But yeah, again, it just depends on what incarnation you're talking
Well,
about.
since Frankenstein's made up of human parts and stuff, if Dracula bit him, would that make him a vampire Frankenstein?
Yes.
Well, it can be argued that the monster is a lot more powerful, so therefore he would have like the physical advantage. But yeah, Dracula also had the advantage, like to hypnotize people in the Lugosi movie.
And there's the shape shifting.
Yep, and there's the shape shifting, and you can argue that Dracula, when he turns into a werewolf, you can argue then that that's when he gets the physicality.
Yeah.
So is the bat thing of Dracula the movie thing or a book thing?
Definitely in the Lugosi movie, but I haven't read the book in 20 years. But I'm pretty sure that he turns into a bat in that too.
He turns into mist, I know. In theory, I'm following Dracula daily. In practice, I'm like weeks, if not months, behind on it. You can sign up to have... So Dracula, I don't know if people know this, Dracula is what's called an epistolary novel, which means that it's a series of letters and diary entries and things like that. And each one has a specific date. And if you go to I think it's DraculaDaily.com, you can sign up to have that day's installment of Dracula sent to your email inbox. And just read one day of story at a time. But I'm really behind, and I haven't been reading it this year. So I don't remember if he ever turns into a bat. I know that he turns into mist, and I know that he controls wolves.
All right, so the next three are the Phantom Creeps, the Son of Frankenstein, and the Tower of London.
Yeah, Phantom Creeps. Rob Zombie got inspired by one of the robots in this. When you see like that giant robot on stage at Rob Zombie's concerts, and even in some of his, I believe even in the super world of El Super Visto, whatever it's called, it's the same robot in the Phantom Creeps that shows up there too. So
I technically have seen the Phantom Creeps, but I have to phrase it that way because of how I have seen the Phantom Creeps. It got made into an episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000, which, for the unfamiliar, MST3K started out on public access in Minnesota, was picked up by, at the time it was called the Comedy Channel, which merged with HA to become Comedy Central, was on Comedy Central for a few years, got canceled there, was on the Sci-Fi Channel for a few years, got canceled there. They had a Kickstarter a few years back and were on Netflix, went 2 seasons on Netflix, got canceled there, and the creator of the show is sick of the whole thing, and now there's an app. Because he can't get canceled from his own damn app. And the premise is, it's a guy stuck in space with some robots, and they watch terrible movies and talk over them. Riff Tracks, which you may have also heard of, is a spin-off of Mystery Science Theater 3000. Everyone on Riff Tracks got their start on MST3K. So if I refer to having seen something with puppets in the corner, the robots are puppets. So I have seen the Phantom Creeps with puppets in the corner. But that's the only way I can recommend watching it, because it's not good, kids.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, so Phantom Creeps, going back to what we're talking about, that is public domain, and I tried putting it on my YouTube channel, but I got blocked for copyright. And I'm like, that shouldn't have gone blocked, because that is public domain.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's one of the ones that got into the weird mid-century public domain. I am not a copyright lawyer.
I'm not either, so.
I know that some really good movies and some really bad ones both got caught in that whole thing, which is why I once watched all of To Kill a Mockingbird inside a video game. Because To Kill a Mockingbird is public domain.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Because of weird mid-century public domain shenanigans.
Huh.
So the son of Frankenstein, that's the son of the doctor, not the son of the monster, right?
Yes.
Yes. One of the only times where they got the name Frankenstein right.
Yes. I've seen it. It's Boris Karloff, Basil Rathbone, and Bela Lugosi, so there's that.
Yep, and Basil Rathbone is was mostly known for playing Sherlock Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when I put the Sherlock Holmes Basil Rathbone movies on my channel, because those are public domain, my channel exploded. And so therefore, people, if you want to get views fast on your channel, upload the Basil Rathbone Sherlock Holmes films.
Those are some weird movies. You get Sherlock Holmes fighting Nazis because why not?
Yeah.
And it looks like Tower of London is based upon Richard III of England.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one and really should, because I find him a fascinating historical figure. And it turns out we have the same medical condition.
That would be...
Adolescent onset scoliosis.
Never heard of that.
Well, scoliosis is a crooked spine, which, you know, that's how everyone thinks of Richard III. Well, when they found his body a few years ago, they found his skeleton in a parking lot in England a few years ago. How they determined it was his, I actually don't know, but they did somehow. And it turns out that, yes, he did have a hunchback, and it was caused by adolescent onset scoliosis, which I have.
So he's apparently the monster in this movie because at least according to people, he murdered his nephews.
Yeah, there's a lot about that. I tend to lean towards the fact that he didn't do it. I tend to lean towards it was Henry VII, but that's a whole big... It's never going to be resolved. But yeah,
well, I don't know. Either way, either they died in 83 or they were hidden away in 83 and murdered in 85 when Henry VII came. But after a while, they were just out of the picture for a long time.
Yeah. And we may have found their skeletons, but we may not have. And there's some... Apparently, Charles is much more willing to let people investigate the skeletons than his mother was, so that it may actually get resolved if that's the prince's skeletons. And I look forward to more information about that, but I have not actually seen Tower of London.
Divide. If you want to know more about that, check out my video about the War of the Roses and Henry VII.
Is that Bede?
Yeah.
Which way did they come down?
I forget. It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I have the whole 3-part series, starting with Edward III to the whole War of the Roses, because Edward III was the father of all the people, and then finally ending with Henry VII, the guy that quote ended the War of the Roses by marrying the other side.
Yeah, and then executing pretty much all of the rival claimants.
But next 3. Invisible Man Returns, Black Friday, Mummy's Hand, and Invisible Woman.
Yeah, we're starting to get heavy into the sequels here.
We are, yeah. Invisible Man Returns. I believe that this was one of the first Vincent Price.
Yeah.
And I saw it a year ago. Honestly, it's besides Vincent Price, it's pretty forgettable.
Yeah, Vincent Price was many things, but I never saw him in anything where he was forgettable. But the movie around him frequently is.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Invisible Man Returns. The movie itself was forgettable, but not him though.
He was a fascinating figure.
Oh, definitely. And even his daughter, Victoria Price, she seems like a very fascinating individual. Like how she's an inspirational speaker, and how originally she didn't want to do horror cons because she was like, oh, what do I have in common with them? And then ultimately that was when she realized that what she has in common with them is the love of her father.
Yeah. I actually have one of his cookbooks somewhere.
Wait. Vincent Price had a
Vincent Price, yeah. He wrote several of them, and I bought one at a used bookstore because it was funny to me. It was a cookbook by Vincent and Mary Price, and I was like, oh, haha, Vincent Price. And I was like, oh, no, it's actually, oh, okay. He was a gourmet.
I never knew that about Vincent.
Yeah. Gourmet and art collector, Vincent Price.
Well, I mean, whatever worked for him, right?
Yeah.
Vincent Price wrote a cookbook?
Several of them. Yeah.
How am I just now hearing about this?
I don't know, but it's one of the more interesting things about him is that, you know, he had this public image, and then there was this deep, rich, varied person that most people knew nothing about. And, you know, he'd go and be spooky on camera, and then he'd go home and make, like, coq au vin or whatever. I've not seen Black Friday.
But the plot sounds familiar about putting somebody else's brain in somebody else's body, if they're that person or the person of the brain thing.
Yeah, I've seen 4 or 5 movies with that one.
So with the title Black Friday, is it just a coincidence, like about with the Black Friday thing after Thanksgiving, or?
Black Friday was called that originally. Contrary to popular belief, it is not about economics. It's about cops, and I want to say it was Philadelphia, called it that because policing the sales was such a nightmare.
Okay, so it sounds like that the title of this is just a coincidence.
Yeah. Well, and also, you know, a lot of days through history have been called Black Friday because they are Fridays where bad things happened. You know, the 1929 stock market crash would have been probably what most people would have thought of in that's 1940. So most people, I think, in 1940, hearing Black Friday, were more likely to think stock market than shopping.
Yeah, like I said, I've that plot's been in several movies. Like,
yeah, there's a bunch of movies called Black Friday.
Like, are you the brain? Are you the person? Is the brain who the person is now, or is it the body?
Yeah, I've seen that plot before. I've seen that title before. I don't think I've seen that combination of plot and title before.
And then The Mummy's Hand.
Saw it once a long time ago when I was a kid. The only thing that I remember was all of the scenes where the mummy slowly is chasing after people, which people often argue. People often that was one of like. People often argue that these mummy sequels were like the early slasher movies, like in the case like how the villain slowly would go after them when it should be easy, like to just escape them.
So is that where they got the character from the Addams Family?
What Thing?
Yeah,
Possibly. I mean, I don't know if Thing was invented by Charles Addams or by the makers of the TV show. I haven't read enough of the comics to be sure.
All right.
The Invisible Woman. What if an invisible man, but a woman?
Yeah, and from what I heard, there was going to be a remake with Elizabeth Banks, but that never happened.
Was
Yeah,
she as crazy as the when
John
the man
Barrymore.
did it, or was she more sane? Or
Man-Made Monster, I never heard of that one.
Man-Made Monster looks like What If Frankenstein, but with a different name and Lon Chaney Jr., frankly.
the son of the guy from the earlier in the movies?
Yes. He inherited a lot of his father's training. Like, his father taught him a lot of things. His career was not as good, but I would argue that he was not in a good time to be in classic horror films, and also he lived a lot longer. So it's easy to say, oh, well, Lon Chaney Sr. made nothing but classics. Well, yeah, but also, his Hollywood career was so much shorter.
And Horror Island.
Never heard of that one.
No, never heard of that one either.
All right, then moving on. The Black Cat again.
Yep.
Oh, wait, sorry. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen I think I've seen the Black Cat, but I think it was a long time ago.
This is a different one than the one we saw earlier.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've seen at least one movie called The Black Cat, but it was a long time ago, and I don't remember which one.
Yeah, I think that one on the list is a remake of the earlier one, but
it might well be. But yeah.
But the Wolfman though, I've definitely seen that one.
Yes.
Is it a sequel to the Werewolf in London?
No,
or different.
No.
I mean, I can see why, because it's a werewolf movie and done by Universal. But no, it's not a sequel.
Yeah, no. A lot of these movies are not even really connected to one another. Obviously, the Frankenstein movies are all theoretically in the same universe, and the Dracula movies are all theoretically in the same universe, and all of that. But the concept of an overarching, Universal cinematic universe was not, I think, something that was really an idea people had in those days.
And next, finally, The Ghost of Frankenstein.
Which was the first Frankenstein movie to not have Boris Karloff. It's because that Boris Karloff decided, and I know this because of when I talked to Sarah Karloff, Boris Karloff decided he didn't want to do it anymore after Son of Frankenstein. He said he decided to not do it again because he didn't like where the storyline was going and with the physicality to it. He just felt like it was time to move on. And so that's why they got Lon Chaney Jr. instead, who was fresh off of the Wolfman. So yeah, it was definitely for marketing purposes why they got Lon Chaney Jr. And interesting, Lon Chaney Jr. is the only actor to have played every single one of the Universal monster movie. He played the Frankenstein monster, he played Dracula, he played the Mummy. But he didn't play the creature from the Black Lagoon. It's because that was like a whole decade after. So
yeah, now we are getting into the start of World War II.
Yeah, and the movies start getting silly at this point, because war era escapism was a thing.
So yeah, basically, it was just to keep up with the times. And The Invisible Agent, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, I think it's in the collection, and I went, no, I'm good.
Says the Invisible Man's grandson uses his secret formula to spy on Nazi Germany.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh, I wonder where they got that plot from.
I mean, it has Peter Lorre, but he did a wide array of really bad movies, so.
Yeah, Night Monster, never heard of that one. The
Nope.
Mummy's Tomb, yeah, I saw that one back when I was a kid.
And finally, we have our first crossover.
Frankenstein meets the Wolfman. Yeah,
I've seen it.
so Lon Chaney was supposed to play both monsters in it, but then the studio decided it just wasn't practical to have that, and so that's why they got Bela Lugosi, which made sense to have Bela Lugosi as the monster because A, it's redemption after he turned the role down, and B, at the end of Ghost of Frankenstein, the monster does switch brains, like with Igor, who was played by Bela Lugosi, and in this, when I interviewed Lynn Lugosi, the Frankenstein monster was supposed to have dialogue, but it was cut because of how audiences laughed at the dialogue. And so the reason why the monster, does that with its which is so stereotyped for the monster, actually comes from this movie. And the reason why he does that in this movie, because he's supposed to be blind.
Huh.
So it makes sense. But it just sucks that Bela Lugosi's dialogue was cut, especially because back then there was no such thing as DVD or home video. So once they cut it, it was cut. And sadly, that footage is lost.
Yeah, probably recycled for the silver.
Yeah, so because of that, we more than likely will never see it. And that really sucks.
Captive Wild Woman.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. No.
Got John Carradine, which I have to tell you is not a sign of quality.
This an insane scientist doing experiments on glandular research becomes obsessed with transforming a female gorilla into a human, even if it costs human lives.
Interesting we mentioned John Carradine, because John Carradine would go on to play Dracula in House of Frankenstein and House of Dracula. And then in the 1970s, when like an independent film studio was doing Dracula versus Frankenstein, they originally wanted John Carradine, but the problem was John Carradine's agents were asking for more money than what they had, so that's why they got Xander Borkov instead. And yeah, John Carradine, he had an extensive career, like in doing movies. I mean, say what you want about him as an actor, but he did a lot of movies.
I have seen a lot of John Carradine movies, most of which with puppets in the corner.
Sounds like you're not a fan of him.
I mean, I have no problem with John Carradine. I think mostly he got into the career path of doing terrible movies. And that happened to better actors than him.
And then we have another reboot of Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, well, and I believe this is the first sound version of Phantom of the Opera,
Yeah.
which sound is kind of important to Phantom of the Opera, logically speaking.
Yep.
Because it's opera?
Because opera. And they were... Nelson Eddy had done a whole series of movies with a woman named Jeanette MacDonald in the 30s, where they did all these romances where they sang, and they were trying to make Susanna Foster the new Jeanette MacDonald. And Phantom of the Opera was supposed to launch her career, and it did not.
Ouch.
All right. Next ones are Son of Dracula, Nagul, and Culling Dr. Death.
I believe Son of Dracula is where we introduce Count Alucard.
Yep, which is a very common trait throughout like the rest of Dracula media after this. But yeah, Lon Chaney Jr., people, including myself, agree he was miscast.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fine movie, but Lon Chaney Jr. as Dracula, miscast.
Yeah. I think I've heard of the Mad Ghoul. I can't remember if I've seen it or not. I have not seen Calling Dr. Death.
Never seen the Mad Ghoul. Never seen Calling Doctor. I've never even heard of Calling.
I don't think I've heard of Calling Dr. Death either. It sounds like it could be interesting, but given when it falls in the series, probably isn't. This was not a good time for Universal monster movies.
Yeah, because that's when they were starting to dwindle in quality.
Yeah.
Was this code starting to affect them at this point or not?
Well, the code had been affecting them for quite some time. There was a lot that they were not able to show.
Okay.
But the issue with a lot of these was more the scripts are bad.
So that reminds me, which is worse, a bad script or a bad director? Or
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
like can a good director fix it? Not like a fix, but override a bad script, or can a bad director like hurt a good script?
I think it's easier for a good director to override a bad script than it is for a good script to override a bad director. I have seen both of them done. Honestly, I happen to like the Les Miserables musical from a few years ago with Hugh Jackman and Russell Crowe and so forth, but the direction on that movie, and particularly the cinematography choices, it's just not well done. But it's the musical of Les Mis. It's hard to go wrong with that script-wise, but you spend an awful lot of that movie looking at people's nostrils. You know, it's clear that he does not know what to do with the camera while people are singing. And he doesn't know how to tell them to move and things like that. And so that is a good script with a bad director.
What vice versa?
Good director with bad script. I think a lot of early movies by good directors end up being good directors with bad scripts. You go looking in Roger Corman. He hired some really great names in what would go on to be Hollywood. Francis Ford Coppola worked for him. Ron Howard, who has made bad movies, but I think is a perfectly adequate workman-like director. But he got his start working for Roger Corman. You know, early movies by a lot of directors are bad movies because the scripts are awful. But you can see that the director really knows what they're doing.
Yeah, the same can be said with director and actors. I know several actors that are good that were good in the past, but they have one bad director and their role sucks.
Yeah. Well, also I think there are a lot of actors who are what I call stay in your lane actors. And that can be a real problem too.
Is that the same as typecasting?
No, because typecasting is somebody who could do other things but isn't allowed to. Whereas stay in your lane is, it shows when you're doing what you're not very good at. John Wayne. When John Wayne was in his lane, he was doing great work. When he wasn't in his lane, he was playing Genghis Khan. And I have seen that movie, and it's just as bad as everyone says. You know, but when he was in a movie where he got to play, you know, the strong silent hero, or even the strong silent, you know, anti-hero as in Stagecoach, he was doing really good work. But he had to be playing the right role, and if he wasn't playing the right role, then he was not giving a good performance. Whereas you get, you know, there are performers who, you know, Karloff could give good performances that weren't these same monster movies over and over and over, but he didn't get the chance because he was typecast. That is the distinction to me. Weird Woman, Jungle Woman, The Invisible Man's Revenge. The Invisible Man's Revenge is arguably the plot of the first movie. He doesn't deserve revenge, but that's not the point.
Wouldn't the revenge be from the people, his victims, not him?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I had stopped watching the movies in the set by the time we got to Invisible Man's Revenge. And given that the director is Ford Beatty, who I've seen a bunch of his movies, guess how, I chose not to watch The Invisible Man's Revenge. It's also worth noting that the biggest name on a lot of these tends to be Lon Chaney Jr., and some of them don't even have a name that big. So this is really the drag years for Universal.
Are most of the people fighting the war at this point?
Well, this is 44, so a lot of Hollywood was fighting the war, but there were also a lot of people who were 4F, or there was a point system. You earned enough points and you could go home, or had been wounded and went home, or were too old. Well, yeah, but Eddie, that Frankenstein being able to hold Dracula in place relies on him being able to be doing that at the right time of day. Also, Dracula can turn into mist, at least in the book. It's notoriously hard to hold mist. John Wayne got himself declared an essential worker, vital to the public interest to stay in Hollywood. Clark Gable went to war, but I am actually convinced that that was a suicide attempt on Clark Gable's part. He had gotten married during the filming of Gone with the Wind, which is, you know, we're talking 38, 39. The movie came out in 39. I don't remember exactly what his wedding day was, though. He got married. He was deeply, deeply in love with his wife. She was an actress named Carol Lombard, and she was on tour selling war bonds. And she persuaded some soldiers to let her take their place on a flight. The plane crashed, and she was killed. And Clark Gable, I believe, enlisted the next day. In the Air Force, he was on a bomber crew, as I recall.
I didn't know the Air Force I didn't know the Air Force was a thing in World War II.
Yeah. It was technically the Army Air Force still at the time, but it was the first war where there was a designated, you could sign up to be in the Air Force, in the U.S. military.
Okay.
And if you were drafted, you went into the branch of service that they told you. But if you signed up before you were drafted, you got to choose which branch of the service you went into. So a lot of men signed up to be in the Air Force or in the Navy because then they didn't have to be infantry in the Army.
So, like, if you enlisted, you can pick what you want to do. If you're drafted, you're out of luck.
Yeah. And I mean, to a certain extent, even enlisting, you didn't get to pick fully because, you could enlist to be in the Air Force and then, end up as a mechanic or a cook or, whatever, instead of the pilot that you wanted to be, but at least you weren't a foot soldier. So a lot of people signed up to have a little bit more freedom in what they wanted to do. And Clark Gable signed up to be in the Air Force. He and James Stewart were both on bomber crews and both became war heroes during the war. But with Clark Gable, I'm utterly convinced he just didn't want to live without Carol.
Welcome back, Eric.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, I could tell that my dog was getting hungry, so I put food in his bowl. So
we were talking about the effect of World War II on these movies.
Oh yeah, I mean, World War II had an effect on movies. That's for sure. I mean, even 9/11 did too. I mean, every movie that took place in New York, was forced to censor out the Twin Towers. A good example is that the original Spider-Man, with Tobey Maguire.
Yes.
There was supposed to be a scene like how Spider-Man traps these bad guys with webs and the Twin Towers.
Drive the helicopter between the towers of the Twin Tower.
Yep. But then because of 9/11, understandably so, they cut that. I mean, heck, even in a poster, you see the Twin Towers reflected on Spider-Man's eye. But rightfully so, they censored that out.
They even had to edit Lilo and Stitch during that time.
Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, heck, even with the Sandy Hook shooting and the movie theater shooting, there was a movie called Gangster Squad, that was supposed to have a movie theater shooting, but they changed that to a shooting somewhere else. I don't remember where, but I can see that. And so, it goes to show that all these events that go on in the world, it can impact movies because it can impact them on a financial level. Because for Spider-Man, if they would have kept in that stuff with the Twin Towers, people would have took issue with that, which then meant that they would have lost money.
Yeah. Well, specifically what we were talking here was, a lot of the actors in Hollywood went to war. There was a definite change in cast during the early to mid 40s, simply because, you can't film with Clark Gable. Clark Gable's in a bomber somewhere over Europe. And so there were a lot of people who became stars during World War II simply because they were there. Gregory Peck, I don't remember exactly why he was in Hollywood at the time he was, but he got started in the tail end of World War II. He happened to be able to be in movies and still be relatively young and relatively attractive.
So, yeah, Jillian talked about these three. What you, Eric? These three have any impact on you?
Do I have any? What? Sorry.
Weird Woman, Jungle Woman, The Invisible Man's Revenge. Opinions?
Never seen any of them.
All right, moving on. The Mummy's Ghost, The Climax, and Dead Man's Eyes.
Climax, Dead Man's Eyes. Never seen Mummy's Ghost, I saw that when I was a kid. Again, only thing that I remember were all the mummy scenes, and from what I heard, Lon Chaney Jr. hated playing the mummy. He hated it so much, like that he had like a hidden beer tube going into his mouth, and so yeah, so Lon Chaney Jr. played the mummy while intoxicated.
Yeah. And Lon Chaney Jr. and John Carradine, again, we're not talking sign of quality here. No offense to either man. Both of them were talented, but both of them made a whole lot of bad movies.
Oh, also, also while you're gone, we also talked about the difference between being typecasted and staying in your lane, actors.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, I do get it, wanting to break away from being typecast, but I mean,
some people who were typecast should have just stayed in their lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, whatever will help to put food on the,
Yeah,
whatever will help to put food on the table.
Yeah, I gave John Wayne as my example of a stay in his lane actor. When John Wayne was playing the right role, you could get a good performance out of him. When John Wayne was playing the wrong role, you get the conqueror, which I have seen. The screenwriter had Marlon Brando in mind. That's not a movie that's going to work with John Wayne in the lead. But yeah, I have heard of The Mummy's Ghost. I have not seen any of these.
But yeah, honestly, there's not much to say about the Mummy's Ghost.
It looks like all of the Mummy movies basically have the same plot.
Yeah, I mean, change maybe like a few minor things, but
The House of Frankenstein, the Mummy's Curse, and the Frozen Ghost.
So yeah, House of Frankenstein, they got Boris Karloff back, not as the monster, but as a mad scientist. It's a decent movie, but it has some problems. Dracula's introduced early on in the movie, and then he gets killed early on in the movie, and that's disappointing. And the Frankenstein monster doesn't come alive until like the very end. So therefore, it's disappointing with how they jumbled up all of the monsters in it. Like, it's a great idea to have all the monsters in it. It just could have been executed better. And but yeah, it was supposed to include the Mummy, but the Mummy got cut more so because of economic reasons. So
The Mummy in Louisiana, apparently.
Sure, why not? I mean, I can explain why not, and it's all to do with climate, but, you know. Louisiana's going to rehydrate your mummy pretty quickly.
But yeah, so Jillian, have you ever seen the House of?
I have not.
Okay, so therefore I'm the only one here who's seen it. But yeah, Boris Karloff did an incredible job with the movie, with his character. Like, his character really is the one like who will double cross people, and he's the one, like, basically, like, for argument's sakes, if he were to make a promise to the Invisible Man, he would make the Invisible Man like become visible at the worst possible time. Like, he's one of those kind of characters. Which is what made Boris Karloff's character in House of Frankenstein such an interesting character. And yeah, the Mummy's Curse. I believe that was the one where it's supposed to take place in the 1990s. But I mean, to be fair, back in the 40s, there was no way that they would have known how the 90s were going to be like.
Yeah.
It's just funny because the 1990s in that movie, so obviously the 1940s, and yeah, and I mean, to be fair, there was no way that they would have known that floppy disks would have been a thing or anything else.
Yeah, it's the way the future looks is always wrong.
Yeah. Like how I heard back in 2000 there were supposed to be cars like that can fly, and from what I heard, some people actually did try that. But
You can get flying cars, but they are actually a bad idea. So,
and why would they be a bad idea?
well, for one thing, you still need the wingspan of a plane in order to make your car fly. So what you're basically dealing with is something that's bad at two things. You've got to be able to remove the wings, which means you've got to figure out where you're going to put the wings. You have to be trained to fly. You need runway to take off. And if your flying car stops working, it falls out of the sky, which is generally considered bad.
Yeah, fair.
It would have to follow flight path, so it's not actually superior to just having an airplane, except in as much as you get to drive it away from the airport.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah, the logistics of flying planes, or flying cars rather, are something I've thought about and have realized we don't actually want that.
No. But yeah, that's something that we will only see in the movies.
Yes.
And finally, the Frozen Ghost.
Never even heard of it.
I have issues with that title because ghosts are non-corporeal. So how do you freeze them?
I mean, that's movie logic for you.
Bad horror movie at that.
The Jungle Captive, never heard of that one.
Never heard of it. Strange Confession, never heard of. House of Dracula, I've heard of. Have
But
not
yeah,
seen.
Strange Confession. You know, I have an awfully strange confession that I have never seen it.
Yeah.
There's a scientist who is working for a cure for the flu, is victimized by a singular boss who is released the vaccine before it is ready.
And it doesn't star Jenny McCarthy. Yeah, never heard of it. Have heard of House of Dracula, have not seen it.
Is that different or the sequel to the House of Frankenstein?
It is, yeah. It's pretty much just a rehash of House of Frankenstein. And I guess one good thing about it is that Lon Chaney Jr. gets a happy ending at the end. But yeah, but Dracula in the movie, he wants to find a cure for his vampirism because I guess he's tired of being a vampire.
I mean, no pun intended, but there are some ways being a vampire would really suck.
Yeah. Yeah, like knowing that you would live forever and you would have to see all of your loved ones die.
Mm-hmm. And if you've got any kind of conscience, the whole blood-sucking thing, unless, that's why you get versions where vampires can live on, like, animal blood. But if it's strictly human, that gets complicated.
I think they got around that in the Buffy series by making them demon-possessed humans.
Yeah.
No conscience at all in that fiction. All right. Pills of Death, House of Horrors, The Brute Man, and The She-Wolf of London.
Pillow of Death.
I saw She-Wolf of London as a kid, and I thought it was dumb. And even the title, She-Wolf of London, is a stupid name. And even when I told my dad about it, even my dad was like, that is a stupid title.
Pillow of Death is stupider.
Pillow of Death?
Pillow of Death. Number 56. Pillow of Death.
Never even heard of.
Neither have I, but I think it's going to be our stupidest title. I have seen The Brute Man. Guess how?
How?
Puppets in the Corner.
Yep, that makes sense.
It's not good.
A madman, House of Horrors. An accessible sculptor saves a madman named the Creeper from drowning.
It looks like there's a bit of wish fulfillment in that one, since he sends the guy after his critics. Oh, June Lockhart's in She-Wolf of London. She would go on to be lost in space.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, this one looks interesting. Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein.
That is a classic. And
That is... There is actually a review of that movie in one of the issues of my school newspaper from my senior year in high school, because one of the people in our journalism class wanted to review something no one had ever heard of, and we owned Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. He loved it.
And apparently the next one, they used their full name.
yeah. Interesting bit about Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein. Bela Lugosi played vampires multiple times throughout his career, but he only played Dracula in film twice. And this is the only time, like, when Bela Lugosi reprised his iconic role. And it also would be his last time working for a major film studio, because afterwards, he only did independent films.
Yeah.
Now, were they playing themselves in this movie, or are they playing different people?
Abbott and Costello always played characters, but they were characters that everybody knew were just Abbott and Costello.
They confused Frankenstein by doing the baseball skit.
Yeah. Who's in the crypt?
So, Invisible Man. First they meet Frankenstein, then they meet the Invisible Man.
Yeah.
That one is hilarious.
That's one.
Especially at that scene, like, where one of them is in, like, a boxing ring, and the Invisible Man is there helping him. But it's funny considering that you can't see the Invisible Man, and then here's this guy up, and like when one of them isn't even punching him. So yeah, and so that just makes it hilarious.
They do something like that with Blackbeard's Ghost, the Disney movie from the 70s.
So I can't help but wonder, like, if they got inspired by this, or if it's just a coincidence.
Almost certainly got inspired by it. There are bits from that movie where, yeah, it's clear what they're borrowing from. But it's a fun movie, and I love it, so who cares?
And finally, The Strange Door.
No, I haven't heard of it.
All right.
Charles Lawton, though.
The Black Castle came from outer space, and Abbott and Costello again meets Dr. Jekyll and Hyde.
Never seen that one.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of these.
All right. Now we get to the one you have heard of, I'm sure of.
Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Oh, yeah.
Probably my favorite of the Universal monsters.
And out of curiosity, what makes that one your favorite?
For one thing, the underwater photography is outstanding. It's the best filming after James Whale.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The man who played the monster was really good. It's got an environmental message, and that amuses me for a movie from 1954.
Yeah, and ultimately that's why Universal did this movie, is because at this time, sci-fi monster movies were really, really popular at that time.
Yeah.
And so then this was basically their way to compete.
Yeah.
All that.
This is getting into the giant bug era.
Yep.
I like Creature from the Black Lagoon. Revenge of the Creature is also good. This Island Earth is the movie from Mystery Science Theater 3000, the movie, which was their theatrical release effort.
So Revenge of the Creature is a sequel.
Yes.
To the Black Lagoon.
Yes.
And they didn't say Black Lagoon, it says Revenge of the Creature. You guess what it means, I guess.
Creature's mad because it wants to go back to the Black Lagoon.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, the creature's a very sympathetic character. It's because it's the humans like to come into his world, and then one of them even throws a cigarette into into its own home.
Yeah.
And I mean, ultimately, that would be just like saying that if you left home and then you came home and then you saw people like were having a party like in your own home, how would you feel? And what's interesting about Creature from the Black Lagoon, all of them are public domain, but Creature from the Black Lagoon isn't.
Yeah, because it was created for Universal.
Yep. While you can argue that some aspects are in the public domain, like a half human, half amphibian character is in the public domain, but the Gill Man specifically isn't.
Yeah. You could get away with a lot. Just ask Mike Mignola and Guillermo del Toro. But that specific creature is the only one of these that is actually owned by the studio.
Yep, and that's why that when Monster Squad was made, that was not done by Universal. It was done by TriStar. TriStar even was able to get away with having the Gill Man, but they made significantly changes. How it has a much more menacing look, with like those piranha like teeth and yeah, and if you haven't seen the Monster Squad, the Gill Man in that looks way different
Yeah.
than it did in the Universal movies, but that's because of copyright.
Yeah. This island Earth it's aliens. And they want humans to come and figure out how to save their planet, but it's too late. Excuse me, and their planet is doomed.
The next one, Abbott and Costello return.
Yeah. I believe that's kind of the tail end of Abbott and Costello because they weren't getting along so well by then.
And why were they not getting along so well then?
I don't remember, honestly. I think part of it was part of the shtick was, and I can never remember which is which, so forgive me on this one. But one of them was always the dumb one, and the other one was always mean to him, and that kind of started to bleed into their private life, as I understand it. And it had just been, they'd been working together for a long time, and I think there was some burnout going, too.
Well, I mean, I can see why, considering that if you do the same thing so much, it eventually will get tiring.
Yeah, they'd been working together since, I believe, the 30s. And this is 55, and it was just, and they're, chasing monsters around the soundstage, and it just, they were done.
Next one's about
being chased by in a Scooby-Doo sort of way.
And next one is a giant spider.
Tarantula. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
I don't think I've seen it. I've seen other giant bug movies, but I have not seen that one.
The only one I've ever seen was the Eight-Legged Freak starring early Scarlett Johansson.
Johansson.
Yeah.
I can wholeheartedly recommend them! ! Which is giant ants. Really outstanding cast. including, and I know this because I know the guy or knew back, many years ago, the guy personally, a man named Richard Bellis, who would go on to write the music for the miniseries of Stephen King's It, and a lot of theme park music for the Disney parks.
That's the one that came out recently, not the 90s one.
No, the 90s one.
Okay.
I knew him at the time. His dad founded the camp that I used to go to, and he missed camp one year because he was writing the music for it. Every time there's something where the title is a pronoun that comes out that Mr. Bellis isn't involved in, I'm a little disappointed. Because he was in them, and he wrote the music for it. I've never heard of Cult of the Cobra.
Never have either. But yeah, the Creature Walks Among Us. That one's interesting because that's the one like where the creature gets burnt, and then the only way to save it is if they turn it more human-like.
Yeah.
It's like, I do get it that they didn't want to make the same movie over and over again. But yeah,
I would say it's the best of the third movies about one of the classic Universal monsters, but I would also say that's kind of a low bar.
yeah.
Like, it's better than Son of Frankenstein.
So this is one of the good trilogies?
Yeah. Creature Walks Among Us is definitely the worst of the series, but it's still not terrible. I've heard of the Mole People, but I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, Hugh Beaumont.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. So,
But you've heard of the actor then?
Hugh Beaumont, I believe, is the dad from Leave It to Beaver. He's some TV dad or another, but I'm pretty sure he's Mr. Cleaver.
Let me look it up real fast.
Seen a lot of his movies with puppets in the corner. Yep.
but yeah, a lot of people,
Mr. Cleaver.
yeah, a lot of people argue that The Creature Walks Among Us is the last of the Universal monster movies.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they did make horror movies afterwards, yes, but The Creature Walks Among Us is regarded as one of the last of the Universal monster.
The classic series?
Yeah.
Let's see what else real fast.
The Deadly Mantis I've seen with puppets in the corner.
The monolith monsters, no, never seen that.
Never heard of it.
Monster on the campus, never heard of it. The thing that
The Thing
couldn't
That Couldn't Be
die.
is a good title. Or the Thing That Couldn't Die. Yeah, I think I have seen that with puppets in the corner.
Yeah, of course, the Brendan Fraser mummy. I've seen that, and
Yeah, what's that? We skipped from 58 to 79.
Yeah, the Frank Langella Dracula is pretty good.
yeah, it is. That one again is more based off of the play, just like with the Lugosi movie. So you can't argue that the Frank Langella Dracula is a remake of the Lugosi Dracula.
Yeah.
So we have I don't know. Let's time there's a 10-year gap between the monster Thing That Couldn't Die and Dracula, and another a 20-year gap between Dracula and the Brendan Fraser mummy.
Yeah, we got a couple of serious gaps in there, and that's because Universal couldn't make horror movies as cheap as they were being made by the independent studios. And they weren't making, high quality monster movies at that point. They were making cheap ones. But you can't out cheap Roger Corman or Burt I. Gordon or, those guys. The ones where the monster is a dog with carpet scraps attached to it. Or people in hefty bags or whatever. So Universal stopped making monster movies.
So would 78 Dracula be the first modern monster movie then?
Well, so there never stopped being monster movies.
Yeah.
And so saying when the first one was, because the thing is Werner Herzog's Nosferatu came out at about the same time as the Frank Langella Dracula. In a weird kind of symmetry, the originals and the remakes both came out at very, very similar times.
Well, what would you consider modern movies, in your opinion?
Well, that's the thing, is I have a really hard time defining that. I would say that... Well, I would say that modern is a movable date. And so what I consider modern today might not necessarily be the same thing I would have considered modern if you asked me 10 years ago.
Like some people say, I guess some kids say would consider music that we grew up in the 90s to be classic music now or something.
Yes, because they want to make me crumble into dust.
NSYNC, a classic band.
Jesus Christ. If I were going to use modern as a term with a set era attached to it, I would probably say it was after the start of the rating system. And by that standard, yes, absolutely, Dracula, at least for Universal, was the first modern horror movie.
But like I said, definitely a 20-year gap here to the...
Yeah.
And we're no longer classic. Now we are in the...
Yeah, the Mummy Returns. I actually remember when that movie came out, there was so much hype about it. And from what I heard, the Brendan Fraser Mummy, it was supposed to be more like a horror movie, like how the Karloff movie was. But then Steven Sommers came in like with his pitch, how it's like Indiana Jones. So therefore, it got a bigger budget. And
speaking of crumbling into dust, my personal standard for classic says that it has to be at least 25 years old. The Mummy Returns came out the year that I graduated from college and is within a few years of being considered a classic by my standards.
Wow. And and then Van Helsing, funny, like how I mentioned that earlier in the stream, saying how that was what got me into the Universal monster movies.
Yeah, whereas I had already seen at least one or two of these movies by then.
Now, apparently they don't have the Scorpion King as monster movie.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't actually seen the Scorpion King because
as one exists in the same universe as the Mummy movies, obviously.
It is, yeah.
Well, frankly, I didn't see it because it didn't have Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, and there were a ton of sequels to the Scorpion King. None of them had Dwayne Johnson.
No, because they couldn't afford him anymore. Well, and because he could do things that were not that, and my God, if you could, wouldn't you? I saw Van Helsing in the theater.
I also did.
There's one or two really good scenes in that movie, and then there's the rest of that movie.
I will admit, Richard Roxburgh as Dracula, he overacted.
Oh, yeah. The scene
overacted.
The scene I really like is the ballroom scene. The rest of the movie, I may have injured myself laughing when that coach burst into flames.
So is this before he became typecasted as Wolverine?
Oh, this is after the first X-Men movie came out.
Okay.
And I believe after X-Men 2 came out.
I believe so, yeah. But no, The first X-Men movie came out the summer of 2000.
All right. So
And then X-Men 3 came out in 2006, which was 2 years after Van Helsing. And yeah, what I remember about Van Helsing is that I remember for Christmas, I remember that year that I got like the entire Dracula or Frankenstein castle playset, like with like the other characters. And so sorry, it's just Van Helsing brings back a lot of childhood memories.
And that's fine, but you know.
Now I will admit, nostalgia aside, the movie still has its flaws. Like how I mentioned, Richard Roxburgh overacted as Dracula. The CGI isn't the best.
No.
and we have the last four.
Okay, so the Wolfman. First off, that's a great cast. Second, Joe Johnston, pretty sure is the guy who did like The Rocketeer and Captain America: The First Avenger, and is a very, very talented director of period pieces. And the choice to make it a period piece is, I think, what saves the movie from being much, much worse than it could be, even if it is one of two movies that came out that year where somebody ends up in the Victorian era Thames because they're trying to make all of the skin crawl off my body. Because that came out the same year as Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr.
Yep, and
he also ends up in the Thames.
Yeah, and now one good thing to say about the Wolfman is the makeup effects were incredible.
Yeah.
It was faithful to the Lon Chaney Jr. version, but it also updated it, and rightfully so. The Wolfman remake actually did win an Oscar, like for best makeup effects.
Yeah, and I think that it really got. I mean, there's some weird stuff to that movie, and I haven't seen it in a while, but it really got into what can be done well with the pathos of the character. Because the Wolfman is, I keep going back to it, the Wolfman's a tragic figure as he is portrayed in the Universal movies. He does not want to be a Wolfman. And the Benicio del Toro version is really not happy about how things are going in his life. Let's see here.
The difference between the Wolfman and Dracula is, at least in the daylight, the Wolfman can pretend to be a regular human.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Rick Baker did the makeup on it.
Which is perfect because Rick Baker said that it was the Universal Monster movies that inspired him to do what he does. And then when he heard that they were doing a remake of the Wolfman, Rick begged Universal like for them to have him do it. And then from what I heard, Universal said that he was the only one like who they wanted to even do the makeup in the first place.
Also, fun fact, his first ever Oscar was 1981 for An American Werewolf in London.
Yeah, so he won an Oscar twice for a werewolf.
And then in 94 he won for Ed Wood.
Also having to do with
right.
The
man has a pedigree is what I'm saying here.
So was the new Mummy movie not Universal? It's not, or was it? It's on this list.
I think it's just not on that list.
Okay.
I mean, we can still talk about it, and we can still talk about the 2020 Invisible Man.
And I was never going to see the new Mummy movie. Like, regardless of anything to do with it, I don't watch Tom Cruise movies.
Well, and I mean, I saw the Tom Cruise Mummy in theaters, and wasn't that very good. And honestly, you didn't really miss much because there
have been very few movies that I've regretted not seeing since I started my Tom Cruise boycott.
Yeah, and Dracula Untold, I saw that in theaters. Did you see that one?
I have not.
It was okay. It was more of a superhero movie, and I get it because, Marvel was really popular at that time, but it was pretty forgettable. But yeah, the 2020 Invisible Man, Did you see that one?
I did not.
I did, and I loved it. That one totally made up for the Tom Cruise Invisible Man, because these movies are not action movies. These are horror movies. And that's what worked for the Invisible Man, is that they went back to these being horror movies. And from what I heard, they're also going to remake The Wolfman yet again.
Sure. If it's come out in the last 10 years or so and I can't watch it with my kids, chances are pretty good I haven't seen it yet.
And how old are your kids?
My son is 11 and my daughter is 7.
So yeah, I guess it depends on how you feel about your kids watching horror movies.
They don't really like them.
So yeah, so then in that case, that wouldn't appeal to them anyway.
Yeah. I watch more while they're in school these days, and I'm slowly catching up with all the stuff that I need to see. But the list of movies I need to see never gets any shorter, no matter how many movies I watch.
Yeah, Eddie, I get it where you're coming from about remakes, but we have to remember at the end of the day, it is a business, and they have bills to pay for too.
And it is also worth noting that the James Whale Frankenstein is a remake. There is a silent movie version of Frankenstein that predates the Karloff.
Yes, it's from 1910, and it stars Charles Ogle as the monster. It's very short, and and the monster in that is made from like magic rather than science.
Sure. I don't have an inherent problem with remakes. What I have a problem with is remakes that don't have anything new to bring. Some of my favorite movies actually are remakes. I'd rather watch the Coens version of True Grit, for example. But I will also agree that the vast majority of remakes don't have anything new to bring.
Yeah, like a lot of the live action Disney remakes are just beat for beat the same movie, changing a few things here and there, but the same movie.
Oh yeah, and I've just stopped watching those.
I did too. I saw the Little Mermaid remake in theaters. Well, not as bad as the Lion King remake, but still pretty bad.
Yeah, I think the last one I watched was The Jungle Book.
Yeah, like I said, the reason I didn't see the Little Mermaid wasn't because of the Black Mermaid. It was because of Disney movies suck in general at that point.
Yeah,
it's because I have a moral problem with the live action remakes as a whole. Because they are, deliberately not paying the scriptwriters of the original because they don't have to, because they're putting a lot of money into these things that do not need to exist instead of, creating new properties. Or even, my hot take, remake the bad ones. Like, I would go see a remake of The Black Hole if they made it better than the original, which is a low bar. But I'm not going to see a remake of The Lion King because I can just watch the original, which is really good.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking remakes. I think personally, I don't like he was bad too. But I think of all the remakes I think one of the worst ones that I've heard of is Mulan.
Oh yeah, Mulan I am given to understand is not just bad, but also extremely racist.
And it's funny, like how they cut out Mushu so it could appeal to the Chinese market, but yet the movie wasn't a hit in China anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They gave her superpowers.
Yeah.
So pretty much they ruined her character arc.
Yes.
So, anyways, like I said, I'm back. I was trying to close the share screen, but apparently I just left the whole I left the whole thing somehow.
Yeah, it'll happen. You're a professional.
Yes, but I don't have a drink. I don't have a drink for that. Like,
um,
so we're continuing if you want to or not. But what's coming up on your channels that you want to advertise?
well, let's see. I had something go live this morning about, gosh, what was this morning's article? Now I have to look because I actually genuinely cannot remember my own article.
You know, put the link in the chat. Feel free to. People can watch
Yeah.
it. Right. While we're waiting, Eric, what's coming up on your channel?
Yeah, for me, the third Things That Piss Me Off movie, a few episodes of Let's Watch a Movie. I'm going out of town soon for a networking event to meet other filmmakers. And I'm going to be doing a live stream there with the 406 boys. So.
Oh, right. Okay. I have something coming up called Celebrating. I had something come live today called Celebrating the Problematic, which is about how to talk about talented people who perhaps have things that make them not someone you necessarily want to give a wholehearted recommendation for. Because I don't know about you, but when Shannon Doherty died, I thought, oh, I heard she was really hard to work with on set. And so I didn't want to write an obituary about her because that seems like something that's kind of rude to say.
Yeah, I can see that.
Shannon Doherty, she was really hard to work with on set. Or like when Stan Lee died. I was like, oh, yes. So I wrote today about how you talk about these people.
As for me, I'm continuing my finally edited and upload video games I've been working on forever, and finally got around to doing them, uploading them. And then Saturday, I'll be interviewing someone who did a whole YouTube series about the Power Rangers.
Do.
Yeah, he pretty much turned a fan fiction into a whole 100-episode series on YouTube.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's like he is an on-screen character that reviews Power Rangers shows while being attacked by bad guys. But so of all these, at least of the classic ones, what's your bronze, silver, and gold medal monster movie?
My personal favorite would have to be the Boris Karloff Frankenstein, considering that that's the one that I have the most childhood nostalgia for.
Is that your gold medal or your bronze medal?
Probably my gold one. Silver one probably would have to be Creature from the Black Lagoon. And bronze, probably the original Wolfman.
So my bronze is probably Dracula, though I do still need to see the Spanish language version, which will probably
do it.
Yeah. Silver is Bride of Frankenstein. And gold is Creature.
Oh yeah, and about Creature, there actually was supposed to be a remake by John Carpenter in the 1980s, but that got canceled. Oh man, imagine how awesome that would have been.
The thing is I'm not actually a huge horror person, but I do love a lot of these classic Universal monster movies because they're just so well done, and one of the only, by the standards we've given, modern horror movies I really like is Halloween. I thought was very, very well done.
Which one?
The original, like Jamie Lee Curtis and
Nick
Well,
Castle.
I do wish they'd sucked it up and set it in California because it was so obviously California.
If you want to see more about that, check out me and Eric's review of the Halloween multiverse.
With all the love in my heart, it's not just that I went to high school like a mile and a half away from where they filmed that lets me recognize that that is not the Midwest.
Yeah, that was not Illinois. Especially
No.
with the palm trees.
No, it is South Pasadena, California. I know literally I have been on some of those streets.
So Jillian, of all the timelines of the Halloween, what's your favorite timeline?
So I've only ever seen the first one.
Alright.
Because again, I'm not really a horror person. I saw the first one when I was doing the Great Library Project. It started with H, so I watched it.
And
Yeah, I did not
before
realize
July.
when we were reviewing the series, I did not realize like that one movie split like 3 or 4 different timelines off.
Yeah. Like horror just part of the issue is I'm almost never scared by movies. The only time I remember being scared by a movie, I was very young. We're talking like 2nd grade young. And my local library did films in the library on Friday afternoons. Because I'm old enough that it was a projector. And we watched an adaptation of the Gold Bug by Edgar Allan Poe. And I remember almost nothing about it except the end credits involved this bug crawling through like undergrowth. And I remember being abjectly terrified. And that is all I remember, and it's the only time I remember being scared by a movie. So, if you're not scared by movies, horror kind of loses a lot of its draw. And so many horror movies are so bad that I don't want to,
Yeah, I have the opposite problem. I'm too jumpy in real life situations, so I don't know if
Fair.
if someone comes up with me and I guess it's from my time of being bullied in school. I'm just like, twitching.
Yeah. Well, if I get told that it's a quality movie that I would enjoy, for its quality as a movie, I will watch it. But I don't generally sit and watch horror movies because I don't get out of them what you're expected to get out of them.
What about you, Eric? When you get out, what's your opinion on horror movies?
For me, I definitely do like the adrenaline rush, which is why that I watch horror movies. But hey, I get it. It's a genre that doesn't appeal to everybody. And I mean, at the end of the day, you can't please everybody.
Yeah.
But what a lot of people have a hard time accepting, there is a market for horror movies. And I mean, just because you don't like it, it doesn't mean that there's not a market for it. And ultimately, for all of these people like who hate horror movies, then that means that they're not the target market for it.
And that doesn't mean that horror movies are satanic.
No, I mean it
some
just
people
means
think.
that they're not the target market. I mean the same thing can even be said about marijuana. Like there are people who are hardcore anti-marijuana, but at the end of the day, there is a market for it. I mean, you go to the store and you'll see marijuana merchandise.
Speaking of horror things, I was getting an idea. What do you guys think about for a future project talking about Disney sequels?
Yeah.
Some of them are good. Some of the, there is one live-action Disney sequel that Walt approved of because Walt himself personally didn't like sequels. Oh yeah, I haven't seen much of any of the direct-to-video ones.
I've seen Lion King 2. I saw Little Mermaid and Lady and the Tramp 2 back when I was a kid. A lot of them I haven't seen since I was a kid. So
I saw Aladdin 2, one of my favorite sequels.
I've seen Lion King 1.5. I've seen Kronk's New Groove, and I think that might be it.
Well, we can figure out and schedule a time then if we want to talk about it in the
yeah,
future.
definitely. But anyways, we're
So-
almost 3 hours in.
Yep. So you guys want to say your closing catchphrases?
You want to know what pisses me off?
I don't really have a closing catchphrase.
Okay then. I'll see you all Saturday. But in the meantime, never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness. Bye.
Later.
Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching my podcast or Let's Play. If you want to help support my channel, you can make a monthly or yearly pledge on Patreon, or just a one-time donation on Vimeo, PayPal, or Cash App. For those looking for something to wear, we have some shirts, hats, and other stylish things in our merch store. If you enjoy gaming, you can always follow and sub to me on Twitch. For those who don't want to give money, I have an Amazon and Steam wish list who can help the channel out. And of course, just liking, leaving a comment, and sharing this video helps more than you can imagine. And always remember to never stop learning. Enjoy the randomness.